Đô la đang đứng chờ, Đô la sẽ bị check vào, Đô la từ nãy đến giờ thì không ai của Imperial đến đây cả, ở đây đi rồi. Ngay lập tức thì sẽ có dần hỗ trợ đến từ Lucas. Lucas cũng chết rồi, mọi người mình Đô la và Shady lên thành này. Cuộc tiến công vẫn tiến công và đó là hai mạng trong anh. Đây là một góc một mà phát hiện ra người thứ hai đối với Yomi. Và đó là IQ bắt Zero. Nhưng trong của Nga có người và IQ đã móc một mạng lên cho David. Liệu cơ hội làm rất nhiều thứ đây. Một mạng rồi IQ đã một kill, Yomi vẫn chưa cần.
Hello everyone, this is Seven, the host of Fight Club Season 2. The ultimate one-on-one competition, challenging for the fight money, has come back after the first spectacular season in 2021. Fight Club will begin in a bigger scale right here on this marvelous stage with the best players around the world. 10 challengers, but only one champion. The fierce battle will soon begin until the last one stands to become the champion of Fight Club Season 2.
Sou o Action da Black Dragons. Acho muito legal ter sido invitado para esse torneio, né, que normalmente é o destaque de cada equipe e vai ser muito legal disputar.
Olá, meu nome é Silva, eu sou jogador da Extense Game. Se eu ganhar o prêmio do Fight Club, eu vou sair para curtir com meus amigos aqui em Jeju.
Olá pessoal, meu nick é Goken, eu sou da equipe da Imperial. Ano passado a premiação era pouca, agora aumentou e me deu mais vontade de ganhar.
Xin chào mọi người, mình là Phát Con đến từ đội tuyển Ranking Gaming. Đây là giải đấu rất là thú vị vì mọi người có thể show off được cái kỹ năng của mình.
Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình là đô la, mình đến từ đội tuyển Senegal này. Cảm giác của em khi mà được tham gia giải Fight Club thì cảm giác của em rất là vui.
Hello, I'm SGJO, big attacker of the team. Kinakabahan ako sobra. Gagawin ko ang lahat ng aking makakaya.
Hello, I'm awesome and I'm playing for Lazarus. I'm very happy because it's a great opportunity to play in the Fight Club in the season 2.
أنا اسمي حورس، أنا بلعب لفريق تيم ميسي. لقد تفاجأت في البداية من هذه المسابقة، لكن الآن سوف أخذها كتحدي إنني سوف أنتصر في هذه المسابقة.
السلام عليكم، أنا بيفا من أنوبيس جيمنج. ما كنتش عارف أصلا إن أنا أخش في فايت كلاب، بس هم اختاروني عشان بطلع الإيس وكده وبكاري التيم.
Xin chào mọi người, tôi là Lucas đến từ team Slipy hay là với tư cách là vô địch của mùa 1 Fight Club thì tôi thấy lần này tôi được tham gia thì thấy là rất bình thường và tôi rất là tự tin sẽ giành được chức vô địch lần thứ 2.
Now let's go through the main rules of Fight Club Season 2. 10 challengers will go through a total of 3 rounds to determine the last winner to win the fight money and also the champion title. The matchup for the first round will be decided through the random draw. Once the first round ends, the loser will have his turn to choose his opponent from the first round winner. Challengers who got defeated twice will be eliminated from the competition, and the challenger with 2 wins will have his turn to choose his opponent to play against. The first challenger securing 3 wins will be granted to advance to the final stage, but the remaining players will continue the ultimate challenge to advance as well. The ultimate duel will continue until we reach the 4 remaining survivors who will play in the final stage. Every fight will be played in a best-of-3 series on compound, and the last challenger who will be the champion will be granted to earn $3,000 US. Everyone, stay tuned to witness the champion of Fight Club Season 2, who will be the top 4 survivors advancing to the 3rd round. Let's find out. This was your host, Seven. Thank you so much.
Tôi được bật được đó thì tôi cảm giác rất là nhẹ, đẹp, màu dáng các thứ rất là ok, rất là đẹp và cảm giác tôi cảm giác là bắn ok đấy.
So, fierce battle is about to begin then Fight Club. Now we are going to start a random draw for the competition. So the first match is between Awesome and Fatcons from Vietnam.
So your first was against Patcons from the ranking games. When you first heard of that, how did you feel?
Since I... Oh, wait. What was his in-game name?
Fatcon.
Is it his name Pecons? Pecons?
Tên của tôi không phải là Fitcon mà là Fatcon.
Round 1. Headshot.
After the match, I was excited that I won my first match.
Lúc đấy em rất là cay cú và em quyết định là sẽ bích bạn ấy để gỡ lại lần 2.
So the next match is between, let's see, Action from Brazil, Beva from Egypt.
Sinceramente não conheço muito o jogo dele, ele acabou de chegar, não sei qual era a estatística dele lá na CF West, mas pra mim é só mais um.
أنا عارف اللي هو كل واحد طلع في التيم بيطلع عشان بيبقى الإيس وبيكاري التيم بتاعه، بس أنا ما كنتش أعرفهم وكنت داخل على أساس إني أكسب. أنا شايف إني أسهل حد في فايت كلاب كان أكشن.
Beva, não conheço, mas acho que vai ser fácil.
Round 1. Shots.
2-0 فمش شايف ان في حد يقدر يكسب.
Agora eu conheço ele e posso derrotar da próxima vez. Me aguarde que eu vou te derrotar.
So match number 3, guys, is between Dola from Vietnam, Yobib from the Philippines.
Em nghĩ là Yobib là một người dễ bị đánh bại nhất ở đây, tại vì là lần đầu tiên bạn ấy cũng đi thì tâm lý sẽ không ổn định.
Kaba, excited, 50-50.
Thật là buồn khi mà đối đầu với Yobib, tại vì bạn quá là nhỏ con.
Si Dolo, puro ayos lang naman ang buhok, puro paporma lang naman ginagawa.
Round 1.
Trận đầu tiên em gặp Yobib thì em hơi chủ quan vì tự tin về skin của mình nên là em đã thua ở trận đầu tiên.
Masaya ako, siyempre, puro ayos lang siya ng buhok. Anong pakiramdam mo, Dola, nang tinalo ka ng Unano?
So let's come to match number 4. Silva Sarah from Brazil, Lucas from Vietnam.
Estou muito tranquilo, sei que ele é jogador muito bom, mas estou tranquilo pro jogo. Como o Lucas foi campeão na edição passada, eu estou querendo jogar contra ele para ver o jogo dele.
Vì tôi biết rõ tất cả các skill của đội Brazil nên tôi không thấy sợ.
Round 1.
Esse que era o campeão, foi um jogo muito tranquilo e muito fácil.
Hãy đợi đấy, để xem ai là người cuối cùng.
And last but not least, Goken from Brazil,
Acho que eu vou cair contra o Horus.
Horus from Egypt.
أعتقد أنه لاعب رائع، لكن أنا أعرف نقط ضعفه وأعتقد أنني سوف أنتصر عليه.
Como planejado, eu caí no sorteio contra o Horus, acho que eu vou conseguir ganhar.
So guys, last match of round 1, Goken versus Horus. Let's fight.
Round 1.
That's the championship point. All gamers will be.
Thật tuyệt vời khi chúng ta lại được gặp nhau tại vòng bán kết của CFS Summer Championship năm 2023 do Smilegate Entertainment và VTC Online đồng tổ chức. Và trước hết cũng xin phép được tự giới thiệu, tôi là Thu Hà và người sẽ đồng hành với quý vị xuyên suốt giải đấu năm nay. Và thay mặt cho VTC Online, Smilегate Entertainment cũng như ban tổ chức, xin được gửi đến quý vị lời chúc tốt đẹp nhất ạ. Ngày hôm nay chúng tôi cũng xin được gửi những lời chúc cũng như là những lời cảm ơn chân thành đến với tất cả quý vị đã có mặt ngay tại khu vực nhà thi đấu của khu 7 Thành phố Hồ Chí Minh, Việt Nam. Đồng thời cũng xin được gửi lời cảm ơn đến với quý vị nào đang theo dõi trực tuyến thông qua các kênh của CROSSFIRE. Và chúng tôi cũng hy vọng rằng ngày hôm nay trong vòng bán kết này có thể đem đến những trận tranh tài nảy lửa, kịch tính và cũng như là vô cùng thú vị gửi đến tất cả quý vị khán giả. Và nếu như mà ngày hôm nay quý vị không thể có mặt được ở đây tại nhà thi đấu của khu 7 thì quý vị cũng đừng lo lắng nhé. Chúng tôi cũng đang phát trực tiếp trên các nền tảng như là YouTube, Facebook và Twitch cho quý vị ạ. Và chúng ta hoàn toàn có thể đắm chìm vào trong những giờ phút vô cùng sôi động này và chia sẻ niềm vui cùng với cộng đồng CROSSFIRE, cùng với bạn bè, người thân của mình. Và nếu quý vị là những người đam mê bộ môn thể thao điện tử, quý vị là những người đam mê cuồng nhiệt CROSSFIRE, hay đơn thuần quý vị chỉ đang tìm kiếm cho mình một kỷ niệm khó phai thì quý vị ơi còn chân chơi gì nữa, hãy đến ngay cùng với nhà thi đấu của khu 7 Thành phố Hồ Chí Minh, Việt Nam. Thưa quý vị, và ngày hôm nay chúng ta sẽ đến với hai trận đấu được coi là quyết định để tìm ra được đâu sẽ là những cái tên đi tiếp vào vòng chung kết của giải đấu CFS Summer Championship. Và trải qua vòng bảng vừa rồi, ngày hôm nay chúng ta sẽ cùng nhau đến với trận đấu đầu tiên sẽ là màn tranh tài đầy kịch tính giữa Imperial và BaiSha Gaming. Và liệu cái tên nào sẽ là cái tên đi tiếp vào chung kết? Hãy cùng chờ đón quý vị nha. Và ngay bây giờ hãy cùng nhau đến với CFS Summer Championship năm 2023 và cùng đến với phần bình luận từ phía caster. Xin mời ạ.
They deserve to be where they are, and having now said that, they obviously have a little bit further to push. So questions as to whether or not they're going to be able to contest against any of those Chinese teams. We saw a little bit of interest in that department yesterday night between VASCO and BaiSha Gaming. There was that map that was taken away by VASCO ESPORTS. But then very quickly it was sort of brought back by BaiSha. So still, you know, obviously some questions abound. Are we really going to see again the China Grand Final, as has generally been commonplace at CrossFire esports events, or do we, you know, wait and see sort of what we're going to get from today?
Yeah, I mean, looking at what we saw yesterday, I think it was the first time actually both Chinese teams looked like there could be holes in their defenses and they weren't going to be performing as perfectly as we initially imagined here. I mean, you look at this game that went to 3 maps here between VASCO and BaiSha. Surprising to see it go that far, but then they end it with a 10-1, so it's hard to see exactly where we're going to land going into today, because I felt like there was a lot of inconsistency on both sides in yesterday's games.
Yeah, indeed. But that is all talk about yesterday, and now it's time to focus in on to today. Welcome to the playoffs of the CFS Summer Championship 2023. It's been a long road to get here, 4 days, full of best of threes. It's, as far as the format is concerned, quite a thorough format. That's what we were saying yesterday. And when you do get to the point of having played 3 best of threes in a group and you didn't make it through, you can't really make any arguments that, you know, I got a bit unlucky here or something like that. It's not as if there's best of ones to really think about. Best of threes, it does allow the best teams to come through to today. And I genuinely believe that we did get the best teams through to the first day of the playoffs. Obviously, as far as the playoffs are concerned, now every single one of these teams is going to continue to play through these remaining 3 days. Obviously today, you know, early round in those brackets, and then tomorrow there's the upper brackets and the lower brackets to be concerned about. And on the 3rd day of the playoffs, we'll be talking about grand finals, 3rd place matches as well. But here, of course, is how the event does play out. And hey, we're more than halfway through the event now. It feels like it's taken a long time to get here. It's been a big event. It is a big event. 7 days of competition in a row is, again, a very, very thorough format. And, well, we've chopped off 4 of those teams from the initial stages, and now it's time to start focusing in on that 300,000 USD prize pool, because that's kind of where we're at now, right? It's time to start talking money and start talking prizing.
Yeah, looking at what we've got coming up here, it is going to be double elimination, best of 5. So I'm curious to see who's going to really thrive in that format. There's not really room for a major upset on one map to dictate how things go here. If you want to be the winner, you're not only going to have to win 1 best of 5 against what you might consider the better team, you may even have to beat them twice to make it all the way. Yep,
Definitely. A real uphill battle for any team going through these playoffs, and we can take a look at how the groups did play out. This will probably be the last time we see this graphic, because as of now, the group results aren't really no longer relevant anymore. BaiSha did top their group. VASCO took 2nd, despite some attempts to get the better of BaiSha. Funnily enough, VASCO actually went completely equal on rounds 1 and rounds lost, so that's a little tidbit. GV 3rd, ranking esports 4th, but again, not a huge talking point considering we do go through with only the top 2 teams from any given group. Here is Group B, All Gamers and Imperial topping the group there, and Powerhouse, they did get the dub over Pacific Makta, but couldn't really achieve much more than that. So again, very obvious as to which teams should be going through from both groups.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's going to be down to what they can do to improve against each other coming into a format like this. I mean, best of 5, you're only going to get 1 map ban on the table for both of these teams, which I think for some of these opponents could be really important here in deciding how these matchups go. We saw from a lot of teams their potential weaknesses in that final day of matchups, which could cause a little bit of interesting pick and ban strategies coming into this one. But looking at the matchups for today, of course, we've got BaiSha and Imperial kicking us off, and then All Gamers and VASCO. Now, looking at these 2 games specifically, which one of these games do you picture being maybe the closer game?
Well, I would certainly say I think BaiSha and Imperial looks to be the closer one on paper, not only because the fact that Imperial comes in as seed 1 from Brazil, BaiSha comes in as seed 2 from China, but also the susceptibility that we saw from BaiSha last night. You know, they have dropped a game already, or map already, to VASCO, who I definitely don't think is as strong personally based on the eye test as Imperial. So in my mind, if VASCO can take a map off of BaiSha, I think Imperial probably can as well. Obviously remains to be seen how the maps actually line up. You know, does Imperial, the maps that they like to play, also kind of line up similarly to what BaiSha likes to play? Because it felt like maybe for VASCO, in a sense, they had a favorable map pool with Mexico, where BaiSha didn't look super comfortable on that. Obviously, that is VASCO's go-to map, and you put those 2 and 2 together, and it makes 4, obviously, in that case, and BaiSha did drop that map. So I don't know what Imperial looks like on Mexico, really. I don't think we've seen them play that one in this event so far. But here's the 2 matches we have today. If you haven't sort of figured it out by now, BaiSha and Imperial will be the semi-final in a couple of minutes or so, and then All Gamers and VASCO a little bit later on in the day, depending on how quickly this first game goes. But yeah, I mean, of the 2, I definitely think that BaiSha Imperial should be the closer matchup. How close it will be sort of remains to be seen. I have a bit of faith in Imperial, though, that they can make this one pretty competitive.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think a lot of their strategy has to come forth in that picking and banning phase, because we saw BaiSha, a very weak Mexico yesterday, and then you start to think, okay, is there maybe another map or 2 they could find a way through in that same fashion? And that's where I think they're going to have a lot of value in the time they've put into this strategy and picking the maps they want to play.
Yeah, lots to think about, definitely, and that best of 5 I don't think really gives you a whole lot of wiggle room, really. It's more about the order in which those maps are going to come out. First, though, before we get into that whole discussion and around our predictions and such like that, we do have to once again welcome the teams to the stage, and it is Imperial and BaiSha that will be taking the stage for the first match. First, it is time for us to once again meet BaiSha Gaming. And, well, I don't know that they come into today as the indomitable force that they did into the group stages, especially having that loss yesterday evening against VASCO Esports on Mexico. Question for me, Kyle, is that really something that we're going to see become a trend? Is it actually a weak map for them, or is that something that they will have fixed over the last few hours overnight, and they're going to come in looking better than they did even in the group stages?
You would hope that's the case. It is going to be kind of the target on their back here as the team to beat. Right now, though, it is time to meet their opponents, Imperial Esports. Let's see how they feel.
Well, as of yet, Imperial have not had any success against the Chinese teams in this event, but they did do pretty well in the rest of their matches. Got that 2-0 over Kara House and the 2-0 over Pacific Mukta. A little bit of a closer affair, maybe that 10-8 against Pacific Mukta, a bit of a wake-up call for Imperial, but big step up for them now having to face BaiSha, and if their result against All Gamers is anything to go by, maybe they're not able to cut the mustard against the Chinese teams. That's something that we're here to find out today. And I do feel as though I kind of get this sentiment that Imperial has something left in the tank, right? I don't think we've actually seen peak Imperial at this event yet, and I'm hoping today that they're going to be able to show up and have a competitive series against BaiSha. I think this one could be quite entertaining, to be quite honest with you. I would not actually even be hugely surprised if we go all the way into map 5 for this series, but a lot of that is going to come down to what the map pick and ban order is going to look like.
Yeah, I think this could be the first time we see Eagle Eye left on the table. It wouldn't surprise me. I feel like a lot of teams have kind of saved it for this best of 5 situation to maybe bait another team into picking it so they can actually get a more effective ban on their side of things. Of course, as we take a look at the roster here for BaiSha Gaming, we've had a lot of hot and cold performances from many players on this team. The big player I'm looking at today, though, after that last map yesterday, is going to be Xiao.
Yeah, I think he really displayed what he could do, and if he's going to be a hot and cold player, you're hoping him to turn up quite hot today. Also should mention that the statistics now have been updated, so these are the stats that have come through from the group stage rather than from a previous tournament, so a little bit more relevant, and Blacklist side actually looking a little more favorable for BaiSha, similar to what you were saying yesterday evening. They are a bit more capable on that side of the map. Here's the, again, updated stats for the individuals. 9 has very much been that standout player for BaiSha at this event. Xiao has had his moments as well. And I think for the most part, yeah, we kind of agreed that 577 was the individual that was struggling the most here for BaiSha, but even he is still able to post a positive KD and a decent scoreline. So a formidable roster across the board.
Yeah, they really are, especially on that Blacklist side. They're going to be so tough to defend against, and for Imperial, that's going to be their big task at hand. How can they shut down that Blacklist side that has led to a 70% win rate? Looking on the other side of things, though, the updated stats for Imperial, 60% win on the GR side, so it's actually probably one of the better performing teams on GR overall. Maybe that will help them in this clash head-to-head, but in terms of individuals, I know Goken's kind of a key talking point for this roster, but aside from him being in that leadership role with that who else do you look to on this team?
Yeah, I mean, I think the stats sort of speak for themselves, right? LKK and Ryu Zhao have kind of been the other two behind Goken. I thought Ryu Zhao in particular, not only the fact that he's kind of got a bit of a decent spread of stats right here, but I think his impact as well, you know, I look at him as someone who tends to find the important kills at the right time, whereas some of the other individuals on this team, in particular, I've felt Feifei has maybe been a bit of a liability in terms of the sire holds on the GR side. If BaiSha can look to exploit that, that's where I think you could potentially see some problems arising here for Imperial. And again, with the aggressive style that BaiSha brings on that blacklist side, then I wouldn't be super surprised to see them trying to sort of isolate him on some bomb sites. And it does seem like Feifei is kind of given some of these worse roles by Imperial, just the way that his team lineup works around him has him a little bit isolated sometimes. Match history would say BaiSha comes in as the favourites. Not a huge surprise to me that is going to be the case, but looking at the key players for this matchup, 9 can't really go past him as the individual at the moment that's popping off for BaiSha, and LKK, another rifler coming through here for the Imperial roster that's been putting up some good numbers, but are they going to be up to the task today against BaiSha? I think just looking at it on paper, statistically speaking, BaiSha definitely looks a lot stronger.
Yeah, they definitely look like the stronger team. I think for me, it's going to come down to how Imperial plays this pick and ban, because there are maps where I would consider them the stronger team, but when you look at the map pool as a whole, it definitely leans in favor slightly, I think, of BaiSha. So I think a lot of it comes down to, have they done their homework here to prepare for what map to pull out of the pool? I think maybe an Ankara ban might be the go-to here for someone like Imperial, knowing BaiSha hasn't really looked bad on it. On the other side, though, I'm interested to see, but it's actually a Mexico ban from BaiSha. Imperial bans out Compound, and then the order, Black Widow, Eagle Eye, Subbase, Ankara, Port. So it's pretty much a toss-up, I would say, on this pool.
I kind of like the way this is played out. I like the fact that Compound's been banned away by Imperial. I think that's an intelligent choice. Obviously, Mexico didn't look good for BaiSha at all yesterday. Get that one out of the pool, but Eagle Eye is what interests me. It will be the first time we get to see that map in this event, and we are guaranteed to see it in this series as well. I think that's a big curveball thrown in by BaiSha.
Yeah, and looking at the maps as well for the first 3, I think this is an important note. The 2 maps they've beat them on in the past are in the first 3 maps, that being Black Widow and Subbase. So that potential's on the table. You combine that with the other map in the opening 3 being Eagle Eye, where a lot of teams haven't put in that time in preparation compared to the rest of the pool. It actually holds to be pretty well, but as we take a look at the predictions here, this is only going to be the second time we disagree here.
Yeah, well, look, I'm hedging my bets with the Chinese roster. I think this was a pretty difficult one to call, to be honest. I don't necessarily blame you for going the way of Imperial. I even considered it myself, but again, I'm just someone that has kind of seen over the history of CrossFire esports and all the time that I've been working these events, I've just seen a little bit more from the Chinese teams, a little bit more consistency from them as well. I think their scene is the best in the world. So I don't really have any reason to go against them. Yes, that result yesterday gave me a little bit of trepidation in my prediction, but even after now seeing the veto, it seems like they're doing their best to sort of figure that out and make sure that Mexico is not going to be in this pool and not going to be an issue for today. So I've still got to back them here. I think they have a higher peak level than Imperial does, but I do think Imperial's going to be able to make this one close. So it's time for us to find out as we do head on to our first map of the playoffs. So here we are on to Black Widow, map 1 of the series, and BaiSha Gaming starting on the GR side, their favoured side, very quick out the gates. That is 2 impressive opening frags.
Make the third already, Xiao finding Feifei. EDRF goes down as well. And just 20 seconds in, it's a 1-on-5 for Ryuzhao. He does manage to find at least a kill, but not a lot more to be done here. BaiSha, they've got this one locked down. They've already got a lurk as well. In the mid double doors, Ryuzhao looking for that kill in the A window. He's taken down to 6 HP, 9 on the flank. Should be able to spot him out here. Not sure. His hesitation, it's going to backfire a little bit. Takes it down to a 1-on-3, but I mean, he knows he can't get through here.
Yeah, BaiSha's not looking likely to lose this one, so Ryuzhao will just keep that KD in check, you know, pump the stats up a little bit by ensuring he doesn't go down. And that's the first round on the board for BaiSha. Black Widow, I think it's a bit of a bold choice from Imperial up against BaiSha, considering the way that BaiSha likes to play the game, that they also have quite a strong and flashy sniper player as well on a map where you can definitely expect to see a lot of impact coming through from your sniper. And obviously they allow BaiSha to play on that BL side as their side of choice initially. It does give BaiSha the opportunity to really sort of come out the gate strong, dictate how this game plays out, build up that momentum heading into their own map choice of Eagle Eye. And I mean, at that point, potentially you're down 2-0 in the series and having to really make a tough comeback against a very seasoned squad. So important in my mind that Imperial can actually get on top of this one early.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at the history, though, this is one of the 2 maps they've actually beat BaiSha on before, so I understand why they would pick this, but this BaiSha roster on the BL side is very tough to deal with, so I'm looking to them to see what adjustments they're going to make after that opening round. That aggression, they were just not prepared for at all, especially in the middle of the map. This time, though, you can see a lot more reservation in how they're playing. Very, very passive angles on this one, leaving that A bomb site pretty much just in the hands of Lukum here, holding on to the A-long position, and he really has to pop off here to find these initial kills. He's got the corner pocket ready to go. He's got 3 players ready to peek onto him. He's going to go for the shots, but 9 shuts it down right away. ADRF from below, almost able to find Xiao, but the drop shot is good. And again, it's not looking like a good round. Goken fires back, though, takes down Xiao. They've got it down to a 3-on-4, and now maybe a winnable situation.
Still a pretty tough one to come back from. They haven't really got a lot of control on the map. They can come through from mid or through from the bridge, but they don't have anyone over toward long. And that is going to leave BaiSha feeling relatively uncontested. XQLun, if it is necessary, is going to be that insurance fund to win this round. But Imperial really struggling to find any entries so far. BaiSha showing a lot of discipline in this game so far. Really not giving any openings over to Imperial. It's pretty dominant so far from BaiSha. Goken will give himself a crack, but just not landing those same magic shots that we've seen from him throughout the group stage in that round. And a 2-0 lead immediately is the scoreline from BaiSha.
Yeah, it's a tough start. Imperial, they've got to find a way to win these early picks. This is where BaiSha is so valuable. When you look at the individuals on this team, especially 9 and Xiao, they know how to find them early on. We do see Feifei playing a little bit more aggressive on the mid doors. Goken as well. It's the opening pick onto XQ1. Quickly traded down, though, as the A push comes through. Lukum, though, he can hold on here. Not for long, though. Only 1 and done. 3v3 as the retake starts.
Yeah, much better start to the round for Imperial. They're going to be able to get the plan down, but 577's gone on a bit of an expedition into mid. He even tries to get aggressive to catch Feifei, but ADRF is the ultimate prize for 577, who in the blink of an eye pretty much shuts this round down. Ryu Zhao has been good in the clutch for Imperial so far, but this is a task too tall. And another decisive round in the end. It was a bit 50-50 for a moment, but BaiSha just accelerate once more. And this is a fantastic start to the series for BaiSha. We saw in those stats they are better on the BL side. Imperial is better on the GR side. So this was kind of the clash of 2 styles. This was the side where both teams should actually be feeling comfortable. And you're already seeing a 3-0 discrepancy at the start of the game. It's not a good sign for Imperial, especially considering this is their map choice. And if we expect to see this go in a close fashion the entire series, well, this is not the way that I would have envisioned that happening.
Yeah, I feel like looking at the map pool, this is actually one of the ones Imperial needs to win to take down BaiSha. So already not a good start for them, but there is still time to recover, knowing they still have a decent blacklist side on this map as well. They could bounce back with a solid second half. It's got to start here and now, though. A 4-0 lead would be very, very challenging to overcome. They've got the stack, though. 4 players on the A bomb site. They've read it perfectly, but they've still got to lock this down. Goken going to be playing contact on the long. 577 and 9, though, just steamroll their way through. Xiao finds another. ADRF only finds 1 on his way down and out. Ryuza, what is he doing here? Stuck in the window. He's taken down as well. Feifei, he's left alone now.
I just seen Feifei give the tactical timeout card over to the admin in his player camp. So might even be able to just use this extra, you know, time on that C4 timer to have a bit of a chat about what they need to change up, because this is not even looking like a contest at the moment, right? If we look at Imperial, they've got 8 kills total in 4 rounds. So they're getting 2 kills a round. It's just not enough. It's clearly not enough. It's not acceptable against a team like BaiSha, who at the moment are kind of waltzing through this game pretty comfortably. But this will be an extended bit of downtime, right? With the bomb timer plus the 1.5-minute tac timeout to come through from Imperial. Have to imagine that they really will now have a bit of an opportunity to have a chat, and perhaps even it was a technical timeout. No, it's a tac timeout. Just saw the players talking to the admin for a second there. I thought maybe there was an issue, but yeah, tac timeout, look, it makes a lot of sense, right? You're down 0-4. It's the playoffs. It's the first game of the playoffs as well. You've been a bit stunned by the pace that BaiSha is bringing. It's not even as if any of these rounds are like playing out particularly slowly. Like BaiSha is feeling really confident. They're moving through the map nice and quickly. They're not giving time to Imperial to think. So big conversation to be had right here as to what they want to change up, and I'm interested to see what Imperial's going to come up with here.
Yeah, it's a lot to ask here to already swing back after that, but they've got to do it here. I feel like this is a map they've really got to find a way to win. When I saw the map pick and bans, I felt like their best bet was to win this 3-0. When we see the map order, knowing that 4th map is Ankara, a map where BaiSha's looked almost unstoppable. Port as well, historically. They've played twice and lost twice to BaiSha on that map. So if they go down here, I think it's very likely they lose the whole series completely. So for them, I'm hoping they can find a way during this pause to bounce back, maybe change their approach, meet that aggression somewhere a little bit more reasonable in the middle of the map. It seems like they're almost trying to play too reserved, and if you give BaiSha that room to work with, they're not afraid to take full advantage.
Yeah, I would like to see maybe Goken enabled in some way, shape or form. I think he's always been a bit of an X factor for this roster, so let's try to get him involved in the round early, maybe with a push up through short or a push in through mid. Just try to at least enable your star players to have a crack in the round while it still matters, rather than only actually coming into play when someone's died or a couple of players have died and you're trying to make a 3v5 retake happen, something like that. Not sure what's happening here, so maybe it is a technical timeout rather, in the end. I was going to say maybe that tac pause was just an opportunity for a mental reset as well, because when you sort of get into these situations where you're just losing round after round after round, it can be hard to get out of that sort of mental struggle that you feel like you have to sort of over-peak a corner, have to make a difference. You're probably not playing the same way. Either you're playing too aggressive or not aggressive enough. You're overthinking all the situations. Here's a good opportunity to just sort of reset, go back to square one. Obviously, you can't take away the 4 rounds that BaiSha have got, but you can find another mentality to come into it with after a bit of a reset here. And let's just consider this a fresh start.
Yeah, they certainly need a fresh start here, because what we're seeing right now is not even really close rounds. A lot of it's just BaiSha going ham in the early round, getting a massive advantage, and then just taking over that A-bomb site. I think from this perspective, they've really just got to shift what they can do in the mid control. It seems like BaiSha, they go for Cat early on, and then the A execution's just so easy for them from there, especially with the shots they're hitting. But it's a tough one to figure out during a pause time what you even do when the majority of the problem seems to be just so far getting heavily outshot.
So there was a mic issue. Now we're remaking the lobby, which means this map will take a little bit longer to play out. But I assume if we are remaking the lobby, then that means at least the mic issue is now fixed. And it's just a case of getting all the players back into the server, ready to go. I got to imagine this kind of a pause for this kind of a length can only be a detriment to BaiSha. Right? They have all that momentum. It's going fantastically for them. They're barely even losing an individual on any of these rounds. Imperial was getting 2 kills a round up to this point, which is just not enough. And now there's a pause. Momentum's gone for BaiSha. Sure, they're still confident. They're still feeling good, and they'd, be believing that they're the better team. But sometimes just that little bit of a reset can make a big difference. I'm sure you've experienced the same thing, right? When you're playing a game, if something takes a bit of a turn, it just feels a bit different when you get back in the server for the first time.
Yeah, it definitely can, but I do think one of the big benefits I've noticed in BaiSha and how they've kind of turned around with their performance in the event, I feel like that loss to VASCO was kind of like a huge wake-up call for them, because since that lost map, they've looked way better. I mean, you had a 10-1 on the map after, and already they're on a bit of a tear here as well, and I think that could have been what kind of reignited this team to an even scarier level.
Potentially, I don't disagree with you at all. And I think we're probably getting back into game, which is good to see. So 4-0 scoreline right now for BaiSha. Where's the change up from Imperial? LKK, a little bit more aggression out through from mid. ADRF is also having a bit of a poke around. But BaiSha have slowed things down. Perhaps expecting the change up from Imperial.
Seems to be well read here. But do they know exactly where these players will be? ADRF in the key position, really, in this round, playing the A ramp. Feifei as well on the CROSSFIRE, sitting in the back of Catwalk, waiting for that push to come through. 577, looking for that information. They've got to hit the shots here. ADRF going to be good for 1. It's not good enough, though. A 2-for-1 trade starts off the round. And again, they don't have anything in the early round to work with here.
Yeah, it's just not ideal at all, is it? LKK, I think if he goes on a bit of an expedition, maybe he can try to be the difference maker right here. But actually now seeing BaiSha head back in his direction, you'd probably want to see that come through from Gokun instead. Ryu Zhao being the anchor over toward A. LKK, has he spotted a bit of info there? Well, Gokun is watching the mid doors, but Nine is really pressuring him. Both players need to be careful there. I think an unnecessary fight, to be honest, for both of those, especially considering BaiSha should find those entries onto B cleanly, which they will. 1 for 1, that's totally fine. C4 going down. Gokun wants to make the hero play through the smoke, but ends up giving up his life. And now onto Ryu Zhao, who has had some pretty good clutches in this event so far, but not against the likes of BaiSha Gaming. That is the biggest concern for me, and we'll get to see what Xiao's looking like today there as well. Quick shot from him. So it's all firing on all cylinders right here for BaiSha. I think you're right in saying that that match yesterday against VASCO was a real wake-up call.
Yeah, at this point, this is looking like a team that could definitely find themselves in that championship match on Sunday. And Imperial, they've got to find a way to stop that. The big benefit here is worst case scenario, they go down here in a pretty severe fashion. They've still got a whole best of 5 to work with to try and recover, learn what they can, and adapt to this play style. But so far on this map, it's not seeming too likely they'll find that way back into it. It is going to be 9 on the catwalk to find the first. Lukum, though, the collateral spray down, gets the second and third kills of the round going his direction, and now they've got exactly what they need in a round. The advantage to work with. Gokun able to find another here. XQ Lun manages the trade, but he's down to 1 HP. The flank from Xiao, he whiffs the shot. That's a huge mistake now. Lukum can take him down, but somehow XQ Lun saves him from the bomb site.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. Xiao, a bit of an uncharacteristic miss from him. Does just get back across to the side boxes safely. C4 in hand for XQ Lun right now. He's not even committing to A. He's going on a little journey back out through long, and I actually really like this. He might still catch ADRF in the back if he gets his timing right. Has gone maybe just quickly enough there. I don't think ADRF has spotted him. So if he gets all the way around to B and can get that plant down cheaply, I wonder if Imperial even still assume that it's going to be the A site plant. Xiao, though, has been spotted by ADRF, but this time He will not make the mistake of missing the shot. It should kind of give the game away for Ryu Zhao that the rotation was going to be. But I'm not sure that info is worth the cost of losing a player. And this looks like it'll be another clutch potentially from BaiSha to go up 6-0.
They've got almost no HP to work with, but that position from Xiao could be all they need to win the round here. He's so far away, though. If somehow XQ Lun goes down a little bit too quickly, I don't know if Xiao can make it in time, but he hits the shot anyways. That is going to be a devastating round to lose for Imperial, though. They had everything they needed. Both remaining players 10 HP or less in a 2-on-3 and still win.
And you had Xiao just absolutely caking it, trying to walk into A. I think that's the difference maker, though. If Xiao actually dies there, the round's probably over. The fact that he somehow is able to survive and gets saved by XQ Lun obviously makes that possible, because it ends up being Xiao to win that final duel. Man, it just seems like Imperial can't do anything right at the moment. 8 kills after the first 4 rounds. Add to that tally another 4 in the subsequent 2 rounds. It's not getting better. It's not improving. Well, it's 5, actually, if I do my math correctly. So maybe it is marginally improving for Imperial, but not, I think the point still stands.
Yeah, it does. I mean, at this point, it's almost a matter of just looking like they're a little bit nervous or anxious. I'm not sure what it is, but they are not really playing too well as a unit. The way they're peeking these angles in mid, even when they're going for the counter aggression, it doesn't seem like they're fully prepared to trade properly off of each other. You combine that with Xiao and Nine still hitting really good shots. Even since the reset, the momentum hasn't been slowed down. They've got to find a way to break through here. BaiSha, though, going for the execute already onto the B bomb site. There's only one player here. It's going to be Ryu Zhao taken down without a fight. Gokun sneaks in behind the smokes, but he's spotted out as well.
Yeah, straight up into the bomb site. No problems at all for BaiSha. The map is continuing in the same fashion. And this is really dire straits for Imperial. They need something to get them back into this contest. They need someone to pop off. They need someone to bring in a big clutch. Restore some of that momentum and self-belief even. Because you got to wonder, even at this point now, Imperial thinking they're completely out of this. Good round so far from ADRF. There's another kill for him, and LKK finds one more. This is starting to look a little bit more doable, but 577 could still win the round just based on the time if he finds a couple of quick shots right here. Oh, the defuse is on, but he missed the spray.
Oh my goodness. You thought surely he had it after the double kill, but they are counting their lucky stars with that one, that he ran out of bullets. They managed one round, but one is not going to be enough, and probably even still a very shaky round with it. It came down to almost losing a 1v3 to cross that finish line. I mean, even if he takes the gun duel there, he probably loses in that situation. The Ninja Diffuse really the only way through. They haven't won a single round when it comes down to gunfights, and that's the big problem here. They haven't found a way to deal with things, and you've also got 2 players since the pause from Imperial yet to put one up on the board.
Yeah. I mean, that round certainly still doesn't fill you with a whole lot of confidence, but at least it is a round. Gets Imperial on the board, gets the scoreboard ticking over. They're not in danger of getting 10-0'd anymore. And it kind of was feeling like that would be the case. But with the ease that BaiSha found their way into that B bomb site, I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to go back in that direction. 2 clean entries is what they got. Normally, you expect if you get 2 clean entries into a site, you've pretty much won the round then and there. Not quite the execution from BaiSha on the post plant that they wanted, but still, you continue to put yourself in good positions and gain advantages, especially 2-man advantages. Inevitably, you're going to start closing some of those rounds out, and that's pretty much been the methodology for BaiSha so far. They've been finding clean entries. They've been going up in numbers, and, well, 6 out of 7 times they've actually closed those rounds out.
Now they are looking for that 7th, putting a lot of their efforts towards the B bomb site. ADRS is caught alone. 9, though, through the double doors, takes down one. Goken able to trade out with a kill on the 577. They're trying to get this pre-fire going through the doors onto B. Wunan already in position to get the bomb down, 20 seconds on the clock, but they've got full control over the B bomb site.
Yeah, Xiao set up once again in his favorite position to hold with this post plant. Debatably a bit of a better setup actually here for BaiSha than the previous round, and a quick trade through from XQLun will ensure LKK's kill does not go unanswered. Not much you can really do there as Ryu Xiao Xiao quick on the trigger, peeking from the stairs. And so now again a numbers disadvantage for Imperial, where they'll have to try to walk into the side. Big crossfire. XQLun finding that opening kill should open things up nicely for BaiSha, and does. Bit of an anticlimax really. Imperial get their one round and then they go out in the next with a bit of a whimper.
Seems like map one could be quickly closing out here in favor of BaiSha. Imperial, they've got to find something soon. 2 rounds on the board even. Still doesn't feel like quite enough. Ryu Zhao able to get the first. Almost the second here as well, on to 9. Catches him on the smoke. He really wants that kill. Not going to find it, though. 9 just toying with him. Wants to have him peek through the smoke. He's got the extra support there as well in case things go wrong. That nade, though, takes him down to about 30.
Well, this is the first time that BaiSha's really going to have to negotiate things at a serious numbers deficit. XQLun will catch Feifei, who goes fishing in that. Meanwhile, though, Xiao did also fall, and ADRF is back for another strike there for Imperial. Seems as though maybe they'll be able to scrounge 2 rounds together on this global risk side. Wunan is getting busy in mid while Nine's taking that fight, but 2 rounds is the scoreline that Imperial manages in the first half. I mean, they do pull together a couple, to be fair, but I'm not sure that is really the number that they were looking for. Their map choice, starting on their favorite side as well. It's not a very fun place to be.
Yeah, at this point, they need a phenomenal second half to have really any chance of taking this first map away. If BaiSha gets a big win here, though, that's a lot of momentum to carry into that second map, which is going to be Eagle Eye on the horizon here for both of these teams. A map we have not seen in this tournament yet. But if you have to picture both teams going in with a map that they don't feel quite as confident on compared to the rest of the pool, you have to give it to probably the team that's leading going into that map as well. I feel like the momentum from this first map, especially if we see a 10-2, could be a huge factor for BaiSha, considering not only that win, their last one before this was also a 10-1. They're starting to paint a picture of a team that's getting better and better here, and I don't think this is going to be an easy road ahead, even if Imperial start to get some rounds.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. So reset the lobby once again, heading into the second half right here, and a pretty hefty task ahead for Imperial to save this first map. That's a good entry though from LKK. XQLun just getting caught fishing around the corner. Wunan will try to equalize the numbers, unable to do so. 577 as well. It takes him a little while to get over the line against Ryu Zhao. Goken, oh, he needs to be very careful there. Both him and Xiao actually playing with fire. I think this is more acceptable for Xiao to be doing though, considering they are at a numbers deficit. Try to get something quickly back and bring it back to the 3-on-3, but not a great start to this second half for BaiSha. Not only down 2 members, but also Xiao and 577. Very, very low.
Imperial, they've got everything they need to win the opening round of the half, but as we saw in the previous half, even with this little HP to work with, BaiSha, they're so good at converting these situations. Xiao especially, still an Om here to work with. He can fully control this bomb site all on his own. 9, also full HP to work with. a really solid player in the clutch. They give up control over this bomb site and play heavily on A. But is Imperial going to figure this out? I don't seem to know just yet. 9 going to be spotted as well. He's taken down to 20. It's not looking too good for BaiSha, but just as I say that, 577 catches the lurk. It's going to be Lukum going down.
Yeah, that nade from Gokun not quite going to go deep enough. ADRF, though, will catch 9. Xiao misses his shot. That might have been the one chance that BaiSha has back into this round. See what he can do, though. He's got some pretty fancy shots when he gets rolling. That'll be shut down before it gets too exciting, and now it's on to 577, who will instead opt to wrap in behind Imperial. Gokun watching for that, but timing may not be too bad here for 577. Has been spotted now, though, and Gokun takes the peak. So Imperial on the board early in the second half.
Yeah, I mean, even though they are slightly better as a team on the GR for this map specifically, the BL side tends to be where teams like to be, so it's not necessarily the worst situation in the world to try and close it out here on this side for Imperial if they have to bring it back. This is going to be a pretty big collision, though. 3-on-3 A long Imperial. They want to peek into this. They're going for the shots. Xiao ready on the other side, but Imperial backs off now. They don't have the advantage anymore to work with on spacing. They do have Feifei as well, sneaking into that position. He actually gives it up. No A long control even warranted here in this position, and now they go back towards B.
Bit of a stack over on that side of the map from BaiSha. Not going to be the easiest of sites to get into. 3 players there. Wu9 just jump spotting as well. 9 ready to swing if the info does come through. 577 will set up that crossfire, and that works out really nicely. 9 gave up his life, but it was 577 that was able to capitalize, and so far a clean enough exchange that BaiSha will be happy with. It's also given time for XYulan to come across, so Wu9 only really needs to play off of his contact. XYulan takes matters into his own hands, though, and gives BaiSha an even further advantage. Now Gokun with some pretty difficult aim builds to win, particularly with an Orm in hand. Can't do much. BaiSha one step closer to victory on map 1.
Yeah, it's looking very solid for them. Even the rounds, they look a little bit shaky. They redeem themselves the majority of the time, and so I feel like for Imperial, this is their last chance. They've got to get the ball rolling now. Otherwise, BaiSha, they already moved to map point. And if they get to 9, they generally aren't a team that has trouble closing things out. It's going to be a nade stack on A long starting off the round. Gokun taken down to about 60 health here. The rest of his team trying to work for mid control, leaving Ryuzao over towards the B bomb site to lurk. They're going to be going for the catwalk push here. Nobody directly on it for BaiSha. They've only got 1 player underneath, XYulan, holding for that mid double doors push, but they've got a lot of forward control on A long. This is the key position here, 9. He's set up for a very fast flank.
That is a classic 9 tendency, isn't it? Likes to be pretty aggressive on that GR side of the map. Two-man set up over toward long. Looks like it is actually going to be tested. Pretty key that Xiao is able to land this first shot. If he does do so, 9 then takes the contact. Oh, Xiao again. That's not one that you want to be missing at all, but at the very least it gives info over to 9 and doesn't quite work out for them. That's a painful miss. Should be an easy one, should be a sit-up. Wu9 now has a difficult job alongside XYulan of making their way back into the A side, but they do successfully get the better of LKK. And Imperial is still moving through the map quite slowly. Now the test is here for Gokun.
He's got to connect here, misses the shot. It's a huge miss. Now BaiSha, they've got a chance to take it back. 3-on-2, Feifei, Ryuzao, they've got to hang on here, but it's not going to matter. Feifei, he's flashed out into the corner. Only going to be able to get 1. BaiSha, they find themselves a 9th here taking it to a 9-3 lead. And these are the rounds where Imperial, they look so close, but BaiSha, they're able to squeeze in off a couple missed shots and they make it their own. And if Imperial can start converting these rounds where they have the advantage in their favor, this would be a pretty close game, probably within just a couple of rounds. But right now, it's cost them way too many.
Yeah, it's tough ask to come back from this one. I think both snipers in that round are going to probably want to forget about how that round played out. Xiao and Goken both missing some crucial shots. But ultimately, it is BaiSha that comes through with the dub. So Wunan having a look into mid as well alongside XQlon. We can expect to see another slower round. It's Imperial on the blacklist side. They don't often like to be too quick through the map. That is one of the key differences between these two teams. BaiSha very fast, decisive on that blacklist side, and Imperial take it a lot slower and leave it really down to sort of the last moment to actually hit one of the sites. And it looks like, again, it will be the approach of choice from Imperial.
BaiSha, though, they've got a huge play in the making. 9 sneaks his way into spawn. ADRF not ready for that one. It's a huge flank, and now they can add that pressure into mid as well. They've got a little bit of forward aggression coming out from 577 on the mid double doors. Wunan going to join him there. But this is a seriously tough place to be. I mean, 9, he's already behind them in the GR spawn, pushed all the way through, and the C4, he's down there as well. It's going to be a tough one for Ryuza to get out of safely.
Does at least make his way up into short, but BaiSha have so much map control that they've fully stacked over toward the A side, and this time Xiao, he hits the more exciting shots, really, doesn't he? The sitters are the ones that seem to be hard for him. Either way, he's done his job, and now it's just Feifei, and you can't expect Feifei to get this done on his own. First map goes the way of BaiSha, 10-3 the scoreline, and in a dominant fashion as well. That was just a little bit too easy from the Chinese squad.
Yeah, it seemed like all throughout Imperial just not feeling the game here today, looking a little bit shaky, and definitely scares me for what they might do in the future maps as well here, because BaiSha's looking almost unstoppable. And if that continues to be a trend, this could be a quick series.
Yeah, absolutely, especially considering how sub-bases look for BaiSha. They had a game on sub-base on day one. That was against GV, which they won 10-2. Very dominant performance from them there. Imperial took them a long time to get the better of Cara House on that map, and the same can be said in that match against Pacific Makta. So I think obviously we've got Eagle Eye to talk about next. I don't really have too much to say about that because we haven't actually watched that map yet in this event. We have no data on it between these two teams. So, I mean, I guess you've got to give the benefit of the doubt, obviously, to BaiSha at that point, considering they were the ones that chose the map. And that's what worries me, is if we go down 0-2 right here for Imperial, they actually opted to choose sub-bases map 3 in this series. And look, I think the entire map pool actually looks quite good for BaiSha, right? Considering Ankara, how good they looked on it yesterday. Port, they've had some good games on in this event as well. So, I don't know, it sort of seems like you're in a rock and a hard place almost if you're Imperial after that Black Widow pick goes quite poorly, and I think that was something that you were alluding to as well earlier. We'll talk about that in just a second, though. First, we do have to take a look back at the highlights from that map. So taking a look back at how things shaped up on paper in that last map, and you could see very solid performances from almost everyone on BaiSha. Wunan did go a little bit missing, took a little while to kind of get involved, but Xulan, Xiao, 2KD, 577, and 9 above 1.5. That's really solid stuff, and it's kind of the same old story for Imperial where, you know, they have some moments, definitely. Fei again, kind of struggling in the department, but just no one really popping off, no one really firing for Imperial, unfortunately, in this one.
Yeah, it was a tough game. I've got some hope at least they can maybe get a map in this series if they go into Eagle Eye or sub-base, changing their strategies up a little bit, playing with a little bit more confidence as well. I think that's the big story here, though, is they didn't seem like they were eager to want to fight this team, but when you look at the firepower on the other side, it's not really a big question as to why that is the case. I mean, it's a very deadly team to go up against. Of course, 577 securing the MVP, but you really could have given it to just about anyone in the situation because across the board, it was just a night and day difference between these two teams and really just completely getting outclassed on Black Widow.
Very much was an effort by committee, but it's got to be a good feeling for 577, who's been having a little bit of a slower tournament in comparison to the rest of his teammates, to kind of pull his weight on that first map of the playoffs and grab the MVP. I believe that is his first for the event so far. Now, back to that discussion I was having with Kyle. I mean, obviously, the rest of this map pool looking a little bit dire, I'd say, for Imperial. Are you on the same train of thought as I am? I mean, I'm almost seeing a 3-0 now.
Yeah, I think so. When I first saw the maps, I would have said Imperial needed to win 3-0 to take this because it gets progressively harder as these maps stack up against them, especially considering they haven't played Eagle Eye yet. So I'm curious to see what they'll do in that second map, but it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, I think Eagle Eye is going to be the big sort of X factor, right? If this does actually go the way of Imperial, I can obviously see a little bit of a discussion to continue to be had, but if that goes 2-0, if BaiSha's up 2-0 going into sub-base, then I'm calling 3-0 every day of the week. We'll find out how that all plays out, though, in just a second. It's time for a short break. Don't go too far away. Map 2 is coming up right after this.
That's a championship point. All gamers will be. That's the championship point. All gamers will be.
It's day one of the playoffs here at the CFS Summer Championship 2023, and right now one team is turning up and the other maybe hasn't quite arrived yet. It was a 10-3 scoreline in the first map. BaiSha picking up the map victory on Black Widow. Unfortunate news for Imperial, considering that was their map choice, and now we're moving on to Eagle Eye. We'll show you how the actual entire best of 5 did work out in terms of the picks and bans right here. And Kyle, I mean, I've got a question as to whether or not we're even going to need all 5 of these maps. I mean, Compound, great ban from Imperial. Mexico, great ban from BaiSha. Then once we got into this pick and ban, Black Widow's already out the wayside. That's in the bin for Imperial. Eagle Eye we haven't even seen yet in this event. And I think subbase looks pretty good for BaiSha, so I'll be a little bit worried for Imperial at this point.
Yeah, you definitely have to be after that first map. I mean, I feel like that would have been a must-win for Imperial. Now they go to BaiSha's first pick of Eagle Eye, which means if they're putting it on the table this early, I'm assuming they've prepared something for it and should be feeling good about their odds to take this one. Sub-base, for me, that one's kind of a 50-50 compared to what we might see on Eagle Eye, but you've got to think if it's a 2-0 lead for BaiSha, they probably take that one as well. And this is where Imperial has to show us something different and maybe try and flip the script here, because that first map, there was just nothing going for them.
Yeah, what also sort of has me worried a little bit after watching that is that BaiSha's going to get to start on the blacklist side in the first 3 maps. So that's a problem, I think, as well for Imperial, but we'll see what they can do, whether or not they can salvage things here as we head on to Eagle Eye. And off we go for the first time in this event onto Eagle Eye, and Imperial will start off on Global Risk. But all eyes really are on BaiSha here. What do they have prepared for this event? That is pretty much what we're wondering going into Eagle Eye, because they haven't pulled it out yet. But to take it as essentially their first map pick in the playoffs is a bold move.
It is, but I think it could pay off just because of a lot of other teams. They've banned it throughout. They may not be fully prepared on it in the same way. And BaiSha, I feel like if both teams aren't quite as prepared on a map, they're the favored team because they can take the aim duels and feel comfortable in just doing that a lot of the time. But we are going to see an adjustment starting off this one already from Imperial. Feifei going to be aiming as well alongside Gokun, so maybe this unique setup could pay off for them.
Yeah, well, Feifei may well have to come into play in this round because the play is headed over toward the B site, which is where he is sort of trending toward. Gokun has smoked off this angle, but I'm not sure how much that's really going to help him. It's going to allow BaiSha to creep up close, and typically you don't want to allow that to happen when you've got an Orm in hand. Feifei run down, even though he gets 1 kill. That's just not enough. And instantly, BaiSha off to the races once again. They have the lead. 4 on 3. Plant is down, playing the post plan out. Imperial need to try to retake through this thick cover of smoke. It's not an easy task.
CB9 in position to hold it off. He can't really hold it off, though. Moved on. He just has to play the clock here. XQ1 able to find 1. But look at this from Imperial. They've got the full retake working in their favor. Xiao, the last alive, to try and put a stop to it. But they're not even on the bomb yet. They got to try and defuse here. And now Xiao, he can just dance away. There's no time to make this one happen. Even with the kill, the bomb's going to go off.
Yeah, too little, too late for Imperial. A good attempt, but in the end, they needed to be a bit faster. Nine's got some words for the team. But still a good start for BaiSha. Might have come a little bit closer than they had anticipated. But a win's a win.
It definitely did. I mean, they had a 4-on-3. I was surprised it even came down to a situation where Xiao was in a 1v2.
Yep.
They lost a lot of coverage on there, especially when you look at 9 and Wunan not getting a single kill on that post-plant hold. These are guys who are normally popping off from those types of positions, so it does potentially show a hole in the defense, but this time it is going to be BaiSha. Already 2 kills on the table. ADRF trying to creep his way up A long, but after what just happened to his 2 teammates, you can sense that hesitation.
Yeah, and BaiSha seems like they are aware that there could be another player there. They throw a couple of nades in his direction. Put him down to just over half HP. He's going to keep pushing, but I'd say he's an easy pick there for 9. And this round going much more to plan for BaiSha.
Yeah, Lukum and Gokin, they need something huge here to try and get this one tied up early on. Another early lead for BaiSha kind of paints that picture. It could be another quick one up on the table for them to take a 2-0 lead in the series. I'm not sure what they can even do, though. It seems like they're trying unique things. They're pushing, going for these quick trade plays on their counter aggression. But every time, BaiSha right there and ready for the reaction. These guys, they've just got something special about them that's hard to shut down. Wunan able to find one, takes down Lukum. Gokin now left on the opposite site, 1 versus 5. At this point, he's gonna need a stellar play to even come close to taking this round away.
It's gonna probably have to be the best round of the tournament so far if he were to win it. Though Tam did win a 1v5 as well. But not even going to get into that discussion because nothing exciting happened there. Still a lot of conversation happening in the BaiSha camp even after these rounds.
That's what you want to see, though. I mean, I think the reason they kind of fell on the back foot against VASCO is because they weren't having those conversations when they were winning those rounds. They have to keep themselves in a position where even if a round's too close and they get the win, they're perfecting those little things, because when they get to a team later on, like All Gamers, for example, that can win in those little situations where they make those minor mistakes, that could come back to bite them if they're not prepared fully. This time, though, a lot of early pressure onto the A-bomb side. It's going to be Gokin who goes down to Xiao right away. Lukum, he's got to make a play here. XQ1 just toys with him on the double doors. Ryu's only going to be good for 1, and it's a 4-on-2 already.
Not a 4-on-2 anymore. You blink and you'll miss that round. That was just blistering pace from BaiSha. Makes sense why they like to be so aggressive on this Blacklist side when they can do things like that.
Yeah, I mean, Imperial, they've got to try and change this pretty drastically if they don't want to go down and out 3-0. They've played a lot of sloppy rounds, though, trying to go for these picks individually, not working out. Maybe a cohesive peak. 3 or 2 of them pushing into mid or B long could be the difference maker to find that early pick they're looking for. This time, though, they are going to get that individual to find the way through. ADRF finds the opener. Gets taken out immediately, though, by the nade stack. There's nobody helping him fall back, nobody ensuring there's some trade potential on the table, and this is a consistent problem for Imperial.
Still, it's a better looking round than the couple of previous. They can at least take some heart in that one. Ooh, Fei playing with fire here.
He's got the counter flash. He's going to miss, though, in that spray down 4 versus 3 situation. Make it a 4-on-2 already. Fei and Lukum looking for anything that they can find to make this a winnable one. They don't have anything in the cards yet. Fei on the other side of the map trying to play from the bridge. Lukum Gonna find one at least, but Feifei, he's nowhere near the bomb here.
I don't know if he's even going to get anywhere near the bomb.
Looks like a tack pause here. I did see him hand the tack pause card to the ref, so it seems to be the case again. But I mean, they had a 4-0 tack pause last time, and it didn't really help.
Yeah, I was going to say it's the exact same thing, right? They go down 4-0 on that 4th round. They have Feifei saving, essentially, and using that extra time to have a chat, and then they go into the tack pause. But this has just been another level of dominance from BaiSha that we haven't even seen during the group stages. This was supposed to be the closest match of the day.
Yeah, at this point, it seems like VASCO would almost have to be a closer match if this continues to go the way it has been. Which is honestly a little bit disheartening for these guys, because I feel like Imperial, on the right day, could contest here in a pretty close way. But it seems like they're almost meeting BaiSha at their peak, and they're on their side not even close to that peak. And that's where you kind of see this huge discrepancy when it comes to the score on the board here, because BaiSha, they were kind of reignited after that match on Mexico against VASCO. Since then, they've just been on a tear, and I don't think they're going to be in a situation where they even have to worry about losing a map now until maybe All Gamers.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. But let's see what the conversation ends up bearing. It's the exact same thing that we were saying at the last tack pause. Was it, okay, well, you have a conversation, you figure out what maybe you can change up. Do you play a bit more aggressive or do something different somewhere? Try to get Goken in the picture a little bit earlier on? Or is this more of a reset type pause where, okay, yeah, you do get the time to talk, but it's also just more about stopping that momentum of BaiSha and trying to take a little bit of a mental reset, you know, taking a minute and a half out of the game. Obviously, you can see there's a lot of conversations happening, so it's probably a little bit more so the former than the latter.
Yeah, it's a tough one for this team especially. I know Feifei, as an IGL, hasn't had too many experiences taking down the Chinese teams, unlike some of the other players on this team from that former BD lineup. Lukum, though, already goes in alone, taken down. 9 gets the double kill. Ryu's out, at least able to take down Wunan in the trades. But it's not going to matter if they can't find a way to get an advantage at the start of these rounds. 4-on-3, you'd have to think BaiSha is already well on their way to winning another round.
Yeah. I mean, what more is there really to say? I'm a broken record. BaiSha dominance, BaiSha fast through the map. Not so the case necessarily on this map. They have been a little bit slower. They've just liked to set up here in mid. And it's Imperial that's actually been a little bit more aggressive actually in this round, and that has cost them as well. So it doesn't even really matter. It doesn't seem like it matters what you throw at BaiSha. They're ready for anything. Xiao not posted on the correct angle, though, will lose his life to ADRF. And that is, again, an equalizing kill for Imperial. Feifei, though, how much faith do you have in him being able to hold on to this position? Flashes do keep BaiSha stalled for the moment and even turns them away. But again, another opener, and that's the A site completely cracked open. There's only one defender there. It was Goken, and he's down early on in the piece. XQLun has got such a forward position now as well that it'll be really difficult for Imperial to get back in there and defend with. Now smoked off for ADRF as well. And Feifei, maybe if he can find that timing, but has now given away his position with those shots. And I have to say, BaiSha is once again in pole position to win another round.
Yeah, a lot of it comes down to just Goken getting shut down over and over again. He's 0-5 so far in this matchup. Not the player you would expect to be with 0 on the board, but there's still a chance here to get the opening kill. Not for long. 9 responds in kind, takes down Adrian. Feifei, the IGL, 1 versus 2. Can he get it done here? No, he cannot. 5-0, still uncontested coming out of the pause for BaiSha. Yeah, I mean, what do you do in this situation? You know, you're in a team fight against a team that's pretty much outclassing you. Do you think they need to play more assertive or play more reserved?
I don't know that playing more assertive is even the correct decision here, because it seems like BaiSha is setting up default at the start of these rounds and dealing with that aggression. There's been a couple of instances of Imperial actually trying to push in and take those fights. One's through A long, one's through mid. And neither of those have actually worked out. So, do you play aggressive, continue to lose there? Do you play passive, continue to lose there? Do you, I don't know, try to do something really silly like stack, do a 4-1 split, stack 4 players over to one side of the map and hope that you gamble correctly? That could probably be an angle. Maybe you leave Feifei over toward B solo with the Orm, for example.
Yeah, I almost feel like the 2 Orms is part of the problem here. I mean, when you look at what they've done so far, it's 1 kill between the 2 of them in 5 rounds. I'd almost say just run 5 rifles and hope for the best here to make sure if you miss a shot, it's not the end of the world. You can still do something there. But now 577, he's already got the opening pick. Xiao looking for another towards the B hotel. They've given control now over to BaiSha. They've got to play safe here. Liu Zhao looking for that pick over the top. Almost going to get it. Finalizes the kill on the Xiao. Now they've got a chance here at least, but they are very spread out.
Trying to make a push. And he's done a pretty good job of that. 577 down early. First time in a long time that the advantage has actually been with Imperial, but Exculon, he was trying to creep through. Now Feifei's going to need to be careful of Wunan. Hunting him and holds the spray long enough. Feifei just jumps back up into that headshot. This round is definitely not over. BaiSha could still win it. But a lot of this comes down to Nine, who is holding on to the C4, being given the time to survive. And really, Wunan actually needs to open this round up, which he has done. 9 drops, now 25 seconds. That is a problem for BaiSha. If 9 gets that kill, different round. But Wunan has to be very quick now to collect that C4, travel back to A, and somehow win both these duels. LKK now solo. There is a plant going to be available for Wunan, but he doesn't know where LKK is, and so Imperial will finally find their first round on Eagle Eye.
And even then, it's a scrappy one. I mean, 1v1 to decide it, and if Wunan had a little bit more time, I feel like he could have even won that. So now moving forward, they've got to keep things rolling in their direction if they truly want to take this map back. 1 round isn't going to cut it in this half. It's a GR-sided map as well the majority of the time, and this is normally the side they perform better on. But when you're against the, I would imagine, highest performing Blacklist team we've seen so far, could be close between them and All Gamers, but it's going to be a tough one to try and defend, especially when you have nobody having a lacking day. This isn't like All Gamers the other day when they had Shui, you know, having 1 kill on the entire map.
Yeah.
This is everybody playing at their peak for BaiSha.
Feifei, unfortunate. Just looks in the wrong direction. Pre-fire not working out for him. The PvT kill for BaiSha to grab, and now it's onto ADRF, and he, you would think, should get traded. Great spacing from BaiSha so far on this BL side. Ryu Zhao's trying to make some moves. He's made a lot of noise though, and so Nine is just going to shut that down before it even gets close to exciting. Poor Gokun left alive solo again. Tasked with a 1-on-4 this time. Just not seeing it for Imperial today. This has been a dominating performance from BaiSha. I don't know if you would agree with me, but I think this is the best BaiSha has looked in the event so far.
Yeah, it almost makes me think this could be the team that wins it all if they keep playing like this. All Gamers, they've had some shaky moments. I mean, BaiSha did as well, to be fair, against VASCO, but since then, they've looked unstoppable. It could be a combination, though, of Imperial not having the best of days. But right now, Gokun, 1 versus 3. Not going to happen for him. It's a 6-1 lead. And you've got to believe this could be a 2-0 very, very soon here. I mean, Imperial, maybe they've got something in store for us different on sub-base, but when I look at how they play so far, I mean, these first 2 maps I would have said should be much closer too.
Yeah, and also you know that BaiSha's going to start on Blacklist side on sub-base as well, so it's not even if they get like any kind of reprieve in that capacity. You know, they don't get the opportunity to kind of slow the game down all that much when they're on Global Risk side. Like, a lot of this is really up to how BaiSha wants to play. When do they want to take fights? How do they want to work through the map? So in essence, BaiSha is dictating how this game plays out right now. And they will continue to do so up to Ankara, where they actually do start on the global risk side first, if we even get there. But the way it's going at the moment, I mean, it's 4 rounds to 16 so far in this series. Not a good statistic for Imperial.
Doesn't seem likely either. That ratio will change in Imperial's favor. If anything, it might get worse, depending on how this map goes. Could potentially be a 10-1. Imperial can't hold it down. 577 gets the opening kill. 9, gonna be legged at least from Goken. Wow. Needs a kill here. He's overwhelmed. 9 gets the headshot to follow it back. They have full control over this bomb site now in Imperial. There's nothing they can do.
Yeah, I don't know what you want Goken to do really there, right? As soon as his position is known, you see like 3 or 4 flashes thrown at him, 3 or 4 nades thrown at him, and BaiSha just overwhelmed that site with ease. It's another supremely confident round from BaiSha. Imperial again might as well just take a chill pill and have a conversation while ADRF and Feifei let this round go by the wayside. But I mean, you're at the point now where you really do have to be going for every round as well.
Yeah, there's no more time for conversations here. I mean, this is pretty much over. Feifei is going to take the conversation moment anyways. He's definitely not going for it here, but what more can you say? I mean, you're already down in this situation. You've tried a little bit of everything. You can try and amplify your team as much as you can here, talk them up. But at some point in time, it's just going to come down to purely getting outclassed by what this team is able to do. And in some cases, it's not something you can correct in just a single match amount of time.
Yeah, I'm really not sure what there is to say. Like, I'm running out of things to say as the caster. Maybe a bit of a change up here from Imperial with more aggression out from the A side. We did see this once. It really didn't work out for them the last time they tried it. But I guess you got to try something.
They find the opening kill at least. It's a start. But with BaiSha, they know how to close them out regardless. You've got to be on your toes now, even in 5-on-4 advantage. Feifei able to find another one. Maybe a second round on the table here as Goken takes down XQ Lund. 2 versus 5. 1 versus 5. They get it done very quickly there, Imperial. The mid pinch does work out for them. It's a second round on the board. 7-2 at the half. We're going to go into now the GR side from BaiSha Gaming, but when they only need 3, it seems like a very, very winnable situation, and even with a little bit of momentum, it's not going to be enough for Imperial.
This was the exact same scoreline heading into the second half of the previous map, and that ended up 10-3 in the favor of BaiSha. I think we're probably headed in that direction once again as well. Here's what I was talking about though, like BaiSha instantly with that 4-1 split, they've allowed Xiao to solo hold the A bomb site. I would have maybe liked to have seen something like that from Imperial just to see if they could gamble stack correctly. 577's died to fall damage there, I think, but 9 at least is able to trade down alongside Wu9 and keep the numbers pretty even. That's the benefit of having the stack on the right side of the map. They have the numbers over there. Now XQ Lund is going to have to be the difference maker. And also Xiao. How quick can he be with these flicks? Flash is going up in the air, trying to blind him. But he's okay to dance around the staircase. And in fact, Imperial will probably make the call to go back over to B now, knowing they've picked up XQ Lund.
Yeah, Xiao, he's alone here. He's got the time to get in position, though, to stop the planter. Feifei's not necessarily going to beat him onto the plant. Xiao, he's missed the cross, though. Feifei's already on site and could have the advantage now. Xiao just holding the corner of the stairs. If Ryu Zhao goes up, he could go down, but this plant is going to get caught immediately. Xiao, good for the first. Ryu Zhao has to react. He's been spotted, but it's going to come down to the shots here. Xiao misses the first. Oh, the follow-up, though. What a reaction there, and man, they had it. They had everything there to win the round, and they still can't win with these advantages. And this is where this match has crumbled beneath them. They have those opportunities where it's like, okay, this is where you get back into it, and they still don't win the round.
Yeah, what can you do at that point? What can you really do? Xiao's continuing to bring that fine form from the final map of last night into today as well. Morale must be at an all-time low for Imperial. I think at this point, you know, I know there's still at least another map in this series, but they might already be thinking about tomorrow and what they have to do to continue to make the run through the lower bracket. There's a couple of good kills though. So this round's not over. See what Imperial can do about converting this one, which is absolutely a must convert. 3 on 5. Big stack of BaiSha Gaming players though in mid. Oh, this is interesting. I didn't mind it though from BaiSha, even though it didn't work out. I think you got to be active when you're down 3 on 5.
Yeah, they had the right idea there. It was worth the risk, but just so many players there for Imperial. They're able to get it done. But even at this point, they've got to do a lot more here. 8-3. This is where we were on Black Widow. And this is where BaiSha closed it out 10-3. We'll see if it's a different story here on map number 2. Doesn't seem too likely, but Imperial, they've shown us more strength before. But Xiao, he is still popping off. Takes down Feifei right away. Luca stuck in the B Hotel stairs. Has to back off 577. That smoke protecting him very nicely. And they still don't have any openings to work with on the side of Imperial. They've got to find a way to get in quickly. Otherwise, BaiSha, they're so good at just taking more and more map control away from you as the round goes on.
Yeah, BaiSha's still persisting with this 1-4 split as well. Putting a lot of faith in Xiao, which at this point does not feel misplaced. Ooh, spotted Ryu's out. And it's a bold fight to be taking if you're a rifler. But both players do survive the exchange. Look at this from 9 though. Again, you do kind of need to be expecting this sort of thing as Imperial when you're going up against a player like 9. He's known for doing this. And yet they've never really got anyone watching the flank. Sure, you get them 1-for-1. That's not good enough though because you're down a player and you've also spent a bit of time clearing out your back. So anywhere here, this entire piece of territory could still have a BaiSha player in it. And Imperial have to be very careful working through this area of the map. And well, that's why Xulun just finds the perfect timing to catch one more off guard. Imperial just don't look super confident on this map. He's down to ADRF solo. He won't be able to win this round now that he's been spotted out. Double swing will come through. BaiSha up to 9. Another 10-3 awaits.
Yeah, Imperial, they don't have it, it seems, in the system to get it across, but maybe there's hope on a third map, but I definitely have a lot of doubt in my pick at this point, I would say. I mean, I was hopeful we would see a much stronger Imperial today. It looked like they had the makings of a team that could pull off an upset, but then this BaiSha, the last 3 maps they've played have looked phenomenal. World-class performance from them. Pretty much not anything Imperial can do. I can't even point to things they're doing specifically wrong because it's not even any major mistakes on their end. A lot of it just comes down to BaiSha making sure they hit the shots when they need to and Imperial being a little bit hit and miss when it comes to the aim duels.
The B in BaiSha stands for better. This is an interesting approach though that BaiSha might struggle to deal with only one player over toward A. A lot comes down to how long Xiao survives. He only gets himself 1. Wunan on that rotation in also drops, but now BaiSha's almost feeling like they're playing on the blacklist side, and that is home ground territory. ADRF drops 1, but he's now alone. 577 and 9 to deal with. C4's dropped in an awkward spot. We're into clutch territory, and by and large, BaiSha have been better in the clutch than Imperial. 10-3 very much still looks like it will be the scoreline here.
Yeah, here they come up the A staircase. Adrian all alone. He's spotted out, finds the first, but not the round or the map. 10-3. It's going to fall into the hands of BaiSha once again. A very similar score, actually an identical one here as they move forward 2-0 in this best of 5. And now it seems like this could be the beginning of the end for Imperial's run in the upper bracket, but this is the best BaiSha I think we've seen. I'd even say better than CFS BaiSha.
Yeah, this BaiSha looks really scary. Definitely. Is there even much to say about this series at this point? 10-3, 10-3. Utter dominance from BaiSha. And with sub-base to come, yes, it is technically Imperial's map pick. I don't know though. BaiSha's kind of looking like an indomitable force. I mean, this is about as fast as you're going to expect a best of 5 to be going right now. I don't even know. I don't even know what to say. Sub-base is going to be a big one, of course, for Imperial if they want to survive in this series. But they are starting once again on the global risk side, and it feels like BaiSha really are at home on Blacklist. So I can't imagine a reverse sweep is going to be easy to make. And even when I look at the rest of the maps in the pool, Ankara looked so good for BaiSha yesterday, and Port as well has been a map that we've seen some good performances from them on. So I know that we sort of talked about this after the first map, and I said if Eagle Eye goes to BaiSha, I'm going to think it's a 3-0. Well, especially now with the fashion that Eagle Eye has gone to BaiSha, absolutely I'm calling 3-0.
Yeah, it hasn't even looked close. If it had been a bit closer, I'd say, you know, maybe there's a chance Imperial could take sub-base. It is their pick. Their GR side's quite good on this map, but I feel like it's so much mentally to try and bounce back from after how these first two maps have played out. They might need just that full reset and a new day to try and come back here.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. At this point in time, I think if I'm on the Imperial side, I'm just, you know, take this as it comes, but really focusing in on it tomorrow. We'll have a look at the highlights from that last map before we have more conversation. So here's how it all played out once again by the numbers, and this time a much better performance from Wunan, who was the only player that kind of went missing in the last map for BaiSha. He's more than upheld his end of the bargain on Eagle Eye, but again, you know, just no one that you can really complain about when it comes to that BaiSha roster. Everyone having their contribution, and for Imperial, ADRF, he did okay. Everyone else, again, just went a bit missing. It's hard to really paint a pretty picture in a 10-3 type scoreline, so there's only so much you can say about it apart from, again, BaiSha, just all 5 members firing, and what do you do at that point if you're Imperial?
At this point, it doesn't seem to be much they can do. I think going into map 3, they have to just mentally reset, hope they've got something a little bit better they can prepare for strategically. They know it's a good map for them, but when BaiSha's playing like this, you almost have to assume they're going to be bringing their A game as well, again on map number 3, and I just don't see a world where they can shut them down moving forward unless something drastically changes, not only for how Imperial's playing, but BaiSha, I almost feel like, would have to take a step back as well.
Yeah, BaiSha would probably have to turn their monitors off in the next map to change things in this series. It just seems like they're a little bit too strong at the moment for Imperial. We'll take a look at the MVP here. Could be anyone. I'd probably be voting Wu9, having looked at those stats there, and that is the way that it's going to go. Again, he has, generally speaking, been the consistent force for this roster. Maybe alongside 9, although I think 9's been a little bit more higher peak, but he's also kind of disappeared in 1 or 2 of the maps. Wu9 generally hasn't had a bad map. The only real exception was actually Black Widow, that first map of this series, but even then, obviously, you saw how that ended up for Imperial, so it's kind of a non-factor. But yeah, another super solid performance from Wu9, and well, now we start thinking about Subbase and start to wonder if there is any more to sort of write in this little history book today for Imperial, or if it will be a swift 3-0. Can they at least maybe avoid an embarrassing defeat on the 3rd map in terms of the scoreline? Can they make it at least close, restore a bit of pride that way? That's, I think, what you have to be sort of aiming for at this point.
Yeah, I hope so. I would love to see at least a very close map in the 3rd one, even if for some reason it doesn't go into the hands of Imperial. At this point, they need some sort of redemption arc to give themselves that fighting chance going into the lower bracket. We'll see what happens, though. We are going to take a break, and we'll be right back with map number 3.
That's the championship point. All gamers will be.
So here we are, right back into the swing of things in the CFS Summer Championship, and it does seem as though BaiSha has come out swinging today. Imperial, unfortunately, are the ones on the receiving end. I don't know what's the analogy we want to go with right here. BaiSha's like the baseball bat, and Imperial's the baseball ball. Baseball ball? Do you call it a baseball or a baseball ball?
Just a baseball.
Baseball. All right, they're the baseball, and they've been basically hit for a home run, I guess, is the sentiment that we want to be going with right here, because it's 10-3 in the first map, 10-3 in the second map, both going the way of BaiSha, both looking quite easy. And, well, we're on to sub base now, and I don't know, man, I've just completely lost faith. I think this is a 3-0. Wrap it up.
Yeah, it's tough because I want to say it can't get any worse, but I almost feel like it can. There's a chance they could 10-0 them on this map just with how good BaiSha has looked, and they get the BL side first for the third time in a row. I think that's been a lot of why the early momentum feels really good for them. But also, Imperial just not playing their best game today. You can tell since that first map started off 4-0 against them, they've been pretty frustrated, taking a lot of tag pauses, slow rounds where they kind of just let it fade away and try and talk through what they could do differently. But the changes they make continue not to work for them. BaiSha, on the other hand, looking very primed to take this 3-0. Even on Imperial's pick, I could say, at best, hoping for a closer map for them. At worst, this could be another blowout.
Yeah, I don't know. I think definitely leaning towards the latter for me personally. I'm looking at this probably being another blowout. BaiSha just seems like they're in unstoppable form today. It's not even really down to Imperial all that much, I don't think. Maybe they haven't shown up to the same degree that we would have liked to have. Maybe they're not exactly having star performances, but this is looking pretty rough in either way you sort of talk about it. BaiSha's just looking like a unstoppable force. So let's see if they really are and if sub base is going to go the way we think it will as we head into map 3.
Already into map 3 and already BaiSha on the board here.
Wow.
Almost with the round behind it. 4 players fall. 577, a triple kill. Normally, I'm overwhelmingly impressed with that, but this is just kind of the standard in how this series has played out. Goken left alone. He manages 3 kills, but it's still not enough. The first round goes to BaiSha. They got a little overzealous with how that round started to try and close it out, but do you even blame them at this point?
No, I mean, really, there is nothing you can do in that situation as Goken when you're in a 1-on-5. Like, sure, maybe every now and then you're going to win that, but BaiSha just not slowing down at all. And once again, they're going to try to go fast. This time, Ryu Zhao, LKK are at least good for 1 apiece. And the numbers are starting to favor Imperial, so BaiSha may well think again about playing so quickly into the control room in the next round. Heavy stack over there from Imperial does work out.
But can they win the round now? That's where it gets tough, especially against 9 and Xiao. These guys in the conversions, probably the 2 best players on this team to do it. And Xiao, he just shift walks into Feifei J, hits him with a nice tap to the dome. And we're already in a 2-on-2 situation. That nade, though, very well placed from Lukum. Trying to get back in, though. Xiao going to shut it down. Already down to just Goken again, but he hasn't been seen. This could be huge, but he misses the shot. Still gets the follow-up, but 9. It's all about the timing on this peak for him to try and win the 1v1 now.
Well, there it is. And the initial shots haven't quite connected. Goken's still quite healthy. 9's got the time to exit and go back to a different angle if he wants to. Nade over the top, softens the target up a little bit. Should be able to pull the pistol out now for Goken. And 9's on his merry way elsewhere. Goken should definitely be aware of this timing though. And starts to play safe from the window. 9 would have just walked straight down the stairs. I think he might have actually caught Goken on that timing, but now he's on his way back. Goken is really wondering where on earth is he going to be coming from.
Yeah, there's a lot to second guess potentially here. 9 gets the peak, BaiSha continues to reign supreme here in this one. Gokun trying to be that player who can claw back into it for Imperial. But again, another round where they have an advantage. You think they should close it out, and they don't.
Yeah. Well, I was wrong, because I said BaiSha might think twice about playing so quickly into control room in the next round, and they certainly did not. They've gone straight back there and taking control again of the control room. But no attempt at a defense on this round from Imperial. Gokun actually catches a shout. I don't know if this is a duel that I'd really be taking if I was 9. You're begging for trouble if you allow Gokun to take a few one-on-ones.
That is true, but at this point, they've got a little bit of blind confidence. Almost justifiable, but Imperial could use this to claw back a couple rounds. They've got a 5-on-3. Not enough safety to win the round. Gokun looking for that pick into the vents, almost with an opportunity to spot 9 there. Sees him this time. The nade comes down, takes him down to about 20 HP, 577. Trying to find these kills as well. The lobby almost finds Gokun, takes him down to 2 HP, but they still need to find that way back into the round.
Yeah, that nade was a good one. Just not quite good enough for BaiSha. 577 though has been able to cross, and should Feifei drop right here, then things might start to get interesting. No connection though with the orb. And in the end, 9 is going to have to turn around. Ooh. He was close to finding a couple, but close enough is not good enough this time around for BaiSha. It looks like Imperial should get through this round. XQLun would have to pull off a bit of a miracle to win it from this spot when he doesn't have the bomb. Not sure what Feifei is doing by allowing that to happen, though. Back to a 3-on-1. C4 now somewhat retrievable. I mean, the only issue really for XQLun is going to be the time. But he could actually get into A, and he's going to go through the control room. This is ballsy, but it might well give him another kill. You could see it coming together there, though. If he kills ADRF, goes straight down to A, plants the bomb, plays out the 2v1, it starts to become winnable, and it all begins at that point where Feifei's just kind of misking it into the BL spawn for no reason.
Yeah, a bit too greedy from him. Surprising, though, because it hasn't worked out for him so far. He's 0-3 in this matchup, but Gokun, he's really doing a lot of early round work for Imperial. 6-3 for him, 4-2 for Lukum. These guys trying to put their team back into a winnable map, but XQLun, does he have the timing here? The patience could be everything. Not over-peaking too early, affording the early pick over to Imperial. Right now, though, they are going to be smoked out of position. BaiSha working their way towards A. Feifei, he is all alone here, and he hasn't been too successful on the hold.
No, I think this is definitely a side that you can look to exploit. Honestly, I could really see them just going through that smoke, flashing their way through. I don't see Feifei being able to hold on too easily here, but he's gotten a bit of a freebie there initially. XQLun will grab the trade for it and actually survives as well, which is going to make matters worse considering Nine's found another entry in onto that site, and it is now completely open. XQLun, ooh, a sharp shot onto Gokun. One more, why not for BaiSha at this point? Just taking the game away from Imperial one step at a time.
Now, they've only got one option. They've got to have somebody stick the bomb, the other person just go out swinging. It's not going to work, though. BaiSha up 3-1. A little bit different than the previous maps, at least. Normally a 4-0 start, the standard here in this series, so a little bit closer on sub-base, but the rounds still not looking the best for Imperial. The big thing here is they're actually looking better, I think, in the start of round setups. They're almost just getting too risky in how they're playing it. If they were a little bit more methodical in how they set up to trade off of each other, I actually think they'd be winning right now.
Yeah, another big difference maker is that Gokun and LKK have actually showed up to this map, whereas for Imperial in the previous maps, it didn't really feel like anyone was showing up, or maybe you could make the argument that one player on Black Widow and one player on Eagle Eye were having like a decent time, but certainly not two. The tipping point for me in any kind of game like this is when you have three individuals that are firing at the same time. So we've got Goken, we've got LKK, Ryuzao, Feifei maybe having some kind of impact, but want to see either of those or ADRF being able to sort of pump those numbers up a little bit. For example, if Feifei is able to lock down this position, right, if he can get 2 kills or at least a kill and survive every time there's an attempt on A, then it becomes a much more difficult task for BaiSha. But if he just goes down for free like that every round, which has pretty much been the case throughout this event, that's when BaiSha, you know, they can just negotiate around these two players that are kind of firing for Imperial and not have to worry about them necessarily until it's a bit too late in the round to have that impact. 577 rushes down another player. And it is just back to the same old story, really, isn't it? BaiSha have taken a little while to kind of get rolling in this map. But now that they are, I wonder if we're headed in the same direction as the previous couple of 10-3 scorelines. ADRF dropped from the high ground position the 577's holding, and Goken stuck behind a smoke.
Yeah, not a whole lot you can do with the smoke in front of you. 4 players on the other side of it as well. He's going to let the clock run down. No time to make it happen. 577 gets the kill, and this is where they've got to make a critical change here. I feel like Feifei has to get either a support player with him or someone needs to switch for that spot. I feel like if you put like Lukum there, Ryuzao, they're going to have a little bit of a good time, but right now, he's just not holding a very key anchor spot on this map, and I think BaiSha will continue to exploit that.
Okay, a little bit of a better attempt this time. Ryuzao is able to get into the discussion, but I wouldn't keep peeking. Xiao, and that's why. Oh, that might be the individual moment of the tournament. Tam had a 1v5 clutch, but it wasn't as explosive as that. Xiao just did not miss.
Oh my goodness, Goken now wondering what went wrong. I mean, everything just fell apart on the side of Imperial. They had the perfect push into the B control room. There was only one more player to deal with, but they could not find any opportunity to take down Xiao as he hits nasty shots after nasty shots throughout this matchup, really. And it's proved to be an almost impossible task to get around from any sort of advantage they've had. Goken, he still has the opportunity here. If he can make it a 4-2 game, maybe there's a glimpse of hope. But in this corner position, there's not a whole lot of information he can get. Maybe he heard one of the players going into the vents, but he still has to retake this 1-on-2.
I don't think he's got any idea. C4's going down to the site as well. 9 is going to find himself isolated. So there is a chance at a couple of one-on-ones here for Goken. Going to have to be quick through it though, and this util is going to cost him critical seconds as well. The perfect flash just buys another 2 to 5 seconds, and he even wants to clear out the vent. I mean, has he played himself out of this round on the timing? Well, 9 will catch him in the back anyway, so I guess we'll never know.
Yeah, BaiSha, 2 versus 5 doesn't seem to matter. They get it done. Xiao especially showing us probably one of the best plays of the entire tournament so far. I'd be surprised if we see anything that tops that one anytime soon. But BaiSha, they're just going to work here, getting it done. 5-1, halfway to a 3-0 sweep in commanding fashion over Imperial, who have not looked good at all here. Even when they have these key rounds where you have Goken, you have Lukum making something happen, there's no end game where they capitalize.
Xiao not going to hit that shot. But at this point, doesn't seem there's a really much of a way back in for Imperial. 25-7 is the series score so far. So for every 1 round Imperial picks up, BaiSha's picking up nearly 4. They're actually improving upon that number as we continue to go through this game so far.
Yeah, at this point, Imperial, they just seem completely shattered to pieces. Feifei, he's got the support this time around. Goken on the back of sight, but he still has to be able to do something in this fight. Goken good for 1. Feifei looking for the swing, not gonna find anything. Again, struggling from that position. XQ Lun going to be spotted out in the vents, but Xiao, this is the player you've got to look out for. Already able to find 1, spots a second. 9 looking for the finish here, can't find it. They at least get to reset, but it's still a 3-on-3.
Wow. All right, well, impressive from ADRF and Goken. What's 577 want to do about it? Actually going to be really difficult for him to now retrieve that C4, and not a lot of time to do it with. Would have much preferred almost to see BaiSha just work their way into the A site down the stairs instead, but now they leave 577 with a big job to do, and a clutch here would be a real nail in the coffin for Imperial once again. Doesn't really have that HP to play with to take these duels, but he's somehow found the C4 and he'll get to the B site. I think he can get that plant down before either of these players get onto him, but he has to find the 1v1 before it ends up being a 2-on-1 and can't. So Imperial at least get themselves a second.
But will it be another 7-2 half? I mean, we've been here before,
yeah.
5-2. BaiSha gets the 7-2, and then they close 10-3.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if I'm BaiSha at this point, I'm really just continuing to try to hit that A side. It feels like Feifei is a real liability at the moment. An easy pick. He's only gone 1-7 so far for this game. And even against teams that are weaker than BaiSha, I've noticed he's had a bit of difficulty holding onto that stairs position. And to be fair, a lot of the time he's left on his own over there, which makes life difficult. But if that opportunity arises for BaiSha, I think there's no reason not to take advantage of it.
Yeah, they've got to keep going there. There is a decent change, though. They put ADRF on site, holding the stairs for him. He's now the secondary player in this position. Could be enough to maybe net them a hold if the A push comes through, which seems to be where BaiSha likes to play later on in the round. Goken as well. He's going to be boosted into the vents. ADRF gets the first as well. They push out of A long. They're able to find 1, but this is where they've got to retreat, not get too greedy. They've already lost 1 onto ADRF. At risk of losing another is actually Wunan, who pushes on the flank, gets the double kill, gets the triple kill. Feifei is all alone here, and it just all falls apart.
What can you even say? What can you even say right now? Everyone is popping off for BaiSha. Wunan this time. You know, if it's not Xiao, if it's not 9, Wunan. 577 had a great map on Black Widow. XQ Lun has definitely had his clutch moments as well. Won a 1v2 in the last map. So, just seems like Imperial can't put a foot right. And BaiSha, the exact opposite, can't put a foot wrong. Everything they touch turns to gold.
Goken trying here in this matchup to get his team back in a position where something could go their way. He's got 10 kills. He's been able to hold his own at least. But the rest of Imperial struggling to say the least in this one. Feifei 1-8. Ryuzhao 3-7. These two guys are the anchors on both of the sites. They've got to make more impact. Ryuzhao does get the first here onto Wunan. Gets the 5-on-4. But BaiSha, they're eager to take that right back, and they will. 577 gets the kill. And this is what I'm talking about. They've got the kill. When they have that, they've got to set up to trade. They leave these players on an island to try and do it alone.
Bit of a stack over to B, which is where BaiSha is headed. Do you have the fast rotator of ADRF available here as well? So if Goken can get the initial kill or at least spot the info early, then that puts Imperial in a good spot. He did find the info. But BaiSha have slowed things down, and now there's an element of doubt for Imperial as BaiSha exit B once again. They're really toying with Imperial here, aren't they? And now you're kind of relying on Feifei to be able to hold the bottom of the stairs again. I'm not super sold on that as a possibility, but at the very least, Imperial have been able to rotate an extra player back across, and BaiSha have preferred to take the top side entry to the site rather than go through the stairs. And that gives ADRF a chance, but only for one. Goku now under that pressure. He'll be run down. C4 back over to B. It's really just an absolute run around the map from BaiSha. They take the scenic route, but they do end up on B.
Now Feifei all alone, 1-on-3. He hasn't had a good half so far. If he could maybe pull a clutch here, a bit of redemption. But 9 already gets the jump spot onto it. Feifei good for the first. Takes it down to the 1v2. They desperately need this round. He's gonna try and stick it. Do they know?
Shot.
Nope, not gonna happen. Very close though. I like the initiative from Feifei, almost having an opportunity to get it done, and they take him out here. You can tell though, a little bit of frustration on the side of BaiSha. They were worried that was gonna go south quickly.
Yeah, but how frustrated can you really be in this position? 7-2 again. So do we find ourselves 10-3 again?
Seems very likely here with how things have panned out. BaiSha looking for that initial entry over towards A long. It's going to be Wunan running into some trouble. Take it down to about 70. No shots getting fired back really from Imperial. Just some utility. Trying to bait him out of this position. Secondary nade though, very well placed. Takes him down to about 48. Look at these shots into the box. Nobody is safe, even when you've got a place to hide here from BaiSha.
I know it's semi-irrelevant to everyone at home, but there is a gold ray coming in through the window in the stadium, and it's pointed right at BaiSha. So I don't know if that's telling me anything or if it's just coincidence. But a fun little experiment maybe. And at the moment it just doesn't seem that BaiSha's making any mistakes. They are working their way through this series with utter ease. Look at this. Just one after another. And Imperial have no answer. Wow, 8-2.
Here we go again, 2 steps away. Imperial, they've got nothing to reply with. And it seems they may be finding themselves as that first team to go down into the lower bracket, where they would be awaiting the loser of All Gamers and VASCO. Could very well be a head-to-head Brazilian matchup in that lower bracket, but I've got to believe after this one, VASCO's at least got a better chance than this. Gokin gets the first one, takes down Wunan, at least finding the early advantage for now. They're going to be working their way towards the A-bomb site. The C4, though, in their spawn for now. Going to get scooped up pretty quickly there from Lukum. Gokin, though, he's found another. Maybe there's a something here. It's going to be Feifei who takes down one. 2 versus 5. But look what it is in the 2 versus 5. You've got to be careful here.
Yeah, you do. Look, I would say there's got to be at least an obligatory 3rd round for Imperial in this map somewhere. Got to make sure we get the 10 threes. Goku's going to go hunting the frag under 9 and gets it. So there's the 3rd round. Now, the next step, of course, is to try to get a 4th. And they've been unable to do that in the previous 2 maps. Lest we end ourselves with 3 10 threes. 30 rounds to 9 in the series, that would be the case. And that's a pretty damn good conversion rate from BaiSha.
It would be. Not a good sign of what's to come, though, for Imperial, considering at some point to get into that grand final match, they have got to take down either BaiSha or All Gamers to find their way all the way in in that. But right now, they're doing a good job of starting to claw back here. Ryuzao able to find one, takes down 9. Now they've got to hold on to the advantage and work their way in towards one of these sites. It seems to be targeted onto the A-bomb site. Only one player defending. It's going to be 577. The young gun here trying to hold on. He actually doesn't want it at all. He'll smoke it and just back off, gives up the site, but that smoke alone is going to cause a full rotation from Imperial.
Yeah, again, the Chinese teams do put a lot of faith in their smokes, don't they? Seen the same from all gamers. I'd just love to see a team 5-man push through a smoke after it's been tossed down in something like a 4-on-4 or a 3-on-3 situation, because it seems like the Chinese teams have this tendency to smoke off a choke point on one side and then rotate their member back over to the other side of the map, which is not necessarily a bad choice, but it is if you do it every single time and it becomes predictable. So I think if I was watching this, I would be reading that and saying, you know, we could actually gamble through a smoke in a round like that. Instead, Imperial opt to go back toward B, and guess where the stack is from BaiSha? Kind of playing into BaiSha's hands. Xiao's also going to find info early. It's a great line, maybe one of the best lines to be holding an Orm on. Because even if you miss the shot, it's not a dangerous line for you to beat. Gives you the info. Start to rotate your teammates across. XQ Lund from the rafters will find himself one more before being traded down. And still, these numbers just look so good for Imperial. Xiao hits another shot. Goken's the last alive. 9-3 is awaiting. And beyond that, they're looking for a 10-3. Another 10-3 available for BaiSha.
It seems to be they will get there. Even if for some reason it's not a 10-3, it seems all but over. But for BaiSha, this is just the start. They're going to have to get through not only the upper bracket, then again they would have to beat the winner of the lower bracket, which means they could have to face this team again, but they should hold pretty good odds after how this one has played out to try and do it a second time if they would need to. But this could easily be the first team going through that finals as well. They're looking so good right now. 9 gets the first kill. Goken goes down. They've got the 5v4. And now 577 just has to hold this lower bomb site.
It's the start you'd want. 15-7 for Xiao. He's on for another MVP. Got one yesterday night. And if he can close out strong here on sub-base, then the only other player that might be in the argument would be potentially 9, who might have a bit of a crack to have in this round at it. Already one kill. Looks like there might be a couple more members headed in his direction, but it does send Imperial packing back into mid. Ryuzao has been sent as the enforcer here for Imperial to just try and do anything. Just try and get an entry somewhere. Give us something, please. That's what Imperial is saying. And he's immediately been spotted out by 577, so now that threat is mitigated somewhat. 9 on the aggressive flank. Has been caught off guard, but it's not going to matter too much at all. Ryuzao now tasked with a 1-on-4 clutch. And again, need I say, he's been decent in the clutches, but against a team like BaiSha, I feel this is a task too much. Nades landing in his face. It's not as if BaiSha doesn't know where he is. XQ Lund spotted that one out. Fight here for 577. Ryuzao eventually finished off, and that is BaiSha who will be the first team to claim a victory in the playoffs of the CFS Summer Championship, and they do it in decisive fashion as well. 10-3, 10-3, 10-3, 3-0 in the series. What more do you really have to say?
Not much. I mean, just a beautiful performance across the board. Everyone on BaiSha stepping up and doing what they needed to make sure this one handedly went in their favor. And now they're going to be moving forward. Heads held high, and they'll await the winner of All Gamers and VASCO. But this is a lot to reflect on for Imperial, because as much as this loss is going to hurt, their tournament life isn't over just yet. There is a chance to redeem themselves in that lower bracket and come back swinging a lot harder than what we saw.
Yeah, I think that's a key point to discuss, is that this is a double Elim best of 5 bracket for the playoffs, so you don't have any shortage of opportunities. I think even a best of 5 single Elim is a pretty reasonable kind of a format in a world where sometimes you'd be playing BO3 single Elim formats for playoffs. So look, they've been given no shortage of opportunities to take the better of BaiSha there. They clearly were not up to the task. Now a pretty disappointing loss has been handed to them. They have to go back to the drawing board and come back again tomorrow and hope to play a little bit better. You'd imagine that they'll probably be playing VASCO, though that does depend on the result of the next matchup between All Gamers and VASCO. And I think if that does end up being the case, that's going to be a much more favorable position to be in for Imperial. They've already beaten them in their local domestic competition. They did come in as the higher seed out of the 2. So that should give them some degree of confidence that they can still make it through to day 3.
It does seem like a good possibility, but at the same time, you know, nobody wants to be fighting for just 3rd place. I'm hopeful that, you know, maybe even if these two teams get knocked down, they'll build up some confidence in the winner of when they face each other. Maybe that'll be enough to help them, but let's take a look at the highlights to see how this last map broke down.
Right, you got to see for yourself how Subbase did play out, and if you've only just joined us, I don't really think you missed a whole lot in terms of the other 2 maps as well. Just copy-paste that onto Eagle Eye, copy-paste that onto Black Widow, and it was very much the same kind of game. I will say I thought maybe Subbase was a little bit closer just in terms of some of how some of those rounds did actually play out. To me, I think Eagle Eye was probably the most one-sided of the maps. I know it's weird to kind of be getting into the nitty-gritty of that when they were all 10-3. They're obviously all very one-sided. But I guess just as a talking point, maybe BaiSha will be looking at Eagle Eye as a map that they can pick tomorrow as well. We'll see obviously what All Gamers and VASCO do bring in this next series, and that can potentially influence some of the pick and ban decision making for tomorrow's matches. But yeah, I mean, look, BaiSha just across the board. Don't want to play Black Widow against them, don't want to play Eagle Eye against them, don't want to play Subbase against them, don't want to play Ankara against them. So what is there? There's like Mexico. Mexico is kind of the only map in the pool that they've really looked weak on. Port has also been okay. So when you're talking about like maybe 6 out of the 7 maps they're feeling pretty good on, of course you can ban one out. Where do you find that difference?
Yeah, I mean, the one map they weren't going to have a good time on in Mexico, they banned out. So for them moving forward, I think there's no map that they're probably going to play they don't feel good about. And the scores tell that story here. 10-3s across the board, even in the final map here. Everybody putting in a good effort on the side of BaiSha. I'd say MVP probably looking at Xiao potentially. He had a really good map here, especially considering who you're up against. I mean, Gokun, probably one of the best snipers in the world, and they made his day kind of miserable here.
Yep. Yeah, which is funny to say because he was actually probably the best performer in this series from Imperial, so if his day was miserable, can you imagine what it must have been like for the rest of the squad? Just not good at all, and I can't imagine there's going to be a fun conversation being had in the bus on the way home for Imperial. Look, maybe they came into that realistic and sort of said, yeah, we're not necessarily expecting to beat BaiSha, but I don't think you expect it to go down in such a convincing fashion. That is definitely going to be a painful one to lose, but yeah, they've got to get themselves back on the horse and ready to go for the next series that they do play, because there is still a chance for them to make their way through these playoffs and still find glory at the CFS Summer Championship. Let's not forget about that fact. It's just that today was not their day, and sometimes that is what it is. Sometimes it's just not your day, but they will need to do a lot better tomorrow, that is for sure. As far as BaiSha is concerned, I don't think they really need to change a whole lot up, right? You had your individuals popping off, you had your star plays from players like Xiao and like Nine, and then you had the consistent forces chiming in there as well. We'll take a look at the MVP here and see who it's going to be. Does, of course, end up being Xiao. What a crazy round he had in that control room. That basically 4-on-1. Unreal. Unreal, the flicks that this guy can hit. I think in terms of impact players, I would say actually I feel like Xiao probably is the highest potential impact when he is at 100%. I think he, to me, seems like the most exciting player to watch.
I'd agree. As much as N9 is a really strong anchor that's consistent for this team, Xiao, when he's at his peak, this team feels unbeatable, and that's the performance I hope we see from him moving forward, because we have seen moments in other matches where he wasn't playing quite to this level, but since that Mexico match, he's looked insane, and if they keep that up, these 10 threes could be kind of their story in the playoffs. I mean, nobody has really given them a really rough go outside of that Mexico map, and now that's their #1 ban, and it makes them look very close to unbeatable, and I'd be hard-pressed to say even AG is going to have an easy time against them.
Yeah, interesting to note that AG did sort of rock up just halfway through sub base. They've been sitting here watching that last game, so they'll be well aware of what might actually be waiting for them, or what is awaiting for them if they do win this playoffs game. But yeah, I tend to agree with you. I feel like BaiSha has kind of hit the highest peak of the event so far. Maybe we'll be singing a different tune when we get to see all gamers playing in this next game, and how well they can perform against VASCO is going to be a good barometer really for how these two teams might match up. But there's another update as to how BaiSha has been looking in the event so far after winning that semi-final 3-0 over Imperial. The results just keep stacking upon the results.
Yeah, I mean, looking ahead, it's really going to be about maintaining this level. That's where I'm not 100% sure. They had a really fantastic day today, but it's hard to keep playing like this over the course of 3 days, and the potential 2 more best of 5s they would have to play. Potentially a 3rd one as well if they somehow go into the lower bracket and lose to all gamers to get back into that. So it's a lot more left to be done to play at this level for this long.
Yep. Take a look quickly at Imperial's results here as well. It's not going to be quite as pretty of a picture, although still not too bad. 2-0s over Cara House and Pacific Market in the group stages, but obviously you're only as good as your last result. And if you're only as good as your last result, well, a 0-3 loss to BaiSha means you're not very good. So I think Imperial, they can definitely show us something better than what we saw today. I have definitely seen better from them. I've seen better from these individuals. I've seen better from this team. So going into tomorrow, I'm going to be expecting a much higher level from Imperial. And now it's just a question of who they're going to be playing against. We'll take a look quickly at the playoffs bracket again. You can see Imperial is down in that lower bracket. Now it is getting a bit scary for them, because you lose that game, you're done. That's your run over. But if you can continue to win through this lower bracket, there is still a way to make it back into the grand final.
Yeah, I think the one luxury they might have being down there now is they know they're probably not going to be playing a team quite as good as the one they just faced, and we'll see exactly who that might be, because of course our last match today will be the other semifinal, All Gamers versus VASCO. You'd have to think, after seeing that one, VASCO at least should have a better time against All Gamers than Imperial did against BaiSha.
I want to say so, but I'm not so sure. I'm really not so sure. I rate Imperial as the better of the 2 Brazilian teams. If they can only do that against BaiSha, and All Gamers have looked pretty dominant throughout this event so far as well, can we really say that VASCO is going to have a good time against All Gamers? That is, you know, maybe something that we can't make a super informed comment on. I personally, obviously, am going the way of All Gamers. I think that's going to be a matchup that they'll have covered, no problems at all. It's just going to be how close can VASCO make it? Can they maybe take a map? Maybe it's possible, depending on the pick and ban. We'll get into that discussion in a little bit, though. It's time for us to get an interview with BaiSha first.
Thưa quý vị, một chiến thắng đầy thuyết phục đến từ vị trí của BaiSha Gaming và ngay bây giờ trên sân khấu là phần chia sẻ trò chuyện đến từ Xiao. Xin chào Xiao. Đây đã là chiến thắng liên tiếp của BaiSha Gaming rồi, nhưng là lần đầu tiên mà Xiao nắm giữ vị trí là MVP. Thì bạn cảm xúc của mình như thế nào lúc này? Có thể chia sẻ một chút đến với khán giả được không ạ?
白沙团队已经连接赢过几次了，但是这是你的第一次让 NBA， 那你的感想是什么？可以给观众们介绍一下吗？
大家好，我是白沙潇潇，第一次拿 MVP 嘛，还是比较开心的。
Xin chào mọi người, tôi là Xiao Xiao và đương nhiên là lần đầu tiên thì chắc chắn là sẽ rất là vui.
Dạ, và ngày hôm nay thì mình cũng đã một phần thi đấu rất là thành công đến từ vị trí của BaiSha Gaming rồi. Và cho Hà được hỏi một chút rằng là ngày hôm nay thì bạn đánh giá ra sao về đối thủ của mình ạ?
你对今天的团队跟你们比赛的有什么感想的？
今天看就是还不错吧，就是失误没有之前的那么多吧。
Hôm nay đánh cũng rất tốt và mọi việc thì khá là thuận lợi.
Dạ, và một câu hỏi có phần ưu ái cho BaiSha Gaming thôi, đó là bởi vì Thu Hà cũng như khán giả thấy là BaiSha Gaming đã liên tiếp giành được rất nhiều chiến thắng từ vòng bảng đến tận ngày hôm nay rồi. Thì nếu giả sử như mình bước vào chung kết và mình có tự tin là mình sẽ giành 100% là cơ hội chiến thắng hay không? Hay là các bạn vẫn sẽ có một sự dè chừng, hay là chúng ta cần phải luyện tập thêm như thế nào ạ?
你们团队已经很强了，但是也有能够有信心一定会赢得那个决赛吗？一定有100%的信心吗？
尽力吧，尽力去赢比赛吧。
chúng tôi sẽ cố gắng hết sức để chiến thắng.
Dạ vâng ạ, vẫn là một cái cụm từ rất là quen thuộc là cố gắng hết sức để chiến thắng, bởi vì chiến thắng thì không ai chắc chắn 100% cả, đúng không ạ? Nhất là với bộ môn eSports này, mình không thể dự đoán trước được kết quả, nhưng mà mình sẽ cố gắng hết sức mình, đặc biệt từ phía BaiSha Gaming khi mà họ luyện tập rất là chăm chỉ và nghiêm túc. Thì Hà muốn được hỏi là tiếp theo đây mình sẽ có một trận đấu giữa hai đội là từ phía All Gamers và từ phía VASCO eSports. Thì bạn mong muốn là đội nào sẽ giành chiến thắng và sẽ đối đầu với mình ở vòng tiếp theo?
接下来是 Ongamer 和 VASCO 对比的，那你希望哪个团队会赢跟你们比赛的？
肯定希望中国队赢，然后跟中国队一起较量。
đương nhiên là tôi sẽ mong đội Trung Quốc thắng rồi và cùng đội Trung Quốc để giao lưu và học hỏi.
Vậy thì nếu giả sử như mình sẽ đối đầu cùng với Ongamer thì bạn nghĩ rằng đâu sẽ là đối thủ nặng ký nhất của mình ạ?
如果你们的团队跟 Ongamer 对比，那对方最强的选手你认为是谁呢？
都很强。
đều rất là mạnh.
Đều rất là mạnh, nhưng bây giờ Hà muốn được hỏi rõ hơn là trong số họ thì bạn thấy đâu sẽ là nhân vật gọi là đối thủ chủ chốt nhất của team của Ongamer?
请你说一下，最强的，你认为的最强的选手是谁？
都最强。
Thật sự bạn ấy nói là đều rất là mạnh và không thể nào mà tìm ra người nào mà mạnh nhất được ạ.
Rồi, bây giờ một câu cuối cùng thôi là bạn có thể nhìn về phía camera này để có thể gọi những cái lời chào và lời cảm ơn đến với khán giả không chỉ là ở trường quay mà những khán giả đang theo dõi thông qua màn hình trực tiếp của chúng tôi, không chỉ ở Việt Nam mà còn tại Trung Quốc không ạ?
你可以看到那个镜头，然后跟我们的观众打个招呼吗？
大家好，我是白沙潇潇。
xin chào mọi người, tôi là Xiao Xiao đến từ BaiSha.
Dạ, một lời chào từ Việt Nam gửi về Trung Quốc nhưng mà cũng rất là ngắn gọn, đúng không ạ? Một lần nữa xin được cảm ơn Xiao rất nhiều và xin được cảm ơn phần chuyển ngữ vừa rồi. Chúc mừng cho các bạn ạ và cảm ơn các bạn rất nhiều ạ. Thưa quý vị, và ngay bây giờ các bạn cũng đừng quên là tiếp tục theo dõi đón xem, bởi một ít phút nữa thôi chúng ta sẽ cùng nhau đến với trận đấu thứ hai cũng rất là gây cấn và hứa hẹn là sẽ ngang tài ngang sức giữa hai đội là On Gamers và VASCO để xem ai sẽ là người giành vé đi tiếp bước vào chung kết cũng như là đối đầu cùng với BaiSha Gaming quý vị nhé. Còn bây giờ chúng ta sẽ nghỉ giải lao trong ít phút ạ.
That's the championship point. All gamers will be
Hello everyone, this is Seven, the host of Fight Club Season 2. The ultimate one-on-one competition, challenging for the fight money, has come back after the first spectacular season in 2021. Fight Club will begin in a bigger scale right here on this marvelous stage with the best players around the world. 10 challengers but only one champion. The fierce battle will soon begin until the last one stands to become the champion of Fight Club Season 2.
Sou o Action da Black Dragons. Acho muito legal ter sido invitado para esse torneio, né, que normalmente é o destaque de cada equipe e vai ser muito legal disputar.
Olá, meu nome é Silva, eu sou jogador da Extense Game. Se eu ganhar o prêmio do Fight Club, eu vou sair para curtir com meus amigos aqui em Jeju.
Olá pessoal, meu nick é Goken, eu sou da equipe da Imperial. Ano passado a premiação era pouca, agora aumentou e me deu mais vontade de ganhar.
Xin chào mọi người, mình là Phát Con đến từ đội tuyển Ranking Gaming. Đây là giải đấu rất là thú vị vì mọi người có thể show up được cái kỹ năng của mình.
Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình là Đô La, mình đến từ đội tuyển CFS này. Cảm giác của em khi mà được tham gia giải Fight Club thì cảm giác của em rất là vui.
Hello, I'm SGJ Robin, attacker of the team. Kinakabahan ako sobra. Gagawin ko ang lahat ng aking makakaya.
Hello, I'm Awesome and I'm playing for Lazarus. I'm very happy because it's a great opportunity to play in the Fight Club in the Season 2.
أنا اسمي حورس، أنا بلعب لفريق تيم ميس. لقد تفاجأت في البداية من هذه المسابقة، لكن الآن سوف أخذها كتحدي إنني سوف أنتصر في هذه المسابقة.
السلام عليكم، أنا بيفا من أنوبيس جيمنج. ما كنتش عارف أصلا إن أنا أخش في فايت كلاب، بس هم اختاروني عشان بطلع الإيس وكده وبكاري التيم.
Xin chào mọi người, tôi là Lucas, đến từ team CLB hay là với tư cách là vô địch của mùa 1 Fight Club thì tôi thấy lần này tôi được tham gia thì thấy là rất bình thường và tôi rất là tự tin sẽ giành được chức vô địch bằng thứ hai.
Now let me walk you through the main rules of Fight Club Season 2. 10 challengers will go through a total of 3 rounds to determine the last winner to win the fight money and also the champion title. The matchup for the first round will be decided through the random draw. Once the first round ends, the loser will have his turn to choose his opponent from the first round winner. Challengers who got defeated twice will be eliminated from the competition, and the challenger with 2 wins will have his turn to choose his opponent to play against. The first challenger securing 3 wins will be granted to advance to the final stage, but the remaining players will continue the ultimate challenge to advance as well. The ultimate duel will continue until we reach the 4 remaining survivors who will play in the final stage. Every fight will be played in a best-of-3 series on compound, and the last challenger who will be the champion will be granted to earn $3,000. Everyone, stay tuned to witness the champion of Fight Club Season 2. Who will be the top 4 survivors advancing to the 3rd round? Let's find out. This was your host, 7. Thank you so much.
Tôi được vào đội tuyển đó thì tôi cảm giác rất là nhẹ, đẹp, màu dáng các thứ rất là ok, rất là đẹp và cảm giác tôi bắn ok đấy.
So, fierce battle is about to begin then Fight Club. Now we are going to start a random draw for the competition. So the first match is between Awesome and Fatcons from Vietnam.
So your first was against Patents from the ranking games. When you first heard of that, how did you feel?
Since I... Oh, wait. What was his in-game name?
Fatcon.
Is it his name Pecons? Pecons?
Tên của tôi không phải là Fitcon mà là Fatcon.
Round 1.
match, I was excited that I won my first match.
Lúc đấy em rất là cay cú và em quyết định là sẽ bích bạn ấy để gỡ lại lần hai.
So the next match is between, let's see, Action from Brazil, BaiSha from Egypt.
Sinceramente, não conheço muito o jogo dele. Ele acabou de chegar, não sei qual era a estatística dele lá na CF West, mas pra mim é só mais um.
انا عارف اللي هو كل واحد طلع في التيم بيطلع عشان بيبقى الايس وبيكاري التيم بتاعه، بس انا ما كنتش اعرفهم وكنت داخل على اساس اني اكسب. انا شايف اني اسهل حد في فايت كلاب كان اكشن.
Viva, não conheço, mas acho que vai ser fácil.
Round 1.
انا كسبت 2-0 فمش شايف ان في حد يقدر يكسب.
Agora eu conheço ele e posso derrotar da próxima vez. Me aguarde que eu vou te derrotar.
So match number 3, guys, is between Dola from Vietnam, Yobib from the Philippines.
Em nghĩ là Yobib là một người dễ bị đánh bại nhất ở đây, tại vì là lần đầu tiên bạn ấy cũng đi thì tâm lý sẽ không ổn định.
Kaba, excited, 50-50.
Thật là buồn khi mà đối đầu với Yobib, tại vì bạn quá là nhỏ con.
Eh si Dolo, puro ayos lang naman ang buhok, puro paporma lang naman ginagawa.
Round 1.
Trận đầu tiên em gặp Yobib thì em hơi chủ quan vì tự tin về skin của mình nên là em đã thua ở trận đầu tiên.
Masaya ako, siyempre, puro ayos lang siya ng buhok. Anong pakiramdam mo, Dola, nang tinalo ka ng Unano?
So let's come to match number 4, Silva Sarah from Brazil, Lucas from Vietnam.
Estou muito tranquilo, sei que ele é jogador muito bom, mas estou tranquilo pro jogo. Como o Lucas foi campeão na edição passada, eu estou querendo jogar contra ele para ver o jogo dele.
Vì tôi biết rõ tất cả cái skill của đội Brazil nên tôi không thấy sợ.
Round 1.
Esse que era o campeão, foi jogo muito tranquilo e muito fácil.
Hãy đợi đấy, để xem ai là người cuối cùng.
And last but not least, Goken from Brazil,
Acho que eu vou cair contra o Horus.
Horus from Egypt.
أعتقد أنه لاعب رائع، لكن أنا أعرف نقط ضعفه وأعتقد أنني سوف أنتصر عليه.
Como planejado, eu caí no sorteio contra o Horus, acho que eu vou conseguir ganhar.
So guys, last match of round 1, Goken versus Horus. Let's fight!
Round 1.
tá acontecendo como eu já esperava.
لقد أحبطت قليلا في البداية، لكن قلت لنفسي إنها ما زالت البداية ويمكنني أن أنتصر وأكمل في هذه المسابقة.
Once the first round ends, the loser will have his turn to choose his opponent from the first round winner. Challengers who got defeated twice will be eliminated from the competition, and the challenger with 2 wins will have his turn to choose his opponent to play against. Ready, start!
سيلفي. لأنني لا أريد أن أفقد سيلفا لأنه سيء للغاية.
O Warriors me escolheu, então ele deve estar querendo perder.
عشان محدش يلحق ياكل أكل قبلي.
Bom adversário de se enfrentar, já que a gente disputa alguns campeonatos lá na nossa região e eu sempre ganhei dele.
نعم لقد سمعت، وعندما سمعت الأصوات أصبحت قويا.
Ele vai precisar mesmo do apoio dos amigos dele, porque dentro do jogo ele sabe que vai perder.
Round 2.
Não me importo com essa derrota porque o campeonato ainda não acabou e eu ainda tenho chance.
Horus just got his win. He just proved why he's one of the best AKs.
أعتقد أني كنت مرتاحا جدا لأني كنت أعلم من قبل أن ألعب ضده أني سوف أنتصر عليه.
Yeah, yo baby. So, next match will be between Dola and Yobib.
Em thì suy nghĩ đối với em thì nó cũng bình thường, tại vì là em đã bắt bài được Yobib là vị trí thì bạn chỉ đứng một chỗ nên là em tự tin khả năng của mình sẽ làm tốt trận thứ hai.
Nagulat ako, siyempre, nung pinili niya retire. Kasi alam ko na gusto niya nang bumawi sa akin. Kasi natalo ko siya noon.
Round 2.
Khi mình chiến thắng thì em nghĩ là em rất vô địch đến nơi.
Okay lang kasi parehas naman kami tay. All one lang.
Ready, start!
هو اختارني عشان انا هو عارف ان انا قوي.
Những người còn lại thì ai cũng giống nhau nên tôi đã chọn đại một người để thi đấu với họ.
هو لوكاس ما كسبنيش عشان ايمو حلو ولا عشان عنده خبرة اعلى، هو كسبني عشان حظه in game.
Theo em thì về đâu ở pha club thì em chiến thắng rất là nhiều người, em thấy rất bình thường.
Ready, start!
Em muốn trả thù bạn ấy và cho bạn ấy biết là mình thua lần đầu chỉ là một tai nạn thôi.
For real, I didn't want that Fatcons picks me again because he has his place that was very passive. He was like hiding behind boxes and something. I just wanted to push and aim.
Round 1. Round 2.
He wanted his revenge against me, but I didn't give it to him.
Chúc cho Asam vượt vào vòng trong nhưng không giành được chiếc cúp.
Quem é o chefe daqui? Pô, eu quero falar com o responsável, não é possível que ele não me vê. Parece que ele não tinha olho, eu levantava a mão e ele não me via. Se eu tivesse a oportunidade, eu teria escolhido o Yobib, mas não consegui, foi uma pena, mas da próxima vez talvez.
Eu acho que ninguém vai me escolher porque ninguém tem coragem de me enfrentar. Como eu sou muito amigo do Action, acho que vai ser uma partida muito legal e muito divertida.
Eu sei que você precisa mais do prêmio, mas eu sou profissional e vou fazer de tudo para te derrotar. A gente tinha combinado que primeiro round a gente ia jogar de faca e a gente combinou e jogamos.
Ele é muito meu amigo, mas jogo é jogo, né? Eu não queria perder.
Meu sentimento é de gratidão e tô um pouco feliz pro Goken, que ele merece, e tomara que ele ganhe esse campeonato.
So guys, now we have only 8 remaining survivors here. Who will be the 4 players that will proceed to the next round? And who will be the glorious winner of Fight Club? Please stay tuned for the next episode of Fight Club Season 2.
Montanha-russa, 자기소개 먼저 부탁해볼게요.
Tá, meu nome é Adriano Faria, meu nick em game é DRF, tenho 25 anos e faço parte da equipe da Imperial.
Meu nome é Felipe, meu nick dentro do jogo é FF e eu sou o capitão da Imperial.
Meu nome é Caio, meu nick é Goken, tenho 23 anos e sou da Imperial.
Meu nome é Lucas, meu nick é Lucão, tenho 22 anos e faço parte da equipe da Imperial.
Meu nome é Denison, tenho 24 anos, meu nick em jogo é Riozão e eu faço parte da equipe da Imperial.
Meu nome é Vinícius, meu nick no jogo é VN, tenho 21 anos, faço parte da equipe da Imperial, sou substituto.
E o programa
Vai ser dividido em 2 dias, como eu tinha falado pra vocês. A gente vai comer umas comidas aqui do Jeju e vamos fazer umas programações, fazer tipo umas atividades pequenas aqui em Jeju. Vocês acham que vai ser que tipo de gravação hoje?
Só conhecer a cidade, não?
Jogar boliche, pô.
Conhecer a cidade, conhecer a cidade. Jogar boliche.
Jogar boliche.
Jogar
futebol.
boliche.
Não, futebol.
Futebol. Brasil.
Comida.
Vocês falaram de comida, tem alguma comida que vocês querem comer?
Churrasco.
Barbecue.
KFC, cara. Uma comida daqui, cara. Daqui, porra.
Picanha.
KFC, então fala pra ele. Pô, já falei já, cara. KFC, KFC. Não vou falar que eu nunca comi, cara.
Das coisas que vocês falaram, nenhuma tá preparada.
Só tá tentando.
Não tem. E aí vamos terminar dando um adeus, assim.
Ni hao? Ok.
1, 2, 3.
Ni hao!
Posso fazer um history disso, mano?
Pode, cara.
Olha isso aí, cara. É BBB agora aqui na Coreia. Caralho, olha aí, cara.
É brincadeira, hein, amigo?
300 câmeras, cara. Ah, ainda vem mais uma aqui, ó.
Essa aqui é a nossa.
Essa aqui é o melhor. Tua vida de cineasta, cara. Agora é isso aí.
É um dia com a Imperial, mano. Nós somos pessoas very happy.
Vai cair. Mano, acho que a gente vai fazer um passeio muito divertido num parque. Eu também.
Pessoal, a gente está indo para uma das praias mais famosas aqui em Jeju.
Como é o nome da praia? Como você chama?
Kwakji.
Caraca.
Ele pergunta qual será a pontuação de vocês no CFS.
Campeão.
Primeiro. Champion. Fefe, você que é o capitão da equipe, Fefe, você acha que o nosso time está confiante?
Exato. Acho que nosso time está preparado, bem confiante. Só manter a calma dentro do jogo que não, tudo certo.
Tanto
E
mentalmente
você,
quanto emocionalmente?
Emocionalmente tem que só dentro do jogo. Você acha que a gente está preparado mentalmente para essa batalha?
Essa empreitada?
Não?
Não, acho que sim. Então, eu confio muito no meu time e é isso.
É isso? É isso aí mesmo.
Cara, eu acho que tipo assim, a gente vai ter vários obstáculos, sabe? Pô, teremos vários obstáculos, mas acho que por foco e determinação, nós conseguimos chegar lá.
Pessoal, aí vai ter um mini jogo agora. Sabe o jogo de Anquempo? Tesoura, pedra, papel? Aí cada um de vocês vai competir com o produtor. Se quem ganhar, vai ganhar 5.000 won para poder gastar na praia.
Quanto? Quantas vezes? Uma, duas?
Cada um de vocês.
Uma vez só?
Mas é sorte, cara. Quem começa?
Eu começo, já tô aqui na frente.
É pra vocês decidirem quem começa mesmo. Você que vai começar, né?
Sim.
E em segundo, terceira...
Assim, né?
SBN, Adriano, quem?
Quando vocês descerem no degrau, pode começar.
Ok. Tá. Ok. Falta muito tempo?
Muito tempo
Falta muito tempo pra chegar? A gente quer... Fala que a gente quer ganhar logo deles.
O cara desejou um bom jogo pra nós.
Não é que é ganhar do cara.
Não quero um bom jogo, eu quero ganhar.
Pode descer por aquela ordem.
Vai lá.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Quem pô? Quem pô? Quem pô? De primeira, cara. Então ganhou ou perdeu? Ganhei. Agora vai dar ruim, vai começar a mudar, cara. Vai sim.
Ele vai de
Vai mesmo. Então tem muito burro, não é possível.
Hello.
Quem pô? Ganhou?
Eu falei que ele ia matar de novo, cara. Ele botou o quê, cara? Botou pedra de novo, botou cara. Botou quem pô? Ô, amor. Quem pô? Quem pô? Destiny? Ok. Quem pô? Só empate, cara.
Acabou, ganhou aqui.
Quem pô? Ok, papai.
Perdeu o Bocânica.
Já era o Bocânica.
Quem pô? Quem pô?
Papai!
Perdeu.
Pô, ele começou botando pedra? Aham. Pô, vocês têm que levar pelo, pô. Tava direto nisso, cara. Ele vai botar sua pedra de novo, ó.
Ai!
Perdeu?
Cara,
Nós
ganhou 3, perdeu 3.
Cresce, cara.
Na minha vez, a Xuxa é branca.
Pô, vou te falar. Eu vou tirar meu chinelo. Não é não?
Aí, rapaz, coisa linda.
Tirar o chinelo.
Na água! Vamos para a água!
Dá não.
Muito frio.
Moleque, muito gelado.
Tá maneirinho.
Mas então não mergulha então, velho.
Vai dar não, hein?
Dá não, velho.
Cara, tá igual a praia do Rio, cara.
Bora correndo, bora. Só pra ver se o cara vai
correr atrás da gente. Gravei muito. Deixa eu muito.
Começa a gravar aí, cara. Parou, tá botando pra correr. Ué, aquele ali é atleta, tá?
Meu time só tem maluco. Crazy.
É que o anãozinho correu muito. É bonito.
Ô, Adriano! E aí, cara?
Pra cá.
Pô, vai dar. Por quê? Bota CFS, cara.
Bota aí logo o CFS. Vem assim, cara, ó.
Quê?
Caraca, bravo. Da hora. Aí, ó, vem pra cá.
Aí você vai ficar pisando no
Mas
né?
essa merda aí nem faz, cara.
Pô, mas faz um C decente aqui, pô.
Caralho, Boqueiro.
Caraca.
Pegar sol. Não, na moral, no pé. Só no pé.
Pessoal, ele pergunta, ele fala para vocês comentarem, falarem entre vocês, como é que vocês começaram a entrar no jogo?
Vai, puxa aí alguém.
Puxa aí,
Adriano.
Pô, vou puxar então, mano. Eu acho que, tipo assim, eu comecei a jogar em 2012.
Mas quem te apresentou o jogo?
Quem me apresentou
Uhum.
foi a galera da rua. Todo mundo da minha rua jogava. Aí todo mundo jogava entre si. Aí acabou que depois foi passando os anos, todo mundo foi parando. Eu fui o único que foi continuando. Jogava com meu irmão na época também, mas ele parou. Aí eu continuei, consegui ganhar o campeonato de acesso pra elite com meus amigos, né? Pra jogar a CFL.
Que ano que você jogou?
Foi em 2014. Aí eu fui jogando e consegui. Tô aí até hoje, né?
E seu nick é ADRF, surgiu da onde?
ADRF
E o porquê?
ADRF significa o ADR de Adriano e o F de Faria, que é o meu nome e sobrenome, entendeu?
E você, Bucano?
E você, Gokan, my idol.
Comecei a jogar uma house.
Quando, Bucano?
2020, aí eu jogava por diversão, né?
Distração, né?
Você não tinha nem computador, né, cara?
Eu não tinha nem intuito de ser profissional, de estar aqui onde eu tô. Aí eu comecei a jogar um pouco mais sério. O primeiro time profissional foi com o Viana, só que eu tomei ban do jogo, injusto. Deixei de jogar um ano.
Atrasaram um sonho.
Um ano sem jogar porque eles achavam que eu era raio. Aí saiu o ban, me chamaram de profissional. Aí eu comecei a bater nos caras que eram profissional, jogava com tudo ruim, os caras com tudo bom, os caras apanhavam. E é isso.
E essa é a caminhada do Bucano.
E você, meu mano Fifi? Como é que você começou? Qual foi a sua trajetória?
Comecei a jogar em 2013, no final de 2013. Tinha beta, só beta, era uma criancinha.
Servidor de clã, né?
É, eu tinha 12 anos. Conheci o jogo através de um amigo meu, que tava lá na roletana. Aí eu falei, o que eu vou isso aí? Aí eu comecei a jogar, ficava disputando pra ver quem pegava a maior patente. Não, em casa mesmo. Aí ficava jogando, até que eu descobri um competitivo, me interessei e comecei a tentar desde 2015. Subi pro profissional no final de 2017 e tô aí até hoje.
Todo mundo termina falando isso, né, cara?
Terceiro mundial e é isso. Muito feliz de estar aqui. E você, grande Riozão, começou a jogar quando? Foi em 2012. Eu jogava combate armas na Lan House, só que aí depois meu pai comprou um computador, só que era muito ruim, tá? Aí não rodava combate armas, eu fui jogar CROSSFIRE em casa com 40 FPS, 30. Tá? Quando eu ganhei o primeiro acesso foi quando a Brave me chamou. Quando eu ganhei o campeonato do sonho em 2016. Desde lá então, foi isso. Subiu pra cá em que ano? 2016, na Brave. E por que o nick Riozão? Meu nick era Raio Dead. em inglês. Ryu, era Rio. Só que, tipo assim, eu botei na intenção, na época de Betinha, né? Botei na intenção tipo, de chamar de Dead, né? Só, tipo, com 12 anos, 13. Aí só que chamava de Rio. E nem pra ser Ryu, porque carioca. Aí o Zão eu botei que tipo, todo mundo do time tinha, tipo, era PHzão, era GBzão, eu botei Zão. E eu botei Rio, porque só chamavam isso, Rio. O Rio, eu falei, vou botar isso aí.
Cara, que interessante essa história, cara.
Não, mas e você, velho?
Ih, velho, então vai.
Pô, comecei a jogar CrossFIRE lá em 2011 ou 2010 na Lan House.
Caraca.
Mas nunca tinha me interessado pelo competitivo. Acho que em 2020, porque eu tava passando por uma fase muito difícil na minha vida. Foi quando eu comecei a jogar competitivo e comecei a gostar. E hoje, depois de 2 anos, estou aqui.
Da hora, mano. Mas por que VN?
Porque VN é a abreviação do meu nome Vinícius. Aí só o V e o N.
Criativo.
Nick Vinícius. Criativo. Parece muito, me lembra muito o ADRF.
É.
Sério.
Muito criativo.
Criatividade.
É igual o Fefe, né?
Cara, mas
não, mas o Fefe não é Felipe.
Bem criativo.
Não, mas aí, mas não fui eu.
E aquele da Fefe?
Meu sobrinho só botava o nome de Fefe.
Aquele Fefe.
Chamava de Fefe.
Felipe.
Não, mas não é por eu não. Cara, meu nick não era.
Não tem criatividade.
Não tinha um nick assim.
Cara, mas sabe qual era meu nick?
Cara, meu sobrinho só me chamava de Fefe, cara. Aí eu botei Fefe, cara. Sabe qual era o meu nick?
Cara,
Fefe 1, 2, 2, 3, 4.
Cara, Fefe é...
Fefe, cara. É de exclamação, não.
Não, Fefe é a filha do meu cunhado que se chama Fernanda, cara.
Não, tem Fernanda que chama Fefe, Felipe.
Cara, mas meu nick antigamente era Sulat, cara. Sulat.
Calando, cara. Isso é calando, cara.
Não, ninguém quer saber desse cara, não.
Como que você começou a jogar? Eu quero saber como que você começou a jogar CrossFire, que você só chutava pouco. Fala.
Cara, eu conheci o CrossFire em 2011, em uma Lan House. Na época não tinha o servidor BR ainda, eu jogava no servidor NA americano. Mas no ano seguinte eu parei. Aí em 2015 eu tive um problema de saúde muito grave, que eu fiquei em casa 5 meses, sem poder sair pra rua. Foi quando ganhei um computador e voltei a jogar CrossFire. Na época eu tava muito na onda da galera competindo beta. E eu comecei a jogar e um cara falou que tinha potencial para jogar Elite. Então eu tentei de 2015 até o final de 2019, fui para Elite. E o ano que eu decidi parar de jogar eu fui chamado profissional.
E nesse mesmo ano você foi campeão mundial,
No mesmo ano eu fui campeão mundial.
Caraca.
Acho que você foi o único jogador que subiu do profissional ganhando tudo, né? Brasileiro, internacional e campeão mundial, né? Como que você se sente com isso, com esse feito?
Muito feliz. Cara, o Lucão com o M veio... Na época todo mundo usava muito A e O, né? No aumentativo. Eu decidi fazer algo diferente e botei o M no final.
Bem criativo. Cara, o seu nick me parece... Hein, cara? A criatividade dele me lembra muito o VN e o ADRF, cara.
E o Felipe também. Cara, o único nick bravo é meu Deus.
Cara, mas quem falou que o nick é brabo?
Não, assim, que não tem nada a ver com o nome, tá ligado?
Ah, tá, agora sim.
Mas é brabo.
Hello everyone, this is Seven, the host of Fight Club Season 2. In the last episode, Awesome from Lazarus and Golden from Imperial have the high ground by getting early 2 wins. These 2 players will have the privilege to pick the opponents ahead of the others. What choices will they make? Let's find out now. Ready, start.
Silva. Não sei se eles estão pensando que eu sou um adversário fácil, porque nos campeonatos de lá eu sou acostumado a ganhar deles sempre.
Because I thought he's the worst player on the field.
Eu acho que ele me escolheu porque ele viu que eu perdi a última partida, mas ele vai se arrepender.
Round 2.
go, guys. Awesome is the first player who proceeds to the final round.
I was very excited because I knew I'm in the final round.
Foi uma experiência boa o campeonato, mas eu fui eliminado e bola pra frente.
Horus, porque ele teve uma chance de me escolher para uma revanche, ele não teve coragem. Aí eu dei essa chance para ele.
أنا كنت أعرف في الحقيقة أنه سوف يختارني للانتقام لصديقه، لكني هذه المرة كنت مستعدا وكنت أعرف أني سوف أنتصر على هذه.
Chào đón quý vị đã cùng đến với vòng bán kết của CFS Summer Championship năm 2023. Và thưa quý vị, nếu như vừa rồi chúng ta đã cùng nhau trải qua một trận đấu đầy mãn nhãn và kịch tính giữa hai đội là BaiSha Gaming cũng như là Imperial, và qua đó phần thắng cuộc thuộc về BaiSha Gaming, thì ngày hôm nay chúng ta hãy cùng nhau tiếp tục đến với trận đấu thứ hai giữa hai đội là On Gamers và VASCO ESPORTS để xem đâu sẽ là đội thắng cuộc và tiếp tục đi tiếp và gặp gỡ với BaiSha Gaming. Và ngày hôm nay nếu quý vị đã có mặt ngay tại nhà thi đấu quân khu 7 thành phố Hồ Chí Minh, Việt Nam, thì chắc chắn đây sẽ là một trận đấu vô cùng thú vị gửi đến quý vị. Nhưng mà nếu chúng ta không có mặt ở đây cũng không sao cả quý vị ơi. Hãy cùng nhau theo dõi thông qua những nền tảng trực tuyến của CROSSFIRE, YouTube, Facebook hoặc là trên Twitch cùng chúng tôi quý vị nhé. Và chúng tôi rất là vinh hạnh khi mà ngày hôm nay quý vị đã cùng có mặt ở đây. Hy vọng quý vị sẽ trở thành những vị chủ nhân may mắn đến từ những phần quà tài trợ từ phía VTC Online và Smile Entertainment. Và ngay bây giờ, hãy cùng nhau đến với trận đấu thứ hai trong khuôn khổ vòng bán kết của CFS Summer Championship năm 2023. Đến từ phần bình luận từ các caster ngày hôm nay. Xin mời ạ.
Yes, indeed, we are back once again for another playoffs match. Our second of the day and our second Brazil versus China matchup. This one, will it hopefully be a little bit closer than the initial game, which went the way of BaiSha 3-0 in a very decisive fashion? That is the question we are here to answer, and maybe over the next few hours or so we will be getting the answer to that one. Kyle, what's your thoughts initially? VASCO All Gamers, is it going to be a little bit closer than the BaiSha game earlier on?
I'd hope so. I mean, I really hope so. 10 threes back to back to back. Would be depressing to see a game worse than that out of VASCO. I think a 3-0 is still definitely on the table for All Gamers, but I think VASCO will make it a little bit more challenging than what we saw out of Imperial, especially considering VASCO, this is the only team who's taken a Chinese roster out so far.
Take a look at the playoffs bracket right here, and you can see again the updated results as they stand so far today. BaiSha got themselves that really straightforward win over Imperial. I don't think there's too much to touch on there, but yep, as you've said, 10-3, 10-3, 10-3. Pretty hard to find a much more one-sided best of 5 than that, and I think in all my time casting CROSSFIRE, I've not seen a BO5 that quick. Granted, you don't get BO5s a huge amount of the time, but yeah, that one was a very, very quick one. And I don't know if All Gamers is going to be able to dispatch of VASCO quite as easily, but I do kind of rate All Gamers, and in theory, VASCO is supposed to be the weaker Brazilian team coming into this event, so I don't know, maybe the jury is out there. I think as well there's obviously a lot to say about what the map pool looks like for this one as well. Are we going to get to see Mexico banned out by All Gamers? Do they feel confident enough to sort of take that fight to VASCO? Because we did see a pretty good game of Mexico from All Gamers, if I remember correctly. That was the one where it was basically a 4-on-5, but they still kind of won it pretty cleanly. So I don't know. Look, it's something that I'll sort of wait and see when we do get to the map veto. But I think there's some intricacies. Mexico is a particularly interesting one for me. Ankara as well didn't look super decisive. I didn't think for all gamers either. So maybe we want to get rid of Ankara. I'm not so sure. They did pick it a little bit earlier on in the event though. So I have to sort of wait and see what we're going to get when we do get to those picks and bans. But it is time for us now to once again welcome our two teams to the stage. First one to join us for the second playoffs game is going to be All Gamers. Well, here comes All Gamers, who have been undefeated so far in the event. They beat Pacific Makta earlier on yesterday. That was about the closest game that they have actually had, a 13-12 on Ankros, where we're wondering how good they do look on that map. The Mexico that they played was 10-1. They also beat Imperial and Carter House, both 2-0 in their group. But it's time for us to also meet VASCO ESPORTS, their opponents for today. And as far as VASCO is concerned, they were the closest competitors within their own group to BaiSha Gaming. They almost took them down yesterday evening. They were able to beat them on a map. The only game that went to a third map in the groups was between them and BaiSha, but they did ultimately lose on Ankara 10-1. So not a particularly great shout once they did push it through to map 3, but at least getting it to map 3 was a pretty respectable result, considering especially what we saw from BaiSha today.
Yeah, when I look at the potential vetoes here, I almost think we're going to see Ankara go out because AG looked really shaky on it, and then VASCO, I actually think they're going to take out Eagle Eye because out of anyone, they've avoided it the most. It's been a pretty hefty ban from them in the past, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that one taken down, and I think for them it's getting the maps they're comfortable on, which I think they will get the chance to play Mexico here just because AG is equally comfortable on that map compared to someone like BaiSha who kind of struggled a bit on it. They haven't had a bad map there yet, so I think for them, if they're playing to their own game, it's probably best to remove Ankara here.
Yeah, before we get into that, we should take a quick look back at the team data, and I will remind everyone, especially if they weren't here for the first series, that this data is now updated based on what we saw in the group stages. So All Gamers, again, just leaning a little bit more favorably on the blacklist side, not probably to the same extent that BaiSha was, but they have a little bit more of a favored time on that side of the map. But overall, yeah, very good stuff either way.
Yeah, I think here the biggest difference I've noticed is they did have a little bit lower performance in their group compared to BaiSha, but I think it could also be said they probably had the harder group to perform in, considering these were all #1 seeds from the region in this group with them coming out of it into this playoffs. So looking at the individuals on this team though, I'd say when you're talking about well-rounded teams, this in my eyes is probably the most well-rounded team we have in this event. There isn't one player who normally sticks out and does crazy things for this team, but if we're talking about their last match specifically, I definitely thought ZY had a standout for me.
Yeah, they're definitely a good core 5, that's for sure. I don't think that they hit the same peaks necessarily as what we saw from BaiSha, for example. Like Nine and Xiao, I think, have both individually hit a better level than a lot of those members from All Gamers, but just in general, the consistency definitely seems to be a little bit better from All Gamers at the moment. VASCO ESPORTS, their numbers not looking quite as stable as what we've seen from the other 3 teams in the playoffs. To be fair, they did have a bit of a more difficult time getting through into the top 4. Some very close games for these teams. Favoring Global Risk side, but not by a massive margin. And taking a look at the individual levels, It's kind of in line with what we would expect, I suppose. Action has definitely been the standout rifler. MG, obviously the sniper for the team. You want to be seeing him have some pretty good numbers there. I'm kind of surprised to see Silva as low as he is. I felt like he's generally been a bit of a better performer than Tuzan and BNC, but I guess the issue for him is that it's one big map in a series and then the other two he kind of goes missing on. So that is definitely something that VASCO is going to want to make sure that they don't struggle with today against All Gamers. Match history between the two is favorable for All Gamers as well. And I think you're going to need everyone on VASCO firing to be able to compete in this game against AG personally.
Yeah, it almost has to be at this point. I mean, AG, we expect them to come out playing very strong here, very comparable to what we've seen with them so far, because they are the only team here that hasn't lost a map yet. Looking at the two players kind of head-to-head, those keys for each team, Zhui going to be that highlight for the side of AG. I think is definitely a good call-out because he personally, for me, has really stepped up coming to this event, and he's still a relatively new player on this team as well. It's only his second full year with them, and he's really proving his own. But Action on the other side as well, showing a lot of impact in their earlier games, though I did think he was a little bit quiet on that final map of the series yesterday. They really needed him, and he wasn't there, but that's almost the scary part, I think, about going into this one. It is not even the highlight of their Mexico, it's that final map they had at the end of the day.
Yeah, so this is where things start to get interesting. It's time for us to jump into the map picks and bans. First two, of course, will be bans. Eagle Eye taken out by VASCO. AG do get rid of Subbase, which leaves us with Black Widow, Ankara, Mexico, Compound, and then Port. Ankara, the choice by All Gamers, is a very interesting one for me.
Yeah, I actually think this is a really good pool for VASCO. They have a really solid opening 3 maps. Their Black Widow is good, their Mexico is great, and Ankara, a shaky map for AG yesterday against their final opponents there of Pacific. But I think this one actually looks a little bit more favorable to VASCO than I would have anticipated. I'm surprised that Ankara is actually their pick, but you know what, maybe for AG, they've realized something we haven't here. Looking at the predictions, of course, the Portuguese casters going to go all in on VASCO. Everybody else, all AG across the board. And yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. I think VASCO, I was actually a little bit torn on this one at first because I thought there could be some potential with what they could do because they did look great in that match against BaiSha yesterday. The thing that sealed the deal for me was that final map yesterday. The 10-1 loss showed me that they didn't quite have the resilience I had hoped for. If that was maybe a closer game, I think they'd have a stronger argument here.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think that there is much of a reasonable argument to be made that VASCO can win 3 maps against All Gamers. I could see them picking up 1. I could see them having a good map, definitely. But I don't see their individuals firing for 3 maps out of 5 and, you know, potentially for going all the way into a 5-map pool. It just hasn't been that consistency level from VASCO. So let's see how they go, though. Start things off with Black Widow. So on to Black Widow to start things off. All Gamers, they do like to play quite fast in the first round of any given match, and I'd say VASCO might have been expecting that because even has been picked off really quickly. VASCO ready for all that aggression.
Yeah, really good play at the start. Both teams thought they were going to catch each other off guard with some early first-round aggression in the opening map, but it is VASCO a little bit more prepared to react there. So I'm liking what we're seeing so far. Already looking a little bit more coordinated as well than what we saw from their counterparts at Imperial on this map, but they still have to close it out here, and this is where they've got to be ready for someone like Du. This guy can convert rounds very well for this team. ZQ and ZY as well, still alive, working their way towards the B-bomb site. There are 2 players waiting on the boxes in the box room for this very early peak action. Playing it early on with Silva. They're going to be able to get 2 from Silva. That's a great start here.
Yeah, really positive sign as well, considering when Silva pops off, VASCO are looking at their best. If you can have Silva, MG, and Action all firing in any map, that feels like a recipe for success. And I think those will be the three that I look to step up big today against all gamers. Personally, I haven't been as impressed by Du as I was by Xiao. I don't think Du is bad by any stretch of the imagination, but I don't think that he has hit the same peak as his BaiSha counterpart. Here's a chance for him, though, to maybe ride a bit of a different tale in the 1v4. He's already found the first. Tuzin's position is a difficult one to dig out when you've got the Orm to play with, particularly with the Crossfire setup established. I'm almost surprised he hasn't decided to rotate off. He does have the C4, but he's just going to try and take that fight to Tuzin. It's never going to work out there. So first round on the board does go the way of VASCO.
Yeah, pretty clean one too. 3 alive. VASCO definitely have done their homework in how AG likes to execute in this map. They completely shut down that B-bridge push right at the start of the round, and that is going to be a key element for VASCO moving forward to try and get these early shutdowns rolling. This time, though, they go for an aggressive play again. It's going to be met with some shutdown here. Jouet already able to find one VNC. I'm surprised he's not able to trade this one out. He's kind of stuck here now as well.
Well, this is a little bit more dominant from all gamers. Even has kind of walked into mid alone and killed 2 players. VNC from behind catches a couple more off, but it's still not enough to actually bring the numbers back to a favorable position for VASCO. And Du catches action as well, trying to make something happen in middle. Bit more of an explosive round this one, but now with the plant going down over toward B, you'd hope to see Du not taking that fight in mid. He wisely does back away.
VNC now needing the ace here from himself to get the round. He grabbed those opening 2 kills with a nice placement on that catwalk timing. But Du is going to spot him out, takes him down. All gamers get the quick tie here. VASCO needing to find that adjustment now. AG, they're ready for that counter aggression. I'd love to see them slow it down a little bit here.
It doesn't seem that that is going to be the case. A fast play out toward long from ZQ, and then the rest of the guys working their way through mid already up onto short. Trying to pressure into A quite early on in the round. We'll have to go past MG.
Yeah, MG in this matchup is going to be one of the keys for VASCO. And I actually think on paper he might be a little bit stronger in my eyes than Du, but we'll see how that actually plays out in this match. So far, Du is 4-1. MG yet to find his first. VNC going to be challenged on the A-long barracks here, waiting for that peek on the corner. ZY leans in with the jump, takes him down mid-air, and all gamers, they've got control of A-long. MG goes down as well, not what you want to see there. If you're a VASCO fan, Tuzin stuck behind the box, gets traded, and now it's down into the 2v4. Silva actually has an OM though for this one.
Well, first they're going to have to get past Even, who is doing his job of buying time and then even getting the kills as well. Action is down to a mere 16 HP. And Jouet will find him from the side. Easy flank in the end. All gamers, another one on the board. Hasn't felt quite as dominant as what BaiSha was bringing to the table just yet. But I think where AG tends to really look their best is when players like ZQ and ZY are really fragging. And I did see a couple of good rounds from them so far. The fact that Du's also performing on Black Widow is a really good sign. It's a great map for the snipers.
Yeah, now you can see the momentum starting to build for all gamers. They had a really shaky first round, but since then, these rounds are starting to look more and more one-sided. There is going to be nobody as well on this B-bomb site to defend left from VASCO. It's going to be VNC trying to sneak into the double doors. He's got the pocket position here, but Jouet, he's a little bit nervous on the cross. They even got the smoke to work with. They don't want to push in just yet. They're trying to see if anyone could be baited out here. Now the whole team is going to go swinging on the double doors. Jouet finds himself a second on the round. MG at least able to get a kill onto Even, but this retake is not going to be easy.
No, especially not with that smoke going down as well. ZY plays it nicely, just backs up to a more favorable position and shoulders the corner. There's no way as MG you get through this window alive. In fact, Jue just decides to finish it off then and there. All Gamers definitely not messing around. I will reiterate, I don't think they've looked as dominant as BaiSha have just yet, but I mean, the scoreline is still kind of indicative of a similar result brewing.
Yeah, it's hard to tell how VASCO are going to respond to this one. They had a fantastic opening round, but since then, AG's won every single round with at least 2 players alive, which is not a good thing here for VASCO to work with moving forward. They're not getting these opening picks any longer to go their way. Silva started the opening 2 rounds with 4 kills. Now he's getting a little bit quiet here, but on the other side, you also have Even and Jue stepping up to the plate, and this is where this team is very deadly. Every single one of these players can do a lot on the entry, and I don't necessarily see that same value in every single player on VASCO.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's looking like a pretty good day to be a fan of Chinese CROSSFIRE. All Gamers this time showing more presence in toward mid and now tossing out a bunch of util to try to make this entry happen. VNC's in a really awkward spot and will eventually be run down by Jue. It's only twos and trying to defend, and he does a good job of it, but there is just too much of a flood to deal with. And so Action gets a freebie onto ZQ. Might end up actually being the most winnable looking round for VASCO so far, but even in a 2v1, that's not a particularly exciting prospect. So see what Action can do here, but yeah, just given no opportunity by All Gamers at all. And I do believe we are kind of watching the same old story.
Yeah, unfortunately so. It looked like VASCO in that first round, they had it figured out. But All Gamers, you give them a moment to breathe, they crank it up a notch, and now it's very, very difficult for them to deal with. I wouldn't be surprised to see attack pause come out soon from VASCO because the momentum is starting to look really, really good for All Gamers. You can tell they're starting to see that light of potentially running away with this one. We are going to see a tech pause actually coming out from the side of VASCO. We'll see if it's an issue that can be resolved fairly quickly here, but so far, I guess with what we've seen, do you see a world where VASCO's playing better in your eyes, about the same as Imperial? Where do you think they sort of land here after this first map?
I mean, I want to say that they might play a little bit better later on in the series. I think Mexico, if they can bring to Mexico what they were able to bring you against BaiSha, I can see that one being a map that they can take. But I wasn't particularly impressed by their Ankara, and I'm sure All Gamers weren't either. That's probably why they've opted to go with that one as a choice. VASCO also chose Black Widow, so it's not a particularly impressive sight on your first map pick so far. The issue is with the keyboard for VASCO. So, yeah, again, just getting that one sorted. But I suppose to give a general answer to your question, from what I'm seeing so far, I know it's early to say, but this does definitely lean me in the direction of predicting for a 3-0.
Yeah, I'd say it seems likely. I am surprised that Mexico was left on the table, but at the same time for AG, they looked really good on it as well. I don't think it's going to be the same situation as when they played BaiSha, because All Gamers, their first time we saw them on Mexico, they looked very, very prepared, and they kind of overwhelmed their opponent on the way they played that map. But I think that is going to be a key difference between how All Gamers plays in these situations and BaiSha. I feel like BaiSha, they have higher highs, but they also have lower lows compared to what we've seen from All Gamers so far.
Yep. Seems like a fair way to put it. Okay, seems maybe the issue is sorted. And I assume we'll probably have to reset the lobby as well at this point, so it'll probably be another minute or two with this tech pause. The thing about All Gamers is that they would have come to this event with one goal in mind, and that is to win. Some of these other teams, VASCO in particular, probably the initial goal was, yep, let's make it out of playoffs, make it to the top 4, see what we can do there. But anything less than a first place here for All Gamers is going to be considered a failure.
Yeah,
so
I agree.
They want to make sure that they get through every one of these games with as much ease as possible.
Yeah, I mean, looking at their regional dominance this year, they don't even know what it's like to really lose. They've got that CFBL championship behind them. Potentially could have another one here. But still lingering, I'm sure, in the back of their minds is that loss in the 2022 Grand Finals to BaiSha, which could be very well the next match we see if All Gamers pulls off this win, as it seems to be leaning in their direction early on. But I am interested to know why they picked Ankara in this series. They didn't look great on it against Pacific, which I would argue is a weaker team than VASCO. So I actually think that may be the map where there's the most opportunity for VASCO to make an impact in this series. But right now, as we return here, it is 4-1 All Gamers with the early lead. But we do see a nice early aggressive play from VNC. He's already got in very close to the BL spawn, and nobody seems to know he's there yet.
There you go, All Gamers wrapping back in that direction. So he may well be able to come into play. If nothing else, he'll hear a lot of the rotation. And here we go. Let's see what VNC is going to be able to achieve right here. It looks like Doom might be able to spot him out, and yeah, they were all over it. They were ready. See in the player cam, VNC's just not very happy with that. Thought he had the timing, but All Gamers are cerebral.
Yeah, that's a tough one to deal with. He looked like the player that had the better timing there, but the reactions from Do, you've got to be ready. He is always very quick to the trigger. Now we see All Gamers working their way towards the B-bomb site. A good read, only one player there defending it. Action, just holding it down. Silva as well, almost taken down in mid from Do, who gets the leg shot through the door onto him. But here comes the push onto B. Action, he's got to pop off here. He's good for a first. That's going to be it, though. Not enough. MG and Tuzin now stuck in a 2 versus 4 retake. That's not looking too great.
Yeah, wouldn't be a big fan of that, to be quite honest with you. MG's probably been the best clutcher for VASCO, but now he's out of the picture. It just leaves Tuzin. This is another one of those situations where you're thinking, maybe I'll just go away and let this round time out. We can have a bit more time to talk about things. VASCO haven't called a tack pause just yet. Wondering if that's going to come through at any point. Imperial was certainly a bit more liberal when it came to the tack timeout calls.
Yeah. At the same time, they could have talked a little bit during that tech pause, I suppose, at least in that circumstance. Maybe sorted out what they want to try and do, but it seems to be a similar situation. It's one of those things where they are trying new things. Some of those things seem like they're going to work, but then it comes down to these 1v1s where they can't win the aim duel, and you can have all of the great positioning choices in the world, but if you can't win the aim fights, it's still not going to matter how good your setups are. And I do like the adjustment here, a 4-player stack on the catwalk coming out from VASCO. A good adjustment here to try and deal with the aggression towards A. It seems to be where All Gamers favors the majority of the time, but once they see there could be a stack here, you've now got to deal with a B-bomb site that's wide open and only held by Silva.
Yeah, this is definitely something that we saw Imperial fail to do when they were down so heavily. They didn't really adapt too much on that global risk side. They just kind of continued to play standard. And I can kind of understand why you'd want to continue to play standard, because you're sort of hedging your bets and covering off all your bases. But at a certain point, you're just not winning the duels as cleanly as you need to. You do kind of need to start taking a couple of gambles, having 4 players in one position where if All Gamers head in that direction, you'd think VASCO will probably be able to trade effectively there. C4 also committed to this fight. Now it's a big question mark. Can VASCO survive against All Gamers? And I don't know if they've really done enough in that engagement to really trouble All Gamers. They've stacked 4 players in that spot, and it still only ended up being a 1-for-1. C4 was obviously retrievable for All Gamers. And even then, All Gamers are still persisting in taking control of that area of the map.
Tuzin, though, gets a crucial pick, takes down ZY, gets the numbers advantage now for VASCO, as they still try and force this issue towards the A bomb site. MG, good for 1. ZQ, good for the trade. But it's all on to do. 1 versus 3, 22 HP to work with, 20 seconds on the clock to get the plant as well. Tuzin spots him from the A bomb site. It's going to be Du who has to double back here, but there's just no time to get this bomb planted. He's got to go now. He misses the jump into the window, and I think that's going to kill his clock completely. Now he can't even clear. He has to just stick the plant and hope for the best, but there's no time to even do that.
Yeah, I'm not sure he really had time. How do you even manage that jump, to be honest? Bit of a resurgence from VASCO, but still not enough to really trouble the scorers just yet. Wow. Here those nades get tossed out by All Gamers. There's absolutely no chance anyone's in that smoke. Heavy stack toward B this time. VASCO does feel like they're reading the play quite nicely with putting their members where they need to.
Yeah, it's not a bad setup. The extra emphasis towards B. But All Gamers, pretty slow on their blacklist side. They like to poke around for information and make sure they're going towards the correct site here. For them, it seems to be the A bomb site as their target. It's a good call here. There's only one player, MG, holding underneath the catwalk. Nobody actually on this bomb site who can defend it. MG even has to give it up, and now they're going to be playing a full 5-on-5 retake here. I'm not so sure I like this one.
Yeah, I think giving up the bomb site to All Gamers is a very big risk, particularly when you've got players like this that will push their way out. The plant was not denied. Action, though, is putting in work from the window until he's shut down by ZY. Du's fully cleared out long, and he can now focus in on the bridge peak. It's a great angle to hold from with the Orm. And even then, he can also help out ZY should that window peak come through. I like this setup for All Gamers. Flash onto the bridge as well to buy a bit more time. First shot goes the way of Du. Silver spotted out as well. There's no way All Gamers is even going to give him the chance to in this round. They just won't peak.
Yeah, big round there. It looked like for a minute, too, that they might lose it. But All Gamers get it done. Things to do there on the back of site, getting a lot of work in and making sure those players couldn't actually duel him effectively. I was worried with the position he chose as well. It was a little exposed to both cat and window at the same time, but VASCO, they make the mistake of peeking a little bit disjointed. It costs them the round. Now a 6-2 game, could be another 7-2 half game. We've seen quite a few of those. Shui gets the opener towards this trade on the B bomb site. There's nobody else here aside from Silva holding the cross on the double doors. He's able to find one. Falls back as well. Arm in hand. Surprising to see from him, but he's been effective so far on the round.
I wonder what All Gamers decides to try and do here. Looks like they just want to wait patiently to see if VASCO's going to make the mistake, and they will. Oh, that's a big mistake for VASCO to push back into the side. It has resulted in the equalization of the numbers. And the plan will go down. ZQ and Even, who especially has been looking quite good on this map so far. In for another attempt at a 1-on-2. I think his position is known by Silva. Maybe not, though, as he gets aggressive onto MG. Catches him off, and a great flick. Even wins it for All Gamers. It's the same story as what we saw between BaiSha and Imperial. Even when the Brazilian squad gets close, there's a clutch around the next corner. And All Gamers reigns supreme at the end of the half.
Yeah, it's a tough one, too, because I feel like for VASCO, they have been playing better than Imperial did against BaiSha on this map. They had a lot more rounds that were stolen away from them versus just complete steamrolls against them. But you still got to find a way to prevent these clutches. There's so many times where you've seen someone like Even or Du or Jouet just kind of carve their own path against multiple VASCO players, and you've got to be able to trade here to take out a team like All Gamers. They don't have a lot of room for error in how they play, but when it is there, you've got to be able to capitalize.
Look, if you're going to beat one of these Chinese teams, you do need to be 100%ing every round. And that cannot be said for Imperial or for VASCO so far today. I don't think we've seen either of those teams at their peak so far in the playoffs. And at least for one of them, again, this is assuming VASCO does drop this series against All Games, at least for one of them, after tomorrow's game between Imperial and VASCO, there will be another bite at the cherry against the Chinese squad. But it's not looking super competitive at the moment, is it?
Not really, but I feel like for VASCO, I worry even more actually on this side. The big stat that stood out in my mind was this is the only team out of the 4 in the playoffs that does not have a positive win percentage overall on the blacklist side. Only 49% from them. ZY already gets the opening double kill as well. Early advantage over to All Gamers, but VNC, he's going to turn that back around at least for a moment. But dude, what is that second shot? Able to find 2 big ones from the B bridge, and now Tuzin is left alone in the clutch.
I think he's done. I think he's cooked. He's been spotted straight away by Jouet, who actually doesn't quite land the shots that he needs to. The nade doesn't quite go deep enough either to tickle Tuzin, and I'm a bit worried about Jouet taking that duel in the one-on-one, but he's sharp enough to finish it off in the end for All Gamers. Could have seen that converted, though, back to the one-on-one. And who's to say Tuzin couldn't win that? End of the day, though, All Gamers, I mean, they might be in a position now to actually even pose a more solid result than what we saw from BaiSha.
It's definitely possible.
Feels like a 10-2 is definitely indicative of the way this game has played out.
It's going to be so hard here for Action to break through. That mid-push not working out. VNC on the follow-up, though. Huge double kill. Makes it a 3-on-2, but this is where they've got to be careful and make sure they trade. Even very good at spoiling these rounds. He knows how to fight in these situations, but he's going to be caught off guard. VNC able to find a 3rd kill here. It leaves ZY in a very tough clutch.
Yeah, I really thought Even was actually going to check that, because you could see he was looking to his left a couple of times, but I guess checking the windows as opposed to around behind the door. They'll creep into the smoke here. Could be big from ZY. He does find the first. Not game to take that fight against Silver, and we'll just back off and try to rotate through a different avenue of attack. It's be a real nail in the coffin, though, for VASCO if ZY were to clutch this one out. And he has been pretty good on this map so far. 4-1 since the reset. There's a freebie onto MG and Silver as well. I mean, how? How does he get away with that?
Complete insanity. That's how ZY steps up, gets a massive round, and not only does that give them map point, but you've got to believe that is starting to hurt the mentality of VASCO, because every round it feels like they're finally going to answer back. There's an AG player waiting to clutch it up against them, and this is so difficult to deal with because it ruins any forward sense of momentum that VASCO might have felt in this matchup, and now this could actually be the worst map we've seen play out today.
Feels like it. Oh, and a great start from ZY as well. He's getting it done with the rifle, with the Orm. It's a triple Orm setup for All Gamers. They just don't care at all anymore, do they? And VNC, he should be a dead man. Good trigger discipline from Shui will result in the double kill. It's just all over for VASCO at this point, isn't it? 4-on-2. They're not coming back from that. They don't have the clutch gene like All Gamers.
No, they don't, unfortunately so. Double OMS as well for the remainder of the round. Does not make this easy. They've got to find a pick to have any sort of hope to get into one of these sites. Shui, though, Sneaks underneath.
Oh.
Gives that away, though, really quickly.
2 for 3 peaks, playing a dangerous game there, but neither player able to connect. And Zhui just doesn't stop, does he? He hasn't caught MG off guard necessarily. I think MG was well aware of that fact, but still damage being done. And now Zhui needs to be a little bit careful. He's kind of pincered between multiple angles. He wants to get out and can't. Has he bitten off more than he can chew? Another clutch required here from Du. I think all gamers might have just been a little bit overeager to try to finish that round off. And they've given the opportunity back over to VASCO. But could it be a third straight clutch from the All Gamers members? This time again, it is Du tasked with that.
It is possible for Du here, but...
Position's good. If he's quick, he might catch one as they work their way up short. Needs the Orm in hand. Oh, he spotted them. 20 seconds to get that plant down. If he is fast, he can actually take a one-on-one as the plant is going down. I think this is a great spot for Du to be in. There it is. And now MG hasn't even planted yet. He's going to plant it. He's going to gamble for it. But Du has been allowed to progress forward, and now it's just down to the 1v1. MG so low, he'll have to hit the shot with the Orm. Du knows he's got time, but he doesn't have a life to do it with. MG just keeps it alive for VASCO. That was close.
It was very close, but it wouldn't be a Brazil versus China matchup if we didn't have a 10-3 on the table, right?
I see, yeah. I see where you're going with this one.
All gamers, can they do it here, or does VASCO have even more left to show us compared to their counterparts? All gamers take control early on of A-Long, sending a couple back now. 2 onto the B-bomb site. VASCO trying to find that early intel. Not going to see any counter aggression other than hearing that A-Long push, which is going to get them in that mindset that the B-bomb site could have a weak defense, but as we know, Du going to be playing here makes this very difficult. We've got a third player now here as well. Zhui slides into it. And they've got all of the numbers now on this site to hold it off. 4 players here for All Gamers. They've taken way too long to execute, and now they've got to push into a disastrous stack that they've got no idea of.
It's not as if they have to, though. They've got plenty of time to still reset off the back of this, but it doesn't seem like they want to move away from the B site. Action has been able to grab himself 1 entry, but even still, you've got 3 more players to find. I don't like the idea of working into this B site. VASCO being very patient about it. Du still looking for that info. And these nades are doing a lot of chip damage as well to VASCO. But eventually All Gamers is going to want to get a bit of info. A lot of exchange of fire is VASCO more or less saying, hey, we are still sticking around. And so All Gamers will as well. It's a stalemate.
It's so bizarre. There's no map control for VASCO, but no forward aggression as well. And ZY, he's just having a good time on the A-bomb site. He hasn't moved a muscle off of this one. He's waiting to see if something actually happens here. But for VASCO, they've got to make the call sooner or later. You can't just stand here all day long. ZQ, he's the first to make the move now. Takes down Tuzin. And this is where they've got that chance. There's not a lot of time, and they're trying to double back to the A-bomb site, but All Gamers, they've read this perfectly. They've already got their whole team now towards A.
That said, it might actually come down to mid, and ZQ is caught with his knife out. Zhui's only good for 1. It's a bit of a one-and-done spot now. Du's position, so important, can only grab himself 1. ZY, though, can't get there in time to catch Silver in the back. VASCO to end up actually getting into the B site. ZY 7-2 for the moment since that reset. Again, you might back him to close this out considering how low Silver is. Time's ticking away from him though. That flash grenade's not going to buy too much time. MG was spotted out now. But Silver pops up at the right time to give VASCO another round. They are not doing it easy though.
Yeah, they've taken it to 4. The most we've seen from a Brazilian squad so far today, but You've got to think at this point it's probably just a matter of time before All Gamers can find this last round, but they have been a little bit greedy in trying to get there. Do goes for the solo peek on B long, gets caught early on. ZY as well, just kind of roaming aggressively in mid. But look at Shui here, pushed up the catwalk, able to find that kill onto Action, a very key player to get out of this round. And now again, we see VASCO going for this play towards the box room, but are they going to hang out here for a long time again?
Yeah, I'm getting the same feeling that you are, that All Gamers is quite desperate to actually close this one out. Here's another chance to do so, but Silver and BNC find their entries over to B. I think All Gamers really did miss a trick when they had that 2-on-4 at 10-2 and just continued to push, tried to be the individual hero and close it out. Now they're being punished for that, and this map is actually kind of starting to bleed out a little bit. Allow VASCO some confidence back into the series, and sure, they probably aren't going to win the map, VASCO, but at least it's not an utterly devastating defeat similar to what Imperial faced earlier on today against BaiSha. That's a 5th.
Great way to keep it rolling here for VASCO, but surely not the comeback from a 9-2 scoreline.
No, I don't believe.
This is already, I think, a little bit much. 3 in a row against All Gamers. Not an easy streak to put together. The round's a little bit sloppy to get there, but they'll definitely take them. The crazy thing is, if you look at the conversions, if they had won those, VASCO could actually be winning this game right now. And at this point, All Gamers, it's going to be up to them to cross that final one off, because right now they are having a lot of trouble in getting there. ZQ only 1 kill since that earlier reset. Surprising to see from him, but ZY, he's the one who's got to hold it down here. He's got 4 players swinging out onto his positioning. He's just going to play for the time here, able to get the first, makes it a 2nd kill. Surely not anything more. Action finally secures the trade, but it's a 4-on-3.
Well, that is kind of the problem of allowing All Gamers to get to 9. Eventually, someone's just going to have a round like that. And let's see what Duke can do as well. He might be someone that could really pop off at any given moment as well. Actually, falls at the hands of MG. But even still, numbers disadvantage right here for VASCO, and they're going to have to dig themselves out of trouble one more time. Flash high in the sky over A long. And Shui's position. This is a nasty one. I'm not sure VASCO is going to clear this. I'd expect Shui to at least get a 1-for-1. And if it's the C4 and if there's not even a trade available, well, never mind. Action is heads up enough to check it. So that throws a bit of a spanner in the works now for All Gamers. They have info, but it's maybe false info there as well. Even's trying to take that duel against Action. In the end, decides to get back out to A.
This fight, though, could be the key to the round if MG can find ZQ early on this hit towards the A-bomb site. They could actually take this to a 6th round. ZQ playing very reserved as well. It's going to be hard to hold off this A take. MG spots him out. ZQ gets the spot as well, though. Has to hide his feet, make sure he can get shot down here. He's the one who gets the first, the trade quickly there. Even the map on his shoulders to try and close out, but there is no time for Action. He has to take the plant here, and Even, he's got the perfect position to stall the plant, but Action surely not here. He's going for the sprint over to the B-bomb site. He's gonna have just enough time. It takes 4 seconds to plant. Is he gonna get this off? Just barely, less than a second on the clock, gets the plant off.
Timing.
And he's already here. He's gonna sneak into the site. He gets the shots onto him, but not the finish. Action, could he do it here? It's down to the brutal 1v1, but Even closes it out. Action, he tried his hardest there, but at the end of the day, All Gamers take this one 10-5, but you've got to applaud VASCO for making it very hard to cross that finish line.
Yeah, just a case of timing in that final round, really. Even was quick enough on the rotate across that he didn't allow Action to get off the site after planting the C4. Maybe had Action tried to take a different approach, had he gone into the doors rather than into the box room, there could have been a bit of a different story. But end of the day, it is what it is, and so now All Gamers up 1-0 in the series. Ankara is going to be coming up next. That is the map choice of All Gamers, and a map which VASCO did not look very good on yesterday. Admittedly, To be fair, All Gamers also struggled a little bit on that map, but hey, jury's out as to what we're going to get from this one. And AG, of course, they picked the map, so they'll feel confident enough going into it. I do think they could have cleaned that map up a little bit faster, to be fair, Kyle, but end of the day, when you're up 9-2, I'm sure it's hard to really ensure that you have that 100% discipline going into every single round. They knew that they had a lot of room to play with, and I mean, it took them a few rounds to get it done, but there never looked like there was going to be a world where VASCO would actually make that happen on the reverse sweep, essentially.
Yeah, I think All Gamers, this next game, they just need to reel it in when things still look favorable for them and not make those simple mistakes. I think that's the difference we saw in how BaiSha played it. You could tell even in the rounds that BaiSha won earlier on, they were kind of hard on themselves if it got a little bit too close. I didn't get that same sense from All Gamers, even though they still take a pretty confident win here.
Yeah, most definitely. Don't know if there was necessarily one massive standout for AG in terms of the individual prowess there, though. It sort of felt, again, like a bit more of an across-the-board performance.
Yeah, I think for me, the only person I'd note is even in those critical moments where things got scary, seemed to be the player who was always kind of prepared to make sure it didn't get out of hand. So wouldn't be surprised to see him a lot here as we take a look at the highlights.
So here's what we saw in the server, and as you can see, well, there was a bit of a performance from a few of the members on AG. Dre, Do, and ZY all having a pretty positive impact on the scoreboard there. ZQ and Even took a bit more of a backseat, and the only member really popping off for VASCO in the end was Silva, and he did have a couple of critical rounds, but it can't be a one-man effort. It needs to be multiple players, and just not quite enough standing up there for VASCO.
Yeah, that's what makes me nervous, though, about the next map here, because Silva, normally when he's popping off, that's their key to winning the map, and even with that, they can only put up 5 rounds, 3 of which were kind of at the end of the road when AG got a little bit overzealous to try and close it out as well, which doesn't hold well for their future, especially now as we prepare for AG's pick and a map where VASCO hasn't looked quite as good.
Who's the MVP going to be? That's a bit of a difficult question to answer, actually. You maybe think it will be Jue, but it is. So, yeah, maybe it could have gone the way of Dude, maybe it could have gone the way of ZQ, but Jue was probably the one that stood out for the most part. That's not his first MVP of the event, I don't think. But, look, either way, what I'm trying to get at here with the MVP discussion is that the fact that you have 3 fairly reasonable options is kind of what means you've had a pretty good game. So regardless of who it is, AG, it sort of feels like they have the firepower and they have the individuals to get through this series, even if someone's having a bit of an off game. Very similar to like Shui, when he was playing Mexico the other day, he got 1 frag, and now he's the MVP for that game. So it's not as if, you know, anyone's having to do it more than anyone else on this AG roster.
Yeah, I think moving forward, they're going to be the difficult team to get through in this series. VASCO, maybe we'll see something more from them, I think, on map 3. This next map, maybe not so much. It's been a struggle for them. But, you know, in the back of my mind, it is going to be Jouet having a bad Mexico performance, so maybe that happens again here. Maybe. Who knows? But we are going to have a quick break here, and we'll be back with map number 2 shortly.
That's the championship point. All gamers will be.
Well, so far VASCO have put up a better fight against All Gamers than Imperial did against BaiSha Gaming, but that is all that it is thus far. Just a fight, not a map victory, not any real semblance of confidence or control on the first map. It's time to move into map 2, which will be Ankara here, the map choice of All Gamers. An interesting thought, Kyle, considering we were wondering how that fit into the map pool for AG, but they have actually just gone out and chosen it themselves. So it's not as if this has even found its way into the map pool in any way, shape or form. It just ends up being the pick.
Yeah, it's interesting, especially considering this was a pretty tough one for them in their match yesterday. They looked a little bit shaky on it. They barely scraped by with a win. And I definitely have my doubts from them on this map. I would say the GR side for them looked a little bit better on it. That is where they're going to be starting here, so maybe a slight advantage for them in that regard. But I think the big thing they have going for them right now is simply just the momentum coming out of that first map, because winning VASCO's pick is going to hurt them a little bit mentally, I think, and start to dig at them. And they kind of just need to come out swinging, I think, here on the second map and get that momentum early, because if this gets close, I actually think VASCO has a chance here.
Yeah, look, I think it was that match that All Gamers played against Pacific Makta that's really weighing on our minds when it comes to Ankara. But even then, when you take into account the result that they had against Kara House being a 10-7 and the result they had against Imperial being a 10-6, I don't know that any of those map wins were as clean for All Gamers as what we've seen from, for example, someone like BaiSha and for some of the other maps that All Gamers played. So I do have my doubts, I do have my reservations. VASCO themselves, though, didn't really look too crash hot on this map. They did lose it yesterday to BaiSha in incredibly convincing fashion. And for the rest of the event, you know, they only just barely got over the line against ranking esports in a 10-8 fashion. So it's not as if this looks like the greatest of maps either for VASCO, and I think that's part of the reason why All Gamers have opted to go in this direction. I don't know that All Gamers look at it and say, okay, Ankara is definitely our best map in the pool, although they did pick it a little bit earlier on in the group stages as well, but with the knowledge in mind that they feel comfortable on it, at least themselves, and they know that VASCO have had their struggles on it, then maybe you put 2 and 2 together there and you make 4 and you decide to angle in that direction for your map pick. But yeah, I mean, it definitely looks like a bit more of a difficult map pool to predict compared to when we were watching Imperial versus BaiSha. We said, like, if Imperial lose map 1, then BaiSha they can kind of run straight through this 3-0, and it felt very easy to kind of make that argument. Even though we've seen that win for All Gamers on Black Widow, I don't know if I'm at that point where I'm prepared to say that, yeah, they're definitely going to get the 3-0 today, because Ankara, again, has been a bit of a question mark for them. Mexico looked okay for All Gamers, looked quite good actually for them. But then again, VASCO also looked pretty good on it yesterday against BaiSha. So I'm still a bit up in the air as to how this map pool might end up playing out. I do think the individual level is definitely there for All Gamers to be able to 3-0 this one. But I don't know, man. VASCO just seems like that kind of team that can pull one map out and run away with it.
Yeah, I think they definitely have shown us that they could do that, especially I think when we get to Mexico. They've got a really strong conversation there. Ankara, though, I just think back to the last time they played it, it didn't look great for them. And that was even coming off of a map win into that. So I feel like for them, they're going to have to show us a lot here in this map to really give me any confidence, even with Mexico being that third map here, because as much as I'd like to say this could be one that goes to more than a 3-map series, I still find it very unlikely, just because All Gamers, they were able to clutch so many times in that first map. That's what gave me that doubt in my mind, because if you look at all of the rounds that were converted against VASCO, it had to have been 4 or 5 rounds where they actually had an early advantage and still let that slip. If they don't address that moving forward, it's still going to be a rough time.
One of the things that I think All Gamers is going to have to address is the A site hold on Ankara as well. That seemed like a really weak point of the map for them. Up against Pacific Makta, to be fair, also kind of went missing in that matchup as well. So I think there was multiple points of weakness on Ankara when we last watched All Gamers playing it, but have to imagine that they've been able to rectify that overnight. Otherwise, they would not have picked the map. Not sure what the issue is getting into game. Obviously, some sort of tech delay happening at the moment. Are you a claw grip or a palm grip gamer?
Oh, definitely claw grip.
Really?
That's the way to go, I think.
I think it is the way to go, but I'm a palm grip player. Just played like that my entire life.
Potentially going the wrong way.
Well, it wasn't. The thing is, it wasn't intentional, right? I got to the point where I actually learned of these things as concepts, but that was well beyond the point where I had been playing palm grip for probably 10 years at that point. Do you know what I mean? So at that point, I thought it was a bit too late to go back. But just looking at the way that the mouse is being held, for the most part, looks like claw grip from at least the AG side.
Yeah, seems to be the case for most. But I'd trust them on this one. I mean, they're the team that's coming out looking really solid here. The only team at this event yet to drop a map. Though they've had some close calls now. A few close calls. Surprising that their closest call was actually against Pacific Makta. Maybe just an off day for them. Not 100% sure how that one went as far as it did, but this one I'm also a little unsure of. They struggled to cross that finish line on map number 1, and that's where I've got a little bit more doubt in them than I did in BaiSha. Those last rounds didn't look the greatest for them. Even the round they crossed the finish line was just a 1v1 after they had lost 3 in a row.
One other pet peeve that I have is the headset cable getting curled up like that. I don't have a wireless headset, but let me tell you, my headset cable is pristine. The problem is you take your headset off the same way every single time, right? And eventually that turns the cable around and around and around. And then if you don't fix it, you get a headset cable that looks like that, and I can't stand that. It gets all frayed and not very nice. I mean, I can imagine why we have so many microphone issues if the cables are getting twisted like that.
Maybe it's all part of the skill, though. Letting things fray, letting them get a little worn. I know some players, with their mouse pad, they're very particular too. They won't use a new mouse pad. They have to have that perfect worn-in mouse pad to feel comfortable. Are you the same way? Do you not like a new mouse pad?
I haven't actually really swapped my mouse pad all that often, but I think the bigger change up for me when I had to deal with that was, have you ever put like glass mouse feet on your mouse?
No.
Yeah, that's actually, I think they're great, by the way, but it took a little while to get used to, because obviously when you buy your mouse or you get your mouse, initially obviously it comes with like the plasticky type feet. I'd be interested to see actually whether or not any of the players at this event have the glass mouse feet, but you can order, for example, for a Super Light, you can order a set of mouse feet, mouse skates as they call them, that are made of glass, and it literally is just a piece of glass in the shape of the mouse feet, and with like a sticker on the other side that you can stick on your mouse, and yeah, it makes it a lot smoother, obviously. So obviously at that point, you know, it's like a much slipperier kind of a surface when you're trying to move it along the mouse pad. So I wouldn't say so much it was the mouse pad change for me, but the glass mouse feet that made the difference. So anyway, guys, some issues happening at the moment. I can't tell you what they are. I don't know. Haven't been told. But it's back to us. So I mean, we can keep talking about mouse feet because I guess that's where we're at right now. But I would recommend it. I do think that yeah, I think that's a good shout if you haven't had them before.
I'll have to check it out. I think looking forward, I guess, in the series, any potential in your mind for a map loss, or is it kind of GG in the air?
No, I think it's GG in the air, personally. Look, I'm being told that we are going to be heading to a break in just a second, guys. I don't, again, know exactly what the tech issue is going to be, but that's getting sorted out in the background, so I do appreciate your patience. And for those of you that are waiting for map 2, don't go too far away. We will be back in just a sec. Welcome back to the CFS Summer Championship, and appreciate your patience. We've found the issue. I think we've sorted the issue as well. Apparently there was an issue with the stage itself, and that has been rectified. So, you know, good quick turnaround, and that's always nice to see. Hopefully we'll be underway with the game pretty shortly. We've had no shortage of time to speak about Ankara, but just to update you as to what we might be expecting to see here. All gamers, they did win on Black Widow. Now they're moving into their own map choice of Ankara. You have to imagine things are going to go pretty well for them here.
Yeah, I think at this rate, I would say maybe a 10-5, 10-6 situation. Wouldn't surprise me to see something around those lines. I don't think it'll be incredibly quick and easy, just considering they've looked a little bit shakier on this map at times, but so is VASCO, so it could still go heavily in their favor a little bit. I think it'll be a tough one to have just be a walk in the park, but all gamers, they're definitely the favorite in this one. It's their pick for a reason too. I'm sure they've learned a lot of lessons from that matchup where they looked shaky against Pacific. I wouldn't expect them to pick it otherwise.
We'll see how they go on Ankara. It is map 2 in the series, and it's getting pretty dicey for VASCO, so they'd like to pick up a win right here. And away we go. All gamers will be starting on the Global Risk side. And VASCO onto their less favored Blacklist side. That's a factor as well to consider that you mentioned in the previous map. Oh, what's the issue? We've got a reset. And again, back to a pause. So that is unfortunate indeed. I'm seeing thumbs up though.
Yeah, it looks like they may have gotten it resolved pretty quickly there. I think just an issue on connecting to the lobby, so probably a quick reset and we'll be back into it. But when we do get back into it, it'll be all gamers on the GR side, VASCO on the BL to kick it off. All gamers, you think another 10-5s in the cards here?
I mean, I'd be honest, I'd like to see a little bit of a cleaner result actually from all gamers. I think they could have achieved a much cleaner result on Black Widow. In my mind, that first map should have actually been 10-2. I think they did sort of take the mickey a little bit in that 13th round, or in that 12th round, and kind of let it slip a little bit. They did have a 4-on-2 at the 9-2 scoreline. So I would actually be advocating for a cleaner result here from all gamers, particularly because of how good BaiSha looked in their earlier match. I actually think so far I'm starting to jump on the BaiSha bandwagon a little bit. Like, I'm getting a bit hyped for the BaiSha side of things in tomorrow's potential BaiSha versus all gamers matchup. And I think right now, if you would ask me right now what my prediction would be, I would say BaiSha. Obviously, that's not necessarily super fair because all gamers still have another 2 maps yet to play, but it's going to be difficult for all gamers to prove me to a position that I would even choose them over BaiSha on these next 2. Like, unless they would, you know, maybe 10-1, 10-0 the next 2 maps, can you reasonably say that they've had a better look coming into today than BaiSha have after the 3 10-3s that they got against Imperial? I think even if they were to win cleanly on these next 2 maps, I would still in the back of my mind say I think, okay, VASCO is probably a little bit of a worse team than Imperial, and BaiSha hit a really huge peak. So I think I'll probably be predicting for BaiSha tomorrow, even regardless of the results that we get from these next 2 maps.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with you there. The only thing I'm unsure of now is, after what we've seen today so far, at least, there is some doubt in my mind that VASCO is the inferior team compared to Imperial. They've looked better against all gamers, who I would say is probably the better team coming into this. They haven't lost a map yet compared to BaiSha, who has lost a map, and to VASCO. So I think that's the harder one for me to pick, actually, is if Imperial and VASCO meet. I am not sure at all who I would favor in that matchup, but VASCO, maybe there's more convincing to be done here in this series. They definitely have the opportunity to show us even more than what we saw on map number 1, which was a 5-10 loss for them. And even then, like you said, it could have been a lot worse if AG had closed out that 4-on-2 and given those opportunities to them to really get back into it. So starting off this one, They are playing pretty similar, though, to how they played in their previous showing. And I know you mentioned you have some issues with how they play this A-bomb site on AG.
Yeah, Jue, again, in the vents. That has been more or less his location for the entirety of Ankara when they're playing on Global Risk. It does feel like, you know, he does take some very individualistic fights there. Even, I think he's got a bit of an idea as to what might be coming here. The initial shots, though, don't land, and so VNC will be able to overrun him. And I wonder, are we starting to see why Ankara was such a rough-looking map for all gamers yesterday? Because already this is looking better for VASCO. Sharp shot from ZY. But the bomb plant was at least enabled. And ZY just surely cannot survive right here, considering there's so many numbers there surrounding him. Did his best. Shui spotted Tuzin. They're going to have to clear him out before trying to progress into the side. That'll cost a bit of time, but not too much. Good stuff from all gamers there. Shui and ZQ, the rotators across from A. But it is now just down to ZQ, and time is very much working against him. VASCO playing that timer nicely will win the first round of the map.
It's a nice opener, but this is exactly how the first map started. They won the first round, but then they lost 4 in a row, and they can't afford that this time around. But this should be a better map for them in theory. All Gamers does look usually worse on this map compared to a lot of their other maps in the pool. It's a little bit of a risk, I think, for All Gamers to have this as their pick, especially considering they almost lost it yesterday. But at the same time, VASCO, they've got to show us something even more in the second round. They haven't really strung a lot together in this series so far, other than at the very end of the opening map. Those are their only back-to-back rounds to account for.
Pretty chill approach here from VASCO in the round, though. They do take a bit of early control into mid. Just exploring the B connector, the A connector. Interesting to note that all gamers aren't playing quite as aggressively over toward the B side of the map as what they were in their game yesterday evening. And again, I sort of highlighted that as being a bit of an issue. I think it was ZY there that also was taking a lot of 1v1 fights, and a lot of fights where even if he would get one, there was a pretty high likelihood that he would get traded down and at best case have a 1-4-1, which is not really what you want on the Global Risk side. If you trade 1-for-1, that's actually favorable for Blacklist because it does split those bomb sites up a little bit. Do in mid, had his chance, but really it's onto ZQ, who just lines 3 up, sprays them all down and makes it look quite easy in the end. Do there for the finisher onto MG. And it is just silver here for VASCO. It's a pretty solid response from all gamers.
Yeah, Silva, no bomb in hand. Has to go lurking alone, but Jue gonna be caught by himself. All Gamers, they can't afford to fall into this trap again. And this time they won't. Do make sure the kill is secured there. He has the support behind him as well right there. And it is going to be a tied game. And now can they start stringing them together? They did that in the first map. It was pretty solid, I would say. I mean, they got up to a 4-1. I tend to doubt that, though, on this map. I feel like for them, stringing rounds together is going to be a bit more challenging. They haven't had the same success on this map compared to a lot of their others, and a lot of it comes down to how they approach these early round plays. I'm not a huge fan of leaving mid continuously exposed like this. They've got nobody holding it down. A lot of early emphasis towards this B aggression. They can't find a pick out of it either. They'll go ahead and fall back, and it is going to be onto these 2 players on the A-bomb site to lock it down now. Jue and ZQ going to have 3 players starting to work into them.
Yeah, and this is where they had a couple of issues yesterday. Oftentimes it ended up being maybe a 1-for-2 trade at best, and in some cases the site just completely got overrun. Seen Jue dropping off from this exact perch into the vents position on awkward timings. ZQ, though, this time opens it nicely, and Jue also answers. That's much better. Playing off of each other. But Jue, again, he just loves to try to get into that vent, doesn't he? Doesn't work out this time. Still the rotation in from ZY, and he cleans them up nicely. I I am still not super sold on that A hold. If they don't get the initial kills, Zhui loves to drop down. And once he drops down, very often he gets picked for doing so.
Yeah, I think the only benefit they've got here is that VASCO has a tendency to kind of show their hand before they push and take a little bit too long to get into sites compared to other teams.
Yeah.
And as you saw there with the flank, it's a lot easier to time those against a team like VASCO. And they've got to be aware of that a little bit more so, because that round was winnable if they didn't have to deal with that flank immediately behind them.
Certainly. But that's the way the cookie crumbles. ZY is playing in that forward position again, maybe not quite as aggressively. There is the opportunity for him to fall back here. He's going to spot the info. I like that a lot better than what we saw from him yesterday. Not committing to the fight so much as just, okay, you got to have a couple of shots, see if you maybe can find a pick. Worst case, you get the info and back out. It's a low-risk kind of a style compared to the high-risk, I will say, medium reward. This is low-risk, low-reward. We're back over to A, though, for VASCO, and it is just Zhui holding that site solo. He's going to need some help pretty quickly. ZQ is coming across, and it looks like might just get there on the timing. No shots go through from Zhui. I'm not sure what happened there. Just didn't fire a single bullet. ZQ tucks himself in the corner. Tries to wait for teammates to come and help him, but here's that weakness over toward the A. Bomb site starting to get exploited. It is the rotators that look to save the day here for All Gamers. ZY did find himself a couple, but even will need another. Two's down as well in that meanwhile, but oh, the numbers are still there. ZY with the pistol steps up in a big way, just the same way he was able to clutch out in the golden point yesterday in Pacific Makta as that rotator coming across comes up with such a big round, 4 kills in it. But you can see what I'm saying. The A hold, the weakness is there.
Yeah, I feel like Zhui should not be the solo anchor. He's not very well equipped, I think, at holding this position. He has a tendency to overcommit, which can be really, really bad when you're holding this A bomb site, especially by yourself. Going down too soon is not a good look here. They do have ZQ now a little bit more assertively on there with him, but even with 2, I still think Zhui needs to be a little bit more passive in his angle that he's holding here. He loves to sit on that top railing. The problem with that spot is if you can't connect on a very early kill, you're almost overexposed there.
Yeah, absolutely. You're just sitting out in no man's land at that point. This is the one that I don't really enjoy so much from ZY, because unless he gets 2, what is the point of being there? Even's now solo and also in an isolated duel. He's probably good for a 1-for-1, but again, a 1-for-1, probably not ideal if you're on the GR side. He's even going to go for the push. Gets a bit more info, wants to keep fighting on that angle, but he's got so much to cover off. He needs some backup, and he's getting it from Do. 1-for-1 for Even. Still continues to split the defense. All Gamers are at least trading effectively enough, but I'm really not sold on All Gamers and how they play this global risk side of Ankara. It just relies on them being better than their opponents individually. And sure, they probably are for the most part. But when you go up against a team like BaiSha, for example, I don't know if you get away with that quite so much.
Yeah, I definitely feel like this map would be a loss to BaiSha. Zhui, though, gets the final kill. They're on a roll again, and even though VASCO wins the opening round, we're kind of back to where we were in that opening map, where you see All Gamers starting to pull further and further ahead. And this time, All Gamers has to be that team to try and keep that momentum on their side. They started to slip when it came to closing out in the opening map, but this time around, I'm actually surprised to see them doing so well on this map, because frankly, the decisions they're making aren't that great. They're just not being punished in doing so.
Yeah, I mean, 4-1. Like, it's weird to be talking so negatively about all gamers when they're up 4-1, but you gotta see the tendencies. And if I can see the tendencies as someone who casts the game, I'm sure that the analysts, the coaches, the players that are watching this from opposition teams should even have an easier time of reading those tendencies than I do. But doesn't seem to be affecting all gamers in this case.
Yeah, they seem to be comfortable just purely trying to outclass them here. And they've done at least that so far. 4-1 in the lead, looking to be at that halfway mark if they can secure another. VASCO starting to creep their way in towards B. They've got 4 players now grouped up in this direction. The 5th going to be MG, sneaking his way into mid. Misses a vital shot.
Why does he go forward though?
I don't even know how Action doesn't punish that. He lets him get away. That's got to be an error.
Yeah, is that just giving a bit too much respect over to the All Gamers members? Because that really did seem like it should have been a kill for VASCO. And Do is punishing them for allowing him to survive, but still, VASCO is into the site. Do managed to get a 2K. VNC went one better, got the 3K, and now it's Jue alone. Could have potentially found the timing to creep out onto the site there as that plant was going down, but now has an even tougher task. Needs a landing in his face. And not really being given much of an angle back into this one by VASCO so far. Their post plants have actually looked pretty good. That one is 100%ed by VASCO, really nice.
A lot of that credit going to VNC, picking up 4 kills on the round, really opening things up, but still some errors on the side of AG as well. The biggest one is that weird peek from Do underneath. I'm surprised they even let him get away from that with his life. But still, VASCO, they can answer back here, start to get this one in a winnable direction if they can somehow make this maybe a 1-round situation going into the side switch. This does tend to be a blacklist-sided map, so 2 rounds definitely not enough. If you let All Gamers win this one, it starts to look a little bit grim in their chances. But they've done a good job, I think, compared to the first map so far in just how they're positioning themselves. I feel like strategically, they are playing a pretty smart game and seem to know what All Gamers is up to the majority of the time. A lot of the things they're losing are purely just 1v1 aim duel situations, but it's going to be Do who wins another one of those. It's going to be Silva going down. No trade happening yet, but the bomb is downed. A crucial mistake here.
Do's going to push his way forward, though. You know, I just don't understand it. I do not understand it. If you're going to go and play that aggressively, why do you not have 2 players pushing forward there to at least try to find the trade? Yes, you're going to have to move resources away from somewhere else on the map, but if you want to play that aggressively in that part of the map, I don't think you can be doing it solo, because that is ultimately what ends up happening. You get the advantage and then you just give it back up straight away, unless you pop off as an individual. Anyway, VASCO now have a lot of control outside of B. In response, All Gamers will push their way into middle. Jue is going to take the peek from Vent and do a lot of damage to Action, but can't actually find that kill. And there's even an All Gamers player pushing all the way up almost into the BL spawn, but they've allowed B to go into the hands of VASCO for free.
CY on this flank, though, has to be coming up big time for the side of All Gamers. They shouldn't have too much idea of his location. VNC is holding for it, but All Gamers, this is pretty smart, actually. 3 players flanking, 1 in the underpass. Nobody from the GR spawn to try and catch them off guard. Jue gets the first. Even gets the trade. 2v2 now as they work their way back in. Action has to stay alive as long as possible here. That's not going to be enough time. Jue takes him down. Even and Jue win the 2v4 there at the end of the round to take it back. And those are the type of rounds you've got to hold on to if you're VASCO. This is where it starts to look a little bit scary.
Yeah, I think it was a good point you make that Action had to survive there, and he went down so quickly. If he could have just maybe shouldered that corner a little bit longer, sort of stopped, prevented All Gamers from crossing as easily as they did, then time starts to become a factor. But the fact he goes down in the initial engagement is pretty much what allows All Gamers into the site. And then at that point, MG would have to pull off something pretty impressive to win the round from there. Bit more aggression from Jouet this time out through the vent again from the A site. VASCO setting up now again for another A hit. And again, ZY plays aggressively on his own.
A lot of this A commit, though, is going to be up to Jouet. He's the player who really needs to show what he can do from this location. He's been very hit and miss in how he defends the A bomb site. He's had some key moments, but he's also had several rounds where he's gone down without a kill. And this time around, he needs to find something big to hang on. And again, he goes down without a fight here. ZQ left alone to hang on, but ZQ, he's already found two. Looking for a third. How is he still alive here for so long? Silva finally able to take him down, but now all of AG has arrived. ZY is even, he's already on site. There's no shot here. Silva is going to be taken down as well. MG, he's just way too late to the party here, waiting for a flank that's never coming. And he's taken down by Even, but what a hesitant play from VASCO.
Yeah.
It felt like they had everything in the advantage after that kill on Dejouet, but they still play it so slow.
Might just be getting into their own heads about it a little bit now that they know that they're up against such a talented squad. Things are not going the way they would have wanted to so far today, and when they have the opportunity, they're not really confident enough to take advantage of it, and that in itself as well is now starting to breed an even worse situation for VASCO. It's something that feeds upon itself, definitely. VASCO going to go through the B connector pretty quickly as well, but it seems like All Gamers are wary of that possibility. ZQ's tossing some util in that direction, Even with the backstab onto Tuzan. He's going to try and survive for more, looking for another kill and can't get it. B site run down by VASCO once again as Jouet just falls. Comes down to the clutch here for All Gamers if they want to find themselves another 7-2 lead.
ZY, definitely a player you'd want with that opportunity on the table. He's been so good in these post-plant retake situations where he has to step up huge. This time, though, not going to be the case. Taken down right away. Do left in a 1v3. He's able to find one, but that will be the half. 6-3 coming out of this one. VASCO making a decent effort. The rounds, I'd have to say, from All Gamers, even when they're winning them, looking a little bit sloppy.
Yep, I would tend to agree with you. It is a far cry from what we saw from BaiSha, who just didn't look like they were even in a position to barely lose any rounds. A lot of these rounds just have, to me, felt a bit touch and go for All Gamers, some of them coming down to clutches and situations like that. So just in terms of relative strength, I'm still kind of calculating all of that, thinking about what I want to predict for tomorrow. But as I said, right now it's feeling like BaiSha, and this Ankara is not really convincing me, even though All Gamers are up 6-3, and let's be real, that's a great scoreline. And obviously we're being very critical about All Gamers, but I think we have a higher level of expectation for this team than what they are displaying at the moment. Anyway, they are over onto the Blacklist side. Already a bit of aggression out from VASCO. And maybe they've over-aggressed again. This is another issue that I have with VASCO. Very similar to All Gamers. At least they did it together, but I think they pushed a bit too hard for those kills. And ultimately do give up the advantage after they get it. Get that first kill, back away, play the 5-on-4, rather than continuing to push forward and allow All Gamers the chance to trade it back down. Fundamentals. Bomb plant's down though, All Gamers 3-on-2 for the post plant, and it's going to take a long time for VASCO to even get in a position to try and retake this site. Action's got to take his time. And even then, MG as well is having to clear out so many angles that by the time they get to this site, half the timer is gone.
Yeah, even more than that now. They've only got about 10 seconds. Action good for the first, good for the second. Actually a winnable one now if MG can move quickly, but he's got to go now in ZY.
Got no time.
This is the perfect position to play. Wait for the defuse and just go for the peek. Even if he gets the kill, doesn't matter. He wins regardless there. 7-3. I love the play style of All Gamers, more so on this side of the map, they look a lot more composed in how they actually want to address their team play issues that we saw in the opening half. On the other side as well, though, VASCO, they're going to find against all gamers, they're one of the few teams that's always effective at shutting down counter aggression. You've got to be really careful when you peek solo on the GR against them.
Pretty quick through the map, though, aren't they? Straight into the B connector. Haven't been spotted yet. Quite fearless. Smoke over toward B long, and ZY just straight up into the site. That's unreal. 30 seconds into the round, they're already on the B side, and they're about to get the plant down. Another 15, 20 seconds later, after clearing things out. This is the same thing that we saw happen in the previous map. VASCO allowed them to get the 5-on-5 on the site, and I'm not a huge fan of going for that kind of a play. I think all gamers, you give them a 5-on-5, they're going to look really good in it, and Jue buying a lot of time, even though he does go down for free in mid. Again, 50% of that bomb timer is gone before you're even thinking about making a retake, so VASCO's going to have to be really fast right here. They are getting their frags, that's for sure, but now the response is in, and it's even to double down. Not quickly enough, I don't think. VASCO are on the defuse, they should have that, and all gamers just couldn't buy enough time.
Yeah, they had the right idea with Jue there, kind of pulling them off, but then the 4 players on site did not hold as well as they should have there. It only came down to the final 2 who then tried to get it done themselves.
Yeah.
If just one of those other 2 players on site gets a kill, it should be a round 1 for all gamers, but this is just the little detailing errors they've got on this map that could end up costing them a little bit more than they'd like to give here. ZY though, this guy's shot today has been on another level. Just tears the head off of action to start off this round.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to note the differences between All Gamers and VASCO. I'll talk about that, though, in a minute, because VNC is trying to flank in behind All Gamers. He's forced away after being spotted, but inevitably shut down by ZY, who's kind of on a one-man mission around the map at the moment to find some frags. And those discrepancies I was talking about, I think All Gamers do really rely on that rifling core a little bit more. They don't have as much presence from Do, and you tend to see bigger performances from ZY, ZQ, and Jue, all kind of contributing, even as well, obviously able to get involved in that mix, whereas to me it feels like BaiSha, 9 especially if he's popping off, Xiao, you see individual peaks being hit a little bit more so, but All Gamers are a bit more of a team-oriented roster. Effort by committee. I'm interested to see how that clash of styles will play out when we do get there at some point during these playoffs. Silva will try to get it done alone, but yeah, that's a bit much to ask.
Yeah, now it gets a lot tougher here. 8-4. All Gamers 2 away from forcing a 3rd map in this series. The 3rd would be Mexico, but after how things have been going, I feel like even Mexico holds a lot of advantages for All Gamers, even with them playing a little bit sloppier on this map. I actually almost have to give them credit with the fact they're able to get away with it so much against VASCO. Makes me think that they shouldn't lose any maps here.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely still possible to have a clean sheet, even though you're being questioned a little bit on some of the maps. Tuzan gets the better of Jue, who, with a bit of a miscellaneous peek into mid, will give up his life for free. All Gamers are going to respond onto the A bomb site, and if they do it quickly, they're going to get in there for free. Again, VASCO, more than happy to play for the retake. They really do back themselves on these retakes. It's a choice that's being made by VASCO. There's no doubt about that, and I think in this case, it's actually the right choice. You only had one member over toward A. That could very easily end up being a 1-for-1 or even a 0-for-1. And All Gamers then have the advantage on the post plant. But here, 5-on-4 for the retake. VASCO not in the shabbiest of positions.
Yeah, they take it down pretty well. Do left alone, 1 versus 4. There's someone on the bomb, but it's not going to matter. He's taken down. VASCO very clean on the retake here, making it almost look a little bit too easy for them. And they'll put a 5th round on the board. And again, we see AG starting to struggle when they get closer and closer to finishing out a map. And this is where we've seen a lot of weakness from them, especially on this map. It just seems to be on the blacklist side. Their post plants have not been the best in how they set up off of each other.
I think All Gamers likes to be on the front foot. Let's see what Action does here. He looks to get aggressive from the vent. That is being spotted by a couple of All Gamers members. And Action makes the mistake of swinging. ZY is going to punish for it. He's having another fantastic map, 19 and 8. Probably the best player from All Gamers at this event, you'd say.
Yeah, definitely safe to say, but right now, VASCO, they need something big here to avoid that map point on the table. Doesn't seem too likely, though, with ZY hitting shots like this, already up to 20 and 8 in this map. As he continues towards the A-bomb site, but VASCO, that's a nice response. They take down both ZY and Xue towards the A-bomb site. The rest of the team, though, for All Gamers, is working their way towards B. Silva, he is all alone here. He has to make sure he can hold it down.
A little bit uncoordinated there from All Gamers. They had only 2 players actually entering that site, with 1 assisting Util. The other couple were just hanging around in mid. Quick rotation over to B, though, has caught Silva off, so it looks like it's not going to be a big problem for All Gamers anyway. The big question mark will be how their retake looks. VASCO have made it work with the numbers disadvantage, but this one only 2 players and both half HP or so. Difficult one to make work. Flash goes in, Tuzan looks for the entry there. MG's just on his bike to the other direction. No luck for Tuzan. And that's going to mean pretty much no luck here for MG. He doesn't really have time to make this happen anymore, even though he will creep out through that smoke. Is spotted by Do and covered off nicely. All Gamers 1 round away now from finishing the map off.
Could it be 3 10-3s and then 3 10-5s here? Seems like we might get another one. But at the same time, there is still time for VASCO to do what they did on Black Widow, try and stall that finish line, and if they could string 3 or 4 rounds together this time at the end of it, it could actually be enough to send it into overtime. But All Gamers, they've got that secret weapon. They've got ZY here, who's having a phenomenal map, and he's just making it so hard for them to get any sort of forward momentum on the GR side. You go for a peek, he's waiting for you. You play passive, he's poking out there first and getting the kills, and this is where this guy is just so effective in the entry frags. Again, he pushes Tuzan off the angle, and now they have full control already over the B bomb site. ZY gets the opener. Xue finds another. 5 on 3 now, and they've got to retake this quickly, but it's running down very, very severely against them here. Action tries to get something. Him and Silva, they find 1 apiece, but it's only Action alive now.
Yeah, I've seen that play before from All Gamers. It's the smoke that cuts Silva off. That seems to be the really big difference maker there. And now just Action, who instantly gets deleted by ZY. It had to be no one else to finish off that map. And a solid victory in the end for All Gamers. Yet another one in the back pocket. And a 2-0 lead now in the series.
Yeah, really great performance from All Gamers here. They had some shaky moments. The second half, though, looking a lot better for them than the first. They get it done. They cross that finish line, and now they are 1 away from continuing into the upper bracket finals, still undefeated on maps as the only team with that status left in this tournament. It's looked a little bit more difficult, though, to climb through this team. VASCO, I've got to say, they're holding their own a lot more than I would have anticipated, especially after what we saw in that first game. I thought this could be an even worse situation, but VASCO actually coming to life a little bit here.
Yeah, that does bode pretty well for them going into Mexico, but what doesn't bode super well for them is that, yeah, most of All Gamers is firing at the moment, and it seems like they're not really having too many issues as a unit, as a cohort. I suppose we obviously have to look to Mexico now as being that saving grace once again for VASCO, and it being the only map that they've taken off of a Chinese team in this event so far. And also, to be fair, they are undefeated on that map at this event, is definitely something to take heart in, but the wins that they've got have been quite close, with the exception of the game against BaiSha, and it did just seem like a map that BaiSha wasn't super good on. So I'm not sure how much I really want to read into that one. I think All Gamers probably still are going to be able to clean this one up quite nicely, but thinking about Ankara, I mean, it really was the ZY show, wasn't it?
Yeah, he was truly the difference maker here, because you saw a lot of moments, as we'll look in the highlights, where they were a bit iffy, but they still got it done. Let's take a look.
Well, as we've mentioned, it was very much ZY from the outset that was doing the heavy lifting there for All Gamers. 2.44 KD. He had about a kill and a half around as well. Really, really impressive stats. And no one could really hold a candle to that for VASCO, despite, you know, again, some middling results, some decent scorelines there for a few of them. You don't really have anyone that's popping off and pushing it over the line.
Yeah, at the end of the day, ZY making a huge difference. Aside from him, Freg's pretty comparable with the other 9 players in the lobby, but when you have one player like that just popping off, getting multiple entry frags each round, it makes it so difficult to answer back. So would not be surprised at all to see him picking up the MVP, and there you have it. He will be the MVP for map number 2, really putting that effort in on this map, and it's a consistency for him on this map as well. I feel like he's had so many rounds where he's just able to clutch on his own, get the entry frags they need all on his own, and this is going to be a map where they could be a bit scarier moving forward if they can work on some of their littler issues.
Yeah, it's a good point that you make. Out of the 4 times that they've played Ankara at this event, he has picked up the MVP in 3 out of those maps. The other MVP for Ankara was ZQ, but 3 out of 4 conversion rate ain't too bad. He has been very much leading from the front. I think he has been, as I said in the cast there, I thought he was probably the best player so far in the event from All Gamers. He's been able to, on an individual level, kind of push them over the line in a couple of those maps. And obviously there has been, generally speaking, been pretty good performances from everyone involved for All Gamers. You do always still need someone that's kind of going above and beyond, and for the most part that has actually been ZY, and be interesting to see how he goes up against BaiSha, for example, but that's a conversation that we'll get to have tomorrow, potentially. It all depends on how the rest of this series goes, and for VASCO, they're thinking about Mexico to hopefully keep them in this discussion.
That's the championship point. All Gamers will be
Well, it's time to head to Mexico, and that is, generally speaking, home ground territory for VASCO. It's our third map in the pool, and right now it is a must-win for VASCO if they want to stay alive in this series, because all gamers have picked up maps 1 and 2, 10-5 apiece. Not quite as clean as what BaiSha was able to do earlier today. They had 10-3s across the board, but let's have a look and see whether or not we'll go to a fourth map, or if it is going to be done in 3 once again by the Chinese squad. 10-5, 10-5. Do we think 10-5 again, just to continue that trend?
I think this one might actually be a little bit closer. I think VASCO, this is probably their best map that they could have a chance on, but I still don't see it necessarily as a win for them, especially considering I think All Gamers is one of the best GR teams out there, and they get the GR sides first as well. It's just a tall order to ask. I think at this point, VASCO has to show us a lot more than what they have in these opening 2 maps to even have a shot, because All Gamers, I felt like in that last map, they still made a lot of mistakes, but still had a pretty comfortable scoreline for themselves. So I feel like even though this is a VASCO pick, it's going to take probably the best performance they've had all tournament to win this map.
I think if they can bring the level today that they had yesterday against BaiSha, that will be enough to get over the line against All Gamers. They really didn't seem like they put a foot wrong in that game against BaiSha. I think if they can beat BaiSha on this map, they can definitely beat All Gamers on this map. But, well, it's time for us to find out as we do head into Mexico, map 3 in the series between VASCO and All Gamers. Has to be said, though, that in our considerations, you do have to remember All Gamers are a little better on this map than BaiSha are. Straight away, though, VNC gets into mid very quickly.
Yeah, now it's going to be a 4v4. Make it a 4-on-3. AG not having the best of this situation. ZQ now left alone in a 1 versus 3. Things are not looking the best at all. All Gamers, what can they do here? Except for hope ZQ can do something spectacular. He's already found 1. 2 HP, though, left to work with. And a 1 versus 2. He's lurking his way around here, trying to find any opportunity. But hey, VASCO, they'll get this one done with the opener. But we've kind of seen that all 3 maps so far.
Yeah, indeed. I will say, though, that I do think it is a little bit more important in this map than any of the others, right? When we're talking about the value of rounds and you see a blacklist round on this map, you always think, hey, that is actually at a bit of a premium. And to be honest, that may be why VASCO actually has statistically a bit of a worse time on blacklist, is because they play Mexico more than any other team. And even still, they almost maintain a 50% blacklist win rate. So if they can do that on this map, then they're in a pretty good spot. All Gamers just beaten for pace a little bit in that round, and this time VASCO going to take it a little bit slower. I think I would have been beaten for pace as well, because I would have very much been expecting VASCO to play quite slowly and a little bit more in the fashion in which they're playing this round out in.
Yeah, I like the initiative, though, at least in that opening round, and how they executed onto mid. ZY going to be 1 and done. ZQ right there for the trade. Spots another player through the smoke, almost takes down action. But ZQ gets him anyways, even there for the trade. Now it's a 3-on-1 situation. Not so good looking for MG here, who's going to be flashed away from the bomb, but that bomb being down makes this round almost an unwinnable one if they're just set up to trade off with each other.
And they very much are. MG stuck behind the smoke, and he's trying to challenge through it. But as the smoke fades, he'll reroute his position. Let's take that peek into mid. Pretty nice crossfire for All Gamers. This is just not the kind of crossfire that you can break with an Orm. And even will finish it off. So All Gamers on the board for map 3 of the series.
This is where VASCO has to break them right away, though. This has happened every time. They win the opening round, and then we end up in a 4-1 situation. This time, they've got to find an answer earlier on, even though this is a GR-sided map. All gamers are a blacklist-sided team in how they score things out. So you've got to know they're going to have a lot they can do on the attack, and in their situation for VASCO, they've got to win this half, even though it is the harder side of the map. Because right now, all gamers, they haven't shown any issues really so far, other than a little bit of inconsistency on that mid-hold. I think that could be their one area they've got to improve in this one, because only having that one player there rather than the whole team presence, as we saw with BaiSha, is a bit of a risk.
Well, not much happening in this round so far. Pretty standard stuff when it comes to Mexico. Another resmoke on the one major choke point of the map, but VASCO want to go straight through it, and ZY gets pre-fired around that corner. It's a good start to the round for VASCO, who are happy with that. They'll just reset off the back of it. Not much changes for all gamers. They'll just continue to re-smoke that same position. Wait for VASCO to come into them.
Tuzin, though, setting up the ramp smoke. He's ready to go for it. Could mean a mid-execution's on the way. It's going to at least bait out a couple of flashes, a couple of nades from all gamers, but the late commitment behind it is where they actually pull through. I like the call here, getting a lot of utility usage out of all gamers so they don't have it for the retake. Now they've only got one nade across the board to work with if they can get in and get this bomb down. But there's only 30 seconds here. VASCO's really running down this clock, and now they're forced to take action on the A bomb side. All gamers, they've got 4 people here, even good for the first. CQ grabs another. MG able to find one. That might be it, though. Silva somehow still alive here with MG. It's a 2v1 now. Do now the last player up.
Fast flank, though, from Do. I don't know if they're going to expect him from the alley position. You would think won't be looking in that direction. Silva is keeping an eye on it, and Do not able to get it done. I actually thought that was going to go really well for all gamers, even getting the kill through the smoke, through the doors. It seemed like that was really going to be the difference maker, because that just provides a bit more space for the other two on the site. But eventually, trades come through from VASCO, and all gamers down 2-1. So might be seeing a very similar story to what we had yesterday.
It's very possible here, but VASCO, I love what they're doing in mid especially. VNC, he knows when he has that front spawn, and he always gets an early kill out of it. The problem here is they're still not trading things out perfectly. It's an even number situation. All gamers, though, does have less health across the board to work with. ZQ down to about 70 Jue at half. But VASCO, as much as we've criticized them for running down the clock, I actually think it's part of their benefit on this map, especially with a team like All Gamers being on the other side of it. This is a team that loves to go for early info peaks, loves to play a little bit more individualized on the GR side of the map. And VASCO, the team chemistry they have here on this map is unlike any other we've seen from them so far. They really make sure they can trade things out on the BL side. Do has to pop off here to hold on. He's good for the first, good for the second. And he gets the third.
Wow.
That's it. Do gets it done. We're back to a tie.
All right, just a bit of individual brilliance gets all gamers that round. I'm sure they're not too pleased that it's just a 2-2 scoreline. They've had much better starts to both of the initial maps. Doing it a little bit tougher at the moment is all gamers. Positive signs for sure for VASCO. And now we slow things down once again at the start of the round. When there's util available, Blacklist side doesn't really want to do too much.
Yeah, at this point, VASCO just going to run down that clock and see how much util they can have wasted by all gamers. In the last round, though, I did like their strategy of faking the mid push and getting even more of it dumped in there from all gamers. It worked pretty well. to only leave them with a single flashbang for the remainder of the round. But this time, they're poking around towards the alleyway. After they don't find anything early on, they're going to reset, put that extra emphasis back towards mid, and continue to kind of just hang out here. That smoke screen, it's a tough call on when you want to go through it, but VASCO still seems to go through often on the edge of it as one of the smokes is kind of dissipating here to try and catch that initial mid player off guard. This time, though, the change from all gamers could be a pretty solid one. No one actually contesting mid, just playing the safe approach.
Yeah, another resmoke, though. VASCO not yet opting to go through that, and the grenade timing just about catches Tuzin on the way out, so he gets a bit of a tickle. Another resmoke. Time really being whittled down now for VASCO, and they're going to have to go. They're going to use a lot of util to get into mid, which is largely unnecessary because there's no defense happening there. ZQ just spamming through the smoke at A main, catches Tuzin. And now ZY goes for the recontest. He loses his life though. Oh, it's Shui for a double. Leaves MG alone, and he can't do much going through that smoke.
That's one of the big differences we're seeing here. Jouet in that play had more kills than the last time they played Mexico. So he's really stepped up here and made this a stronger team effort. And even without him, they won 10-1 the last time around. So I definitely think even though this is a good map for VASCO, all gamers, they've got a lot they can do and how they rotate off of each other on that GR side. And VASCO just not ready for a team to address them on the mid round. But it is a fast play onto the A bomb side. ZQ, he's in the key position here. Jouet finds one. ZQ in the corner, still hasn't been spotted, but somehow goes down. Doesn't matter. Shui's good for 4. That's it. It's all done. 4-2 now.
All right, Shui, he's back. He left all of the frags that he wanted to get on this map for today. He knew he didn't need them when they played it against Pacific Makta, was it? I think it was. Yeah, when they played against Pacific Makta, he got 1 frag in a 10-1. He said he didn't need him. I'll take him in the match against VASCO instead, and now he's 9-2. That was an incredible hold from Jouet. I'm not sure that we'll be seeing VASCO go quickly through Ali anymore. But they are fast into mid this round, and that bodes some problems for all gamers, whether they want to try to recontest it or not.
I like the play call here, though. Not even contesting from the backside of the quad boxes in mid, playing very deep onto the B bomb side. It's going to be even anchoring down, and they've got Du holding this cross pick. I like this so much better than what they do on the VASCO side when they're on the GR, just having the sniper on the back of B. The sniper being outside of the sewers gives them a lot more options in how they can support countering this aggression on the push. VASCO, though, they're running out of options. MG is going to go down to Jouet. And now they already have VNC low as well. They've got to make their move, but there is no good path to get in here. Tuzin at least gets that kill onto ZQ, so now they can think about maybe doubling back onto the A bomb site, but there's still 2 players here.
This is one of the scariest situations to be in, though, as a global risk side. When you have those isolated 2-2 sites, you're really relying on your site holders. ZY can only get 1 and Shui down, and that's the problem. No one else can help. There's no extra trades available. It's a hard map to rotate on. And when you lose that extra player, you don't have that mid presence coming through to defend A or B respectively. And now it's a good old bona fide retake from Even and Du, 2-on-3. You wouldn't back them in this one unless they can pull off a bit of magic. There's a good start for Even, but Du down early and now into the 1-on-1 nade over the top, but somehow Even's hit the shot. All gamers are really being pulled through this by the individuals.
I don't even know how he hits that last shot, to be honest. It looked like he was mid-jump and he just hits a one-tap. So at this point, all gamers, they've got everything they need here. This is the side we normally see VASCO put up 4 or 5 rounds on, and that is why they're so effective on this map. But now to do that, they would have to win the last 2 rounds. But this defense is so hard to break through. Anytime it looks like there's a chance here, All Gamers, they've got an individual play in the back pocket ready to go. You combine that with Zhui putting up 10 kills already in this map, ZQ on 9. There's just not that match of firepower on the other side, and this is where VASCO is having trouble throughout this matchup so far. It's not even that they're making the wrong decisions, it's just when they have these one players on the other side that can do a lot in the clutch, they don't know how to handle that very well.
Yeah, and a change up from All Gamers. This time they are actually contesting mid after giving that multiple times in a row. Zhui eats a couple of nades by the forklift. It's not enough to pick him out of the map though. And he'll still be a very present threat even though he's got half HP.
What will they do here, though, for VASCO? It seems like every time they go mid, they run into a lot more trouble than they're used to. They don't really deal with it very well. I think for them, maybe the best bet might even just be an explosive play onto the A-bomb site, and hoping Zhui doesn't pop off again. They did get that nice nade stack onto him, so it's unlikely he's going to find a 4-kill again this time on the push, but now they've got to deal with this mid player. ZY in the back corner, but what is that shot from ZQ through the smoke? Takes the head off of VNC, and now they've got a huge advantage. The spray damage as well onto Silva. Going to do a lot for ZY to try and lock this one down.
All right.
ZY again through the smoke.
Yeah, the nade softening the targets up as well as making this a little easier for All Gamers, and VASCO are starting to run out of time. They're looking desperate in this round. Spam battles through the smoke is not where they want to be with only 30 seconds left in the round. MG's posted in the alleyway with the Orm, but he's not really finding any success there at all, and ZY is having no trouble locking down middle. This round is over. Action doesn't have time to win the round, even if he were to pop off. And this is starting to get a very scary prospect now for VASCO. This is the worst performance we've actually seen from them on this map so far, on the blacklist side. And it might be about to get even one step harder if All Gamers can finish this at 7-2.
They very well could at this point. They've done a lot of adjusting here on how they hold down mid. VNC tries to go in, guns blazing. ZQ good for the first. Almost a double onto Tuzin, but look at this, even the perfect timing. Gets the double kill. Silva finally able to get the shutdown frag, but it's a 3-on-2 situation, and they've got no control over this map. Silva somehow, though, gets the second onto ZQ. Now they've got some potential.
I want to see what the timing looks like here for Zhui. He's going to be hard cleared, but at least he can get himself the 1-for-1, and MG being quite low does make this very winnable for Du, who's got a rifle in hand. He's not necessarily known for his rifling, of course, being the sniper for this team. But it's the right choice when Silva is on 30 hit points. Bit of an awkward angle for him to check, though, coming in from the alley position, but he does have time. Has been spotted, though, by MG, who will clutch up big for VASCO. I don't know if that really keeps them in the conversation, though. Only the 3 rounds on the blacklist side. Is that enough?
Against most other teams, I would say it might be. It is a GR-sided map. They do have a pretty good GR on this map, but All Gamers, they're a very strong blacklist team. Them not getting 4 would be incredibly surprising on their BL side. It's going to take a lot of work on the defense to make this one a map VASCO can actually win. MG going to be one of the keys in that. Deciding where you put that on this map is a very important decision.
Yeah, pretty wisely timed smoke as well at the exit to the sewer. All Gamers looked like they wanted to go pretty quickly through the sewer. I was going to say, I expect All Gamers to actually play pretty quickly and proactively in this first round of the half. Often what they like to do in their first round on the blacklist side, but I think the smoke is kind of what perturbed them from doing that. So that strategy will be in the back pocket. Silva, unfortunately, will not be taking any longer part in this round.
Now at this point, All Gamers, they can make a play. But it's actually VNC who makes the play, takes down 2. ZQ does manage the trade here to keep things neutral. Now they've got a moment to to reflect. Where do they want to go with the C4 in hand? Even, he has control of it. They've got control of mid as well. No contest on the other side. The GR here trying to figure out where they should put their numbers. Right now, it's a little bit risky in how they're playing. They only really have one person on each of these sites. The other player, Tuzin, just kind of filtering back and forth while trying to keep an eye on the sewers as well. And this is where all gamers could have their pick of it. If they've just got a good trade situation on site, odds are they should be able to get into either site, only losing one player.
Okay, do down early to Tuzin. Bit of spam through that smoke. ZQ will, though, find the entry onto A, and Tuzin is locked out, especially from the round now. MG, bit of a clutch minister on this map, though. He'll be in a position to do a bit of work. And certainly has the time, having been able to fast rotate. ZQ should spot him out, though, and does. That's info, and the swing is in from Even. Good communication and coordination from the Chinese squad. Put one more on the board.
Only 3 away here. They've got the momentum on their side as well now, starting off this half on the right foot. And this is where VASCO has to be a little bit more prepared. All gamers, they take a lot more early round initiative than so many other teams would on this map. They're not necessarily afraid to go around these smokes and find a new way in. But look at this counter-aggressive play from VASCO. 4 players fully committing into mid and alley to take full control. And they've got it. No kills going their way, so they do have to back off a little bit here to not overextend it and give them that chance to push through towards the sewers and get that flank going. So not a whole lot of value compared to what I was expecting there, but still, I like the initiative there to do it.
Yeah, I don't think All Gamers is going to be particularly bothered about that, though. They know that they've got a lot of time to work with on this map, and so, as you can see now, once those smokes start to fade, they look to clear out the alleyway. And they'll still have more than enough time to work into one of these 2 bomb sites. It's almost as if the equilibrium has been restored. We're kind of back to where we would ordinarily expect to be with 1 minute and 20 seconds left in the round. BNC decides to take a solo fight in mid. Silva gets a couple, though, as they try to cross A main. All Gamers just getting a bit too big for their boots. Could have definitely slowed down there. They had util, they had a smoke they could have made happen into A main if they wanted to cross further into mid. Probably needed to throw that exact smoke that's gone down now to ensure no one could pick them on the cross. But instead, find themselves with a numbers deficit.
Yeah, now the round is not looking really good for them.
Ooh, well,
there's a chance they could sneak into A, I suppose. Here. Yeah. It comes down to what Silva and Action are going to do on this hold. That nade does take about half HP off of Action, but the problem is, even with a numbers advantage here, that forklift player can be extremely difficult to challenge.
Got a smoke into the A doors, and the choice is going to be to go towards the B side. I don't mind this at all, particularly because ZQ sitting in alley can cut off the rotate as well. They just need to find that entry onto MG, who is trying to survive really now at the moment. Bomb plant has to go down. Good coverage from Even. This is about as perfect as you could ask for All Gamers. A smart choice. It all hinges on that kill Even gets coming out of the sewer. Once he gets that, the map is wide open. They can opt to go to A, they can opt to go to B, but they make the gamble toward B because they recognize the player he's finished off there at the top of sewer was a B player. And as a result, you assume there's going to be only one more player over at B. It was the right call. All Gamers win the round quite comfortably. Try to go fast through the sewers this time. They can't find that trade instantly onto MG. Again, it's down numbers.
Hasn't seemed to stop them, though. This is where they've got a chance to do it again, turn things around, even especially on a lot of these later round situations. He seems to have the perfect idea of how to turn it around and take the advantage right back away from VASCO. This is where VASCO, though, can try to close out a round and get themselves in a better place, but Solo peek not going to work out. The follow-up trade only going to be good enough for one. MG as well is very low in this situation, and this should be around now for all gamers. Silva, the only one who can really hold on to this A bomb site. MG, he's stuck here on the back of B.
Well, it's the same decision from all gamers. They're going to go back over toward B once again. They'll recognize MG's going to have a tough time of multi-fragging, which is what he would need to do. And he's just caught completely unawares as the wrap comes in from the alley side. And all gamers, they look poised to go toward 9. And this will end up being their cleanest map yet. A 9-3. You could see that very much getting converted into a 10-3 at this point. Silva, surely he's been spotted out. Either way, that nade actually doesn't do any damage to him, but still buying a lot of time. Flash in, connects on a couple of the All Gamers members, but Spray's not clean enough. And of course, the swing is in from All Gamers. Now 9-3. 1 round away from securing the 3-0.
Seems likely at this point they only need one to get it done. 6 in a row from VASCO would be the best streak they've had all day if they somehow tied this one. VASCO, though, they are eager to find a pick in this round.
One thing to remember, though, is that the last 2 rounds, all gamers have actually started down a player, and yet they've still been able to win. So it's an even worse picture being painted there for VASCO when you understand that that is the case.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to deal with. I mean, VASCO, they've had some okay moments here, but when you look at the scores on the other side, these 3 players, really difficult to deal with. Shui, even ZQ, just popping off in this matchup. You know it's a good game for all gamers when ZY doesn't even have to do a whole lot to be leading this 9-3. He's normally that player who comes up and finds those clutch rounds when they really need one, but this time around, it's been a lot of ZQ even. Look at this counter-aggressive play into the sewers. It's a last effort here to try and get that ball rolling, and it's going to work. Tuzen finds one, VNC finds the other. They get the 5 on 3. They can hold on for now.
Yeah, a few missed shots from all gamers there, quite uncharacteristic. Just getting caught off guard, I would say. Looks like this round might be over in a blink of an eye. That is a sublime round from Action. But still, it's a long road back into this one for VASCO.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they would need nothing but perfection for 5 more rounds in a row against a team like All Gamers. It doesn't seem too likely because All Gamers, they're also getting more and more aggressive to try and put that extra pressure onto them. Shui gets the double kill, ZY gets another. This could be everything they need to bring it to a close, but Action and MG, they've got something to say about that. It's going to be a 2-on-2 now. They each pick up a kill. MG going to be caught through the smoke. Action, he's got almost no help to work with. They know exactly where he is. They can go to the A bomb site now. And what do you even do here? I mean, 19 HP, and you've got to make the biggest play of the day.
Well, he was able to multi-frag last round. Let's see if he can do it again. Doesn't have much HP to play with. And time is also now working against him. This feels like an unwinnable battle for him, and that's because it is. 10-4 is the scoreline, and All Gamers will secure their way through to the upper bracket with another 3-0 scoreline. Similar efforts as what was put in earlier today by BaiSha. Still 3 very one-sided maps. Not quite as dominant maybe as what BaiSha was able to display, but nonetheless, a 3-0, there's no argument against that.
Yeah, no argument indeed. It's going to be All Gamers 3-0, BaiSha 3-0, and now we've got our upper bracket final set and our lower bracket round 1 set as well. Imperial and VASCO will face off. Their tournament life going to be in their own hands in that match tomorrow, but after what we just saw today, I think we're in for one heck of an upper bracket final because both of these teams looked non-stop in their matches today.
Yeah, I would say so. I'm really interested to see how that one is going to play out, what the map veto is going to look like, what the map pool is going to play like, and can the individuals on BaiSha that have really been popping off throughout the entirety of this tournament continue that run of form going into an even stronger opponent in AG, right? Will Zhao be able to get away with as much as he has been? Will 9 be able to get away with those nasty flanks and things like that. Those are all questions that we'll have to answer, obviously, tomorrow. To touch back in on that series and to continue the focus on Mexico, just didn't really feel like VASCO was able to deliver. A lot of moments where clutches as well went the way of all gamers, and it continued to rain on the parade of VASCO today. For Brazil has been a really, really tough day. That's 0-6 in terms of maps for the event, for today, I should say. And obviously, you know, that means that they will now play against each other in the lower bracket final tomorrow. So for Brazil, at least one team definitely facing elimination tomorrow.
Yeah, it's a tough one to call too. I'm trying to kind of dissect how the day went because it's hard for me to tell in this last match exactly who's going to have the upper hand going into tomorrow. But let's take a look at the highlights from this one.
Well, that was Mexico as it played out, and as you can see, obviously, from the highlights, it was very much domination from all gamers. Pretty much the series as a whole kind of followed that suit, and in fact, actually, Mexico was the most one-sided map of that series. 10-5, 10-5, 10-4 in the end, and it's enough for all gamers to book their ticket into a matchup against BaiSha Gaming in the upper bracket final tomorrow. And then down into lower bracket round one go both of the Brazilian teams. How did you feel about both Brazilian teams' performances today? I mean, is there one looking stronger than the other? I don't think personally that there was much to really take from either.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I think it depends on how you look at that last game. Is it a situation where all gamers maybe underperformed a bit, or is it a situation where VASCO just looked better today than Imperial did? And in my mind, it's kind of a little bit of both. I think Imperial had probably their worst day in the event so far. VASCO was a little bit closer to kind of their standard form, and for me, I think if both teams played like today, I'd actually give a slight edge to VASCO going into tomorrow.
Okay, look, I don't know if I can be convinced of that one. I think I'm probably still going to be leaning towards Imperial. I guess what you're saying, I do agree with, that VASCO maybe did look a little bit better today than what Imperial did, but I still value the level that I think that Imperial can hit. I think that's where I'm kind of getting hung up on, is when I try to make these predictions, when I think about what I'm expecting from teams, I'm always thinking about what's their expected level of output, and I don't think Imperial even got close to their expected level of output today. VASCO maybe also didn't quite manage to cut the mustard, but I definitely think Imperial has a higher level when their individuals are firing than what VASCO does. So that's just me. But I think I know now in my head as to what my predictions might be going into tomorrow's matches. I'm probably leaning towards BaiSha. I know I'm definitely leaning towards Imperial. That's a discussion that we can have, though, when we do get back to the matches tomorrow. Here is, once again, a recap of what we saw in that last map of Mexico, and ZQ alongside Even were the ones leading from the front. Actually, ZY and do go a bit missing in that one for All Gamers, but they had enough from the other three to pull it together, and no one even finding a positive scoreline for VASCO is an all too familiar but painful sight.
Yeah, I feel like at this point, there's not much more you could say about VASCO. They had so many opportunities throughout the series to close out rounds. They lost a lot of conversions coming out from All Gamers, who was just kind of ready to go, getting those individual plays, and a lot of it is because of that. They were able to push so far ahead here, because when you look at the rounds they had the advantage in this series and then lost, there's quite a few that stack up for VASCO over these 3 maps. And ultimately the reason a lot of these went so far against them, because had they avoided a lot of these conversions, there could have been maps that were closer, maybe even wins for them. But as we look at the MVP here, I would guess probably ZQ for me. He had one of the stronger performances, but ZY as well. He is going to be your MVP here for this final one of the day. No surprise from him as well. He's kind of been one of the standout players. Many MVPs from him so far. I think this is maybe his 5th overall, so a lot he's done for this team. But honestly, they looked very well rounded on the day as a whole.
Yeah, hard to say really at this point. It has actually been 5 MVPs for ZY, but I'm thinking about in the context of the event as a whole, who has actually been the most impressive player. 9 has 4 MVPs as well. So he's probably in that discussion. I think 9's probably been a little bit more explosive than ZY, but kind of hard to go past 5 MVPs from ZY. So maybe there's still some deciding matches to think about when we're crowning an overall event MVP. But for me, those are probably the 2 front runners at the moment. Here's the results from that last match: 10-5, 10-5, 10-4. That was Black Widow, Ankara, and Mexico, respectively. All 3 of those going the way of All Gamers, who copped a pretty big dub today. And they'll be joining BaiSha, their Chinese counterpart, in the upper bracket final. So both the Chinese teams do make their way through the upper bracket, and for both the Brazilian teams down into the lower bracket, having suffered some pretty disastrous defeats tonight. I think both VASCO and Imperial have a lot of work that they have to do, a bit of homework. I mean, at least Imperial probably have had obviously more time now to think about it, because they would have gone back to the hotel earlier and have started to focus in on this match. They probably were watching this game to see what VASCO was doing and thinking about, you know, what's our veto going to look like, how are we going to negotiate some of these maps, because that's still a big one, right? You're obviously playing off for prize money, you're playing off for the ability to even stay in the competition if you win that matchup tomorrow in the lower bracket. All Gamers, their results continue to be without loss. They haven't dropped a map so far in this event. Funnily enough, they were closest to dropping a map against Pacific Magda, but 2-0s there, 2-0 against Cara House, and a 3-0 against VASCO Esports. They maintain that clean sheet.
With that, though, I am curious to hear your reasoning and why it does seem like you are leaning towards BaiSha, even though All Gamers is the team undefeated on maps. Of course, VASCO, we take a look at theirs. 2-0 against ranking, losses on the table since then, but it is because they faced BaiSha and All Gamers. They did get that one map against BaiSha, but as we saw, that pocket pick of Mexico might not stand the test of time.
Yeah, I think Mexico absolutely has to be the veto from BaiSha tomorrow when they play against All Gamers. We've seen 2 really good games from All Gamers on it, and Mexico was banned out today by BaiSha. The time they did play it, they looked pretty bad. I think they should get rid of that straight away. And I would expect that they will do so. Here's the results again from today. 2-3-0 results. BaiSha over Imperial, All Gamers over VASCO. We've seen that already. So let's move on to the bracket and show you how those matches do line up. As we've said, BaiSha, All Gamers in the upper bracket. Imperial, VASCO down in the lower bracket. Lower bracket match is an elimination match. It's the final game that one of Imperial or VASCO will be playing in this event. The other will continue through to the lower bracket final to face the loser of BaiSha and All Gamers, who will still get their second chance.
Yeah, I think the only unanswered question now is going to be, can someone overcome that lower bracket in this situation? I think Imperial and VASCO have a lot to show us in terms of that matchup tomorrow, because I think both of them not only have to win that match, but show improvements going into whoever they might face next in the lower bracket finals.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's matches. I think of all of the matches that we've seen in this event so far, those two tomorrow should, in theory, be the closest we've had. We've actually only had one series that has gone any further than the minimum that it possibly could have. Group stages were all 2-0s. Playoffs games were all 3-0s. There was pretty much that 1-2-1 that BaiSha suffered against VASCO. But that's something we'll talk about tomorrow. For now, to close the day, we'll throw back to the stage.
Như vậy chúng ta cũng đã kết thúc ngày thi đấu đầu tiên trong khuôn khổ vòng bán kết của CFS Summer Championship năm 2023 được đăng cai tổ chức tại Việt Nam. Và ngay lúc này trên sân khấu lại là một nhân vật vô cùng quen thuộc, MVP đến từ vị trí của On Gamers, ZY. Và xin mời ZY có thể gửi lời chào với tư cách là MVP ngày hôm nay được không ạ?
然后就是借全场那个 MVP 吧，然后就给台下和正在观看直播的观众介绍一下自己。
大家好，我是来自中国 AG 的 ZY。
Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình là ZY đến từ AG Thành Đô.
Trước khi bắt đầu trò chuyện thì Hà thấy là hình như là ở tay của ZY hình như có một vài vấn đề nhỏ nhỏ, có đúng không ạ?
就你今天的手腕是不是受伤了呀？就是什么时候的？
手腕就是有点疼吧，然后就贴的膏药嘛。
thì cổ tay mình thì thường thì luyện tập nhiều sẽ có hơi đau và dán cao một lúc thì sẽ khỏi thôi.
Và đó không phải là vấn đề quá lớn khi mà ngày hôm nay bằng chứng là bạn đã đạt được MVP rồi. Và cho tôi hỏi là ngày mai thì đội của mình sẽ thi đấu cùng với BaiSha. Và không biết là khi mà thi đấu trực tiếp cùng với BaiSha như vậy thì bạn có cảm thấy lo lắng hay không? Bởi vì đây cũng là một đối thủ được đánh giá là rất nặng ký ạ.
然后就明天就跟BaiSha那边就打赛嘛，然后你有没有紧张之类的？
还好吧，因为我们跟BaiSha已經交手很多次了嘛，然後明天我們打好我們自己的就可以了。
bên mình AG thì cũng không quá là lo lắng hay có cảm xúc gì gọi là negative, thì căn bản là vì AG đã đánh rất nhiều lần với bên BaiSha nên là ngày mai sẽ cố gắng hết mình thôi ạ.
Dạ vâng ạ, do là mình cũng đã có rất nhiều kinh nghiệm rồi nên không quá lo lắng. Nhưng mà để mà hỏi một chút về lịch trình mình tập luyện từ ngày hôm nay cho đến trước trận đấu ngày mai thì sẽ như thế nào thưa bạn?
然后可以跟所有的观众揭秘一下，就你们明天的就训练时间吧。
可能我们就是中午起来，然後去訓練室練練槍吧，然後稍微講一下我們要打的東西。
thì bây giờ thì cũng về nghỉ ngơi không rồi đến ngày mai thì sau khi ăn cơm xong các thứ thì sẽ đến sân vận động để luyện tập và trực tiếp sẽ xuống thi đấu luôn.
Dạ vâng ạ, họ vẫn sẽ cân bằng giữa việc là nghỉ ngơi này, về tâm lý thoải mái cũng như là luyện tập mỗi ngày để có thể chuẩn bị được phần thi đấu tốt nhất cho ngày mai. Và một câu cuối thôi đó là đối với phần thi đấu với các đối thủ từ phía On Gamers được đánh giá là một trong những đối thủ mà gọi là top đầu của giải đấu năm nay á, thì bạn thấy là ai là đối thủ nặng ký nhất trong team On Gamer? Dạ, ai là đối thủ bạn thấy là nặng ký nhất và đáng gờm nhất trong team On Gamers? Dạ, trong team BaiSha ạ. BaiSha Gaming ạ.
然后你就认为BaiSha的最强的选手是谁？
我觉得就是他们每個隊的選手都有爆發能力吧，然後就是在別的隊友狀態不好的時候，就其他人都能站出來。
với AG thì không có ai là gọi là ai cũng là người mạnh nhất.
Dạ, ai cũng là mạnh nhất đúng không ạ? Và các bạn ơi, như vậy thì mình cũng đã trải qua một phần trò chuyện thú vị cùng với một nhân vật rất là quen thuộc thôi. ZY liên tiếp nhận được vị trí MVP đến từ On Gamers. Một lần nữa xin được cảm ơn các bạn rất nhiều ạ. Thưa quý vị, như vậy thì mình cũng đã cùng nhau trò chuyện và lắng nghe phần chia sẻ đến từ On Gamers. Và ngày mai thì mình cũng sẽ có lịch trình thi đấu dành cho các đội. Và các bạn nhớ đón xem ngày mai chúng ta sẽ cùng bắt đầu trận đấu tại nhà thi đấu cũng như thông qua nền tảng các kênh trực tuyến của CROSSFIRE. Và ngay bây giờ hãy cùng hướng mắt về khu vực màn hình để cùng theo dõi ạ. Thưa quý vị, ngày mai chúng ta sẽ có 2 trận đấu diễn ra. Đầu tiên vào khung giờ quen thuộc là lúc 15 giờ. Chúng ta sẽ có phần thi đấu giữa hai đội đến từ Trung Quốc là BaiSha Gaming và On Gamers. Và tiếp theo vào lúc 18 giờ chúng ta sẽ có phần tranh tài giữa hai đội Imperial và VASCO. Và các bạn hãy nhớ ghi lại lịch trình này để nếu được thì hãy cùng đến với trực tiếp tại nhà thi đấu Quân khu 7 Thành phố Hồ Chí Minh để có thể vừa theo dõi những trận cầu nảy lửa này và chúng ta vừa có thể nhận được những phần quà hấp dẫn của chương trình. Đồng thời, chúng ta có thể theo dõi trực tuyến thông qua những nền tảng như là trên Facebook, YouTube và trên kênh Twitch của chúng tôi quý vị nha. Và đến đây chúng tôi cũng đã chính thức khép lại cho ngày thi đấu đầu tiên trong khuôn khổ vòng bảng của CFS Summer Championship năm 2023. Hy vọng quý vị sẽ còn có thêm được nhiều giây phút hấp dẫn hơn nữa ở những trận đấu tiếp theo của chúng tôi. Còn bây giờ thì xin cảm ơn, xin chào và hẹn gặp lại ạ.
That's the championship point. All gamers will be